Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what-if stories and hidden magic. What if Harry met Fleur at age 9 and she instantly recognized her fated mate? Harry x Fleur. If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Wandered Too Far. The summer of 1989 had been particularly unkind to Harry Potter. Not that any summer had ever been kind to him, but this one seemed to possess a special cruelty that even his cousin Dudley's relentless bullying couldn't quite match. The heat had settled over Privet Drive like a suffocating blanket, thick and oppressive, turning the perfectly manicured lawns of No. 4's neighbors into patches of brown and yellow. The air conditioning unit in the Dursleys' living room wheezed and groaned its way through July, a sound that Vernon Dursley declared perfectly acceptable for a family that knows how to manage its finances, which Harry understood to mean that the Dursleys would rather sweat through the hottest summer in a decade than spend a single extra pound on someone who wasn't worth the air he breathed. Harry had learned to read the Dursleys' language of passive aggression years ago, had become fluent in the subtle twists of meaning behind Aunt Petunia's pursed lips and Uncle Vernon's purple-faced rants. He knew that the words, freak and unnatural, were reserved for moments when his magic, that strange, uncontrollable thing that happened when he was frightened or angry, had made itself known. He knew that, grateful, meant, invisible, and that the best way to survive was to become as small and silent as possible. But on this particular evening in early August, Harry had made a mistake. He had asked about the holiday. It wasn't even a real question, not really. Harry had simply overheard Uncle Vernon discussing a business opportunity in France, something about a new drill model that a French company wanted to license, and the word had slipped out before Harry could stop it. France? He had asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Are we going to France? The silence that followed had been absolute. Petunia's thin lips had compressed into a bloodless line. Dudley had paused in his assault on a plate of chips, his tiny eyes blinking with the slow comprehension of someone who had just been reminded that his least favorite person existed. And Vernon's face had cycled through several distinct shades of purple before settling on a deep, dangerous magenta. Going to France? Vernon had repeated, his voice dangerously low. Going to France? With you? Harry had opened his mouth to apologize, to retreat, to make himself small again, but it was too late. The damage was done. You think, Vernon had continued, his voice rising with each word, that we would spend good money, money that I have earned through honest, proper work, to take a freak on holiday? To let him embarrass us in front of decent French people who have no idea what sort of unnatural creature might be lurking in their midst? Petunia had made a small sound of agreement, her eyes darting nervously to the window as if expecting the neighbors to hear. Vernon, please, the walls. Let them hear. Vernon had thundered, slamming his fist on the table and making the cutlery jump. Let them know what we've been burdened with. A boy who doesn't know his place, who can't even be grateful for the roof over his head, who has the audacity to ask about holidays. Harry had retreated to his cupboard under the stairs, his small body pressed against the wall as he listened to Vernon's tirade continue upstairs. He had been too afraid to come out for dinner, and no one had called for him anyway. The hunger in his stomach was a familiar companion, a constant ache that had become so normal he barely noticed it anymore. It wasn't until 2 days later, when the Dursleys were loading their suitcases into the car, that Harry realized what had happened. They were going to France after all. Vernon's business deal required his presence, but Harry was not invited to join them. Mrs. Figg is away, Petunia had said coldly as she straightened her Sunday hat, and we can't leave you alone in the house. Who knows what you'd do with our things while we're gone? The Joneses are visiting relatives in Scotland, Vernon had added, his voice carrying the smug satisfaction of someone who had found the perfect solution to an inconvenient problem. But they've agreed to let you stay in their spare room. They know about your type. They'll keep an eye on you. And so Harry had found himself deposited at the Joneses' house, a small, cramped building on the other side of Little Whinging with a perpetually damp smell and a television that only received one channel. The Joneses were an elderly couple who seemed to regard Harry as something between a stray dog and a ticking bomb. They fed him the bare minimum, gave him a thin mattress on the floor of their spare room, and spent most of their time ignoring him while watching programs about gardening and cooking. It was on the third day of the Dursleys' absence that Harry made his decision. The Joneses had gone to visit their daughter in the next town, leaving Harry with a plate of cold beans and instructions to stay put and don't touch anything. The front door had barely closed before Harry was moving, his small body slipping through the back garden and over the low fence that separated the Joneses' property from the wilderness beyond. Little Whinging had a strange relationship with the wild. On one side, it was all neat hedges and trimmed lawns and houses that all looked exactly the same. But on the other side, where the new developments had stopped, there was a stretch of ancient woodland that had been there long before the houses had been built. The locals called it the copse, and they avoided it. There were stories about the copse, vague whispers about strange lights and sounds that didn't make sense, about people who had wandered in and come out, changed. Harry had heard the stories, had heard Aunt Petunia talk about those strange woods, with a shudder, but he had never been brave enough to explore them. Until today. He wasn't sure what he was looking for. Perhaps he just needed to be somewhere the Dursleys had never been, somewhere that belonged to no one but itself. Perhaps he needed to prove to himself that he could do something forbidden, something that might result in punishment later but gave him a moment of freedom now. The trees swallowed him quickly, their dense canopy blocking out the afternoon sun and casting everything in a deep, dappled green. The air was cooler here, damp and rich with the smell of earth and moss and something else, something that made Harry's nose twitch with recognition he couldn't quite place. The sounds of Little Whinging faded away, the distant drone of traffic, the occasional bark of a dog, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the call of birds he couldn't identify. Harry walked deeper into the woods, his trainers squelching slightly in the damp soil. The trees grew thicker, their branches intertwining overhead until the sky was barely visible through the gaps. Strange mushrooms sprouted from rotting logs, their caps an odd shade of blue that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. A squirrel with fur the color of burnished gold watched him from a branch, its eyes too intelligent, too knowing, before it vanished in a flash of movement. Something was different here. Harry had been in woods before, the primary school had taken them on nature walks, and Uncle Vernon had once dragged him along on a proper English hike that had ended with Harry's legs covered in nettle stings and Vernon declaring the whole exercise a waste of perfectly good Sunday. But those woods had felt ordinary. Familiar. The woods of Surrey were full of the same trees, the same birds, the same scurrying creatures. That had been there for centuries. This place felt older. The air hummed with something Harry couldn't name, a vibration that seemed to resonate in his bones, in his blood, in the strange part of himself that he had learned to suppress. His scar prickled, not the sharp, painful warning that sometimes came in nightmares, but a softer sensation, like a finger tracing the lightning bolt shape. "Hello." Harry called out, his voice thin and reedy in the deep silence. No answer. The birds had stopped singing. The rustling leaves had fallen still. Even the insects seemed to have paused in their endless chorus. Harry wanted to turn back. Every instinct told him that he was somewhere he shouldn't be, that he had crossed a line that no one was meant to cross. But his feet kept moving, carrying him deeper into the woods, past trees that seemed to watch him with ancient, bark-rimmed eyes, past streams that ran with water that sparkled like liquid silver. And then he saw it. The clearing opened before him without warning, a perfect circle of grass and flowers surrounded by oaks so massive that their trunks seemed to hold up the sky. The light here was different, soft and golden, as if the sun had decided to set just for this one place, even though the rest of the world was still caught in afternoon heat. In the center of the clearing stood an oak tree that dwarfed all the others. Its trunk was wider than Harry's entire cupboard, its branches spreading outward in a canopy of green and gold that seemed to dance with its own inner light. The bark was covered in symbols, strange curling patterns that Harry had never seen before but somehow recognized, like a word on the tip of his tongue that he couldn't quite remember. Harry stepped into the clearing, and the air changed. It was like walking through a curtain made of warmth, like stepping from the cold, damp woods into a room that had been waiting for him all along. The symbols on the oak began to glow, faint at first, then brighter, pulsing with a rhythm that matched Harry's heartbeat. And then the world exploded. The magic that had been building inside Harry for 9 years, the magic that had made his hair grow back after Petunia had cut it, that had turned his teacher's wig blue, that had transported him to the roof of the school when Dudley was chasing him, that magic suddenly had nowhere left to hide. It burst out of him in a wave of golden light, raw and uncontrolled, and the ancient oak responded in kind. Harry felt himself lifted off his feet, suspended in the air as the light enveloped him. The symbols on the oak were spinning now, spinning and twisting and pulling something from Harry that he hadn't known was there. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. He tried to struggle, but his body refused to obey. The world went white. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. Harry fell to the ground, his body crumpling in the soft grass beneath the ancient oak. His eyes fluttered, fought to stay open, and lost. The last thing he saw, before darkness claimed him, was the golden light around him fading into something softer, something that felt almost like comfort. He did not see the young girl who appeared at the edge of the clearing moments later, her silver-white hair flowing down her back like moonlight made flesh. He did not see her blue eyes widen in shock, or her small hands fly to her mouth as she took in the scene before her. He did not see her approach him with slow, careful steps, her feet bare on the grass, her white dress catching the fading golden light. He did not see her kneel beside him, or reach out a trembling hand to touch his face. But he felt it. Even unconscious, Harry felt the warmth of her touch, the strange rightness of it, the way the world seemed to sigh around them, as if something that had been waiting for a very long time had finally come to pass. Fleur Delacour had been walking through the woods near her grandmother's cottage, trying to escape the oppressive heat of the French August and the endless, exhausting expectations of her family. She was 11 years old, beautiful beyond measure, and utterly alone in a way that no one seemed to understand. Her Vila blood had awakened early, and with it had come the whispers, the stares, the way men and boys and sometimes even women looked at her with something that was not quite love and not quite hunger and not quite anything she could name. She hated it. She hated the way people's eyes followed her, the way their words became clumsy and their thoughts scattered. She hated the way her mother looked at her with pride and sorrow mixed together, as if Fleur's beauty was a gift and a curse in equal measure. She hated the way her grandmother's eyes grew distant when she spoke of the Vila bond, of the ancient magic that bound her kind to their destined partners. She hated the way her blood sang with a longing she couldn't understand, a pull towards something she had never found. Until today. The pull had started in the morning, a gentle tug at the edges of her consciousness that she had tried to ignore. But it had grown stronger throughout the day, until it was almost painful, until Fleur could think of nothing else but the need to go into the woods, to follow the strange golden light she could see dancing at the edge of her vision. She had told no one. Her grandmother was sleeping, and Apollon was visiting the village, and Fleur had slipped out of the cottage on silent feet, her bare toes pressing into the soft earth of the garden path. The woods had never felt like this before. They had always been her refuge, her escape, a place where the whispers couldn't follow. But today they felt different. Charged. Alive. Every tree seemed to hum with energy, every leaf and petal and blade of grass vibrating with something that made Fleur's hair stand on end. And then she had found the clearing. The sight of the boy lying beneath the ancient oak had stopped her cold. He was small for his age, thin and pale, with messy black hair and a face that seemed too old for someone so young. His clothes were worn and too big for him, hanging from his frame like the Dursley's cast-offs they were. A strange red symbol marked his forehead, a shape that looked like lightning caught in the moment before it struck. But none of that was what made Fleur's breath catch in her throat. It was the way the golden light of the clearing seemed to gather around him, the way the ancient oak's magic pulsed in time with his heartbeat. It was the warmth that spread through Fleur's chest as she looked at him, a warmth that felt like coming home, like finding something she hadn't known she was looking for. Her Vila instincts, the whispers that had been tormenting her for years, suddenly fell silent. And then they spoke. Mate. The word echoed in Fleur's mind like a bell, clear and undeniable. Her hand trembled as she reached out to touch the boy's face, her fingers brushing against his cold cheek. The warmth intensified, a golden thread of connection that seemed to link them together, that wrapped around her heart and squeezed until she couldn't breathe. "Who are you?" she whispered, her voice barely audible in the quiet clearing. The boy didn't answer. His eyes remained closed, his breathing shallow and uneven. The symbols on the oak were fading now, the golden light dimming until the clearing looked almost normal again. Almost. Fleur sat beside him, her legs folded beneath her, her hand still resting on his cheek. She should go back to her grandmother's cottage. She should get help. She didn't know this boy, didn't know how he had come to be here, what had happened to him. But she couldn't leave him. She couldn't bear the thought of leaving him alone in this strange place, with the ancient magic still humming in the air around them. So she waited. The sun moved across the sky, painting the clearing in shades of orange and pink and deep, bruising purple. The birds began to sing again, and the insects resumed their endless chorus. The golden light faded completely, and the symbols on the oak returned to being ordinary patterns, beautiful but inert. And still Fleur waited. She watched the rise and fall of the boy's chest, counted the minutes between each breath. She noted the way his fingers twitched occasionally, the way his brow furrowed as if he was dreaming. She wondered what his voice would sound like, if he would speak to her in French or English, if he would feel the same warmth that she felt, the same unshakable sense of rightness. She was still wondering when his eyes finally opened. They were green, a deep, vivid green that seemed almost too bright, too alive. They blinked slowly, unfocused, then sharpened as they found her face. "Who?" he started, his voice rough and weak. "My name is Fleur," she said softly, instinctively switching to English. "Fleur Delacour. You are safe now. You are in France." The boy's eyes widened, and he tried to sit up, only to fall back against the grass with a groan. "France? But I was in the woods. In Surrey. How did I get to France?" "I do not know," Fleur admitted. "I found you here, beneath this tree. You were glowing. The tree was glowing too. There was magic, I think. Very old magic." The boy's face went pale, paler than it already was. "Magic," he repeated, and there was fear in his voice, and something else. Recognition? She wasn't sure. "The mark on your forehead," Fleur said, gesturing to the lightning bolt. "What is it?" The boy's hand flew to his forehead, covering the mark. "It's nothing. It's nothing. I'm Harry. Harry Potter." The name meant nothing to Fleur, but the way it came out of his mouth, nervous, ashamed, as if he expected her to mock him for it, made something twist in her chest. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry Potter," she said formally, inclining her head. "I do not know why you are here, or what happened to you. But my grandmother will know. She knows many things about the old magic." "Your grandmother?" Harry's eyes darted nervously around the clearing, taking in the trees, the ancient oak, the fading light. Does she know about magic? I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but there was light, and I couldn't move, and the tree was doing something, and—" "Breathe," Fleur interrupted gently. "You are safe here. No one will hurt you." She said it with such certainty that Harry almost believed her. Almost. "Your grandmother," he said again, his voice steadier now. She won't tell anyone I'm here. I'm not supposed to be here. The Dursleys will be furious when they find out I've gone. They'll probably lock me in my cupboard for a month." Fleur frowned, her delicate features drawing together in confusion. "Cupboard? What is a cupboard?" "The cupboard under the stairs," Harry said, and then, seeing the genuine bewilderment on Fleur's face, he explained. It's where I live. Where I've always lived. The Dursleys don't want me to exist, you see. They just have to keep me around because. He trailed off, unsure how to finish the sentence. Because he wasn't sure why the Dursleys kept him. They didn't love him. They didn't even like him. They just kept him. Like an inconvenient piece of furniture that they couldn't quite throw away. Fleur's hand moved without her permission, reaching out to grasp Harry's. The moment their fingers touched, the warmth intensified, spreading through her body like wildfire. Harry gasped, his eyes going wide, and Fleur knew, she knew, that he felt it too. Fleur, a voice called from the edge of the clearing. Fleur, what are you doing out here? Fleur turned to find her grandmother standing at the tree-line, her silver-white hair, so like Fleur's own, gleaming in the fading light. The old woman's blue eyes swept over the scene, taking in the glowing oak, the prone boy, the golden threads of magic that still lingered in the air. And then her gaze landed on Harry, and her face went pale. Get away from him, she commanded, her voice sharp with fear. Fleur, step away from the boy now. But Grandmere. Now. Fleur didn't release Harry's hand. She couldn't. It felt as if someone had tied them together with an invisible rope, a bond that went beyond simple attraction or affection. She looked at her grandmother, her chin raised in defiance. He needs help, she said firmly. He was hurt, I think. The magic, there was magic, Grandmere. Old magic. Like nothing I have ever felt. The old woman's expression shifted from fear to something else, something that looked almost like recognition. She took a step closer, her eyes fixed on Harry's face, on the lightning bolt scar that seemed to pulse faintly in the growing darkness. His name, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. What is his name? Harry Potter, Fleur supplied. He is from England. He says he was in a place called Surrey before he appeared here. The old woman's breath caught. She crossed herself, a gesture so quick and unconscious that Fleur almost missed it, and murmured something under her breath that sounded almost like a prayer. The Potter boy, she said. The boy who lived. Of course. It all makes sense now. Harry blinked, confused. The boy who lived. What does that mean? People at school used to call me that, but I never. Later, the old woman interrupted, her voice softening. There will be time for explanations later. But first, we must get you inside, both of you. The magic of this place has marked you, and the Vila bond. She stopped abruptly, her eyes darting from Harry to Fleur and back again. There was something in her gaze now, something that looked almost like wonder. You felt it, didn't you, Fleur? She asked softly. When you touched him. You felt the bond. Fleur nodded slowly. The Vila instinct spoke, she admitted. They said mate. But that doesn't make sense. I'm only 11. And Harry is 9, Harry supplied automatically. I'm 9. And I don't know what you're talking about. What Vila instincts? What bond? The old woman sighed, a deep, weary sound that seemed to come from somewhere ancient and sad. Come, she said, gesturing toward the path that led to the cottage. I will explain everything. But first, we must get you both somewhere safe. The old magic is stirring, and it is not the only thing paying attention tonight. She spoke the words with such gravity that Harry felt a chill run down his spine, despite the lingering warmth of Fleur's touch. He scrambled to his feet, his body aching and tired, and looked around the clearing one last time. The ancient oak stood silent and still, its symbols fading into nothingness. The golden light had completely vanished, leaving only the soft glow of twilight and the distant glimmer of the first stars. What happened to me? Harry asked, his voice small and frightened. Why did the tree do that? Why did you come looking for me? Fleur looked at him, her blue eyes soft and serious. "I did not come looking for you," she said. "I came because I could not stay away. Something was pulling me here. Something that felt like you." She said the last part with such certainty, such quiet conviction, that Harry believed her without question. The old woman led them through the woods, her steps sure and steady on the winding path. Fleur stayed close to Harry, her hand still clasped in his, her warmth a constant presence that made the strange, terrifying evening bearable. They emerged from the woods to find a small cottage nestled in a valley, its stone walls covered in climbing roses and its windows glowing with warm, golden light. Smoke curled from the chimney, carrying the scent of something savory and comforting. The garden was wild and overgrown, filled with flowers that bloomed in colors Harry had never seen before and plants that seemed to shift and move in the evening breeze. "My grandmother's cottage," Fleur explained, squeezing his hand gently. "We will be safe here." Harry wanted to believe her. He wanted to believe that somewhere, finally, he might be safe. But 9 years of the Dursleys' cruelty had taught him caution, had taught him not to trust in kindness, had taught him that hope was a dangerous thing. Still, when Fleur looked at him with those clear blue eyes, when her hand held his so gently, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time. He felt hope. The cottage was warm inside, filled with the crackle of a fire and the scent of herbs and honey and something else, something floral and sweet. The old woman, Fleur's grandmother, though she had not yet given Harry her name, moved through the small space with practiced ease, lighting candles and stirring a pot that hung over the fire. "Sit," she commanded, gesturing to a worn sofa covered in colorful blankets. "Both of you. And do not let go of each other's hands." Harry and Fleur exchanged glances but obeyed, settling onto the sofa with their fingers still intertwined. The warmth of the bond pulsed between them, steady and reassuring. "Grandmere," Fleur began, "you have to tell us what is happening. I have never felt anything like this before." "And Harry?" "Harry is a special case," the old woman interrupted, settling into a chair across from them. "More special than he knows, perhaps. More special than anyone knows." She looked at Harry with an expression that was part wonder, part wariness. "The magic that brought you here, child, do you understand what it was?" Harry shook his head mutely. "Your magic," the old woman said, "is extraordinary. It has been suppressed for most of your life, hidden away by the curse placed upon you, by the environment in which you were raised. But it could not be contained forever. Today, it broke free." "It was an accident," Harry said quickly. "I didn't mean to, the tree just started glowing. And I couldn't move, and then—" "The tree chose you," the old woman interrupted. "Or rather, the old magic that lives in that tree recognized something in you. Something that it had been waiting for." Harry's brow furrowed. "I don't understand." "Few do, child. Few understand how the old magic works, how it weaves through the world and through our bloodlines. But I have studied the Vila lore for more than 70 years, and I have seen many things that others dismiss as myth." She leaned forward, her eyes intent. "Harry Potter, you bear a bond with my granddaughter. A Vila bond. It is the rarest and strongest of all bonds, meant to link two souls who complement each other perfectly." "We're just children," Harry protested. "I don't know anything about bonds or Vila or—" "I know," the old woman said gently. "I know. You are young, both of you, and the bond is only just beginning to manifest. But it is there, and it will grow stronger with time. Whether you act upon it or not is entirely up to you. The bond does not force you to love one another. It simply recognizes that you are capable of it." Fleur's hand tightened on Harry's. "I felt it," she said softly. "When I looked at him, when I touched him. The Vila instinct said mate, and it felt right. Like something I had been waiting for without knowing it. Visions in your dreams, yes. A warmth in your chest when you're frightened. A pull toward something you couldn't name." Harry stared at her, his eyes wide with shock. How did you know about the dreams? And the warmth? I thought I was just imagining things. The bond does not sleep, the old woman explained. Even before you met, even before you knew you were connected, the bond was growing between you. It is a soul-deep magic, Harry. It does not care about distance or time. It only cares about the connection between two fated souls. Fleur squeezed his hand. Tell me about the dreams, she urged. What did you see? Harry's face flushed. With embarrassment. I don't know. They were just dreams. Strange ones, where I felt like I was flying, and there were trees with golden leaves, and I could hear someone laughing. A girl. I could never see her face, but I could hear her voice. And I always felt so warm, like I was wrapped in a blanket of sunlight. Fleur's breath caught. Golden leaves, she repeated. And a girl's laughter. Those are my dreams too. But I always saw a boy with black hair and green eyes. A boy with black hair and green eyes, the old woman repeated softly. That is the bond trying to bridge the distance between you. It was finding ways to connect you before you were ready to meet. But why? Harry asked, his voice cracking. Why me? I'm nobody. I'm just the Dursleys' unwanted nephew, the boy who lives in a cupboard and does the chores and tries not to be seen. I don't understand why any of this would happen to me. The old woman looked at him, her expression softening. Because the world is full of mysteries, child. And sometimes, the ones who feel the most lost are the ones who are meant for the greatest things. She stood, moving to a bookshelf that lined one wall of the cottage. Her fingers trailed over the spines of countless volumes before finally settling on one, a thick, ancient tome bound in leather so dark it was almost black. This is the Book of the Vila, she said, setting it down on the table between them. It contains the oldest records of our kind, the tales and histories that have been passed down through generations. And in it, there is a legend. A legend about a bond so rare that many believe it to be nothing more than myth. She opened the book to a marked page, her eyes scanning the faded text. The soul flame bond, she read aloud, her voice taking on a ceremonial quality. When two souls are destined to be together, when their magic is so perfectly matched that the very universe must bring them together, then a bond forms that can be broken by nothing. Not time. Not distance. Not even death. Harry swallowed hard. Soul flame bond. Your magic and Fleur's magic are linked, the old woman explained. When you came to that clearing, the ancient oak recognized the bond. It tried to activate it, to force your magic to integrate, for lack of a better word. That is what caused the burst of energy, the unconsciousness. Integration. Harry repeated, feeling out of his depth. Your magic will become stronger together, the old woman said. When you are near one another, your spells will be more powerful. When you are apart, you will still feel one another's presence. The bond will guide you, protect you, help you. But it will also demand sacrifices. You will always be tied to one another. Fleur turned to look at Harry, her eyes searching his face. I know we are young, she said quietly. I know we did not choose this bond. But I felt something today, when I looked at you. Something that felt more real than anything I have ever felt before. Harry's throat tightened. I felt it too, he admitted. When you touched me, it was like I'd been waiting my whole life for something, and I finally found it. I don't know how to explain it. You don't have to explain it, Fleur said softly. I think I understand. The old woman closed the book with a soft thud. You must leave soon, she said, her voice heavy with reluctance. The boy's family will be looking for him, and if his guardians discover that he has been taken by Vila magic. They aren't looking for me, Harry muttered bitterly. They don't care what happens to me. Then someone else will, the old woman said firmly. There are forces at work in your world, Harry Potter. Forces that are watching you, even now. If they discover that the soul flame bond has awakened, there will be consequences. For you, and for Fleur. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of consequences? I don't know yet, the old woman admitted. But I intend to find out. The old magic is stirring, and with it, the shadows of the past. We must be careful. She looked at them, two children, holding hands, their eyes filled with a mixture of wonder and fear. Tonight, you will stay here. I will do my best to understand what has happened and what it means for both of you. And then, we will see what the future holds. Harry wanted to ask more questions, wanted to understand what was happening to him and why. But the exhaustion of the day was finally catching up with him, and his eyelids felt heavy, his limbs drained. Fleur must have noticed, because she squeezed his hand gently and smiled. Rest, she said. We can talk more tomorrow. I promise. Harry nodded, too tired to argue. The old woman led him to a small room at the back of the cottage, furnished with a simple bed and a window that looked out onto the garden. Harry lay down, his body sinking into the soft mattress, and closed his eyes. He expected to dream of the Dursleys, of his life of neglect and cruelty. But instead, he dreamed of golden light and a silver-haired girl, and when he woke the next morning, he felt more rested than he had in years. The old woman didn't explain things fully, not then. She said that there was still much to learn, that the bond between Harry and Fleur was something ancient and powerful, something that would take years to understand. But she did tell Harry that his magic was real, that it was powerful, that there was a whole world of magic waiting for him. And you won't be alone in that world, Fleur promised. She said it with such certainty, such determination, that Harry almost believed her. When I go back, he said slowly, the Dursleys will be angry. They'll lock me up. They might not let me come back. Fleur's eyes flashed with a fire that hadn't been there before. Then I will find a way to come to you, she promised. The bond will not let us be separated for long. Harry wanted to believe her. And he found that, somehow. He did. The old woman nodded slowly. The bond grows stronger with time and proximity. If you stay apart for too long, it will become difficult. You will feel the strain. But we have a few years yet before the strain becomes unbearable. A few years, Fleur repeated, her voice small. When you're older, the old woman continued, looking at them both with a steady gaze, you might choose to be together. The bond makes it likely, but nothing is guaranteed. The bond creates possibilities, not inevitabilities. The old woman stood, walking to the door of the cottage. Harry, she said, her voice firm. Come with me. Fleur will wait for us here. Harry followed her through the woods and back to the path that led back to Little Whinging. The journey took no time at all, the magic of the Villa sanctuary blurring the boundaries between France and England. Wait, Harry called, turning back to look at the old woman. I want to say goodbye. The old woman's smile was soft, and for a moment, she looked like someone who might have been beautiful once. I thought you might want to, she said. Just before he stepped back into the ordinary world, Fleur caught up with him. Her breath came in short gasps, her hand outstretched. Wait, she said. You don't even know my name. I know your name is Fleur, Harry said, a small smile tugging at his lips. Fleur Delacour, she corrected. Remember it. I will come for you one day, Harry Potter. Whatever it takes, whatever happens. We will find each other again. Harry nodded, his green eyes meeting her blue ones. I'll remember, he said. And I'll be waiting. He stepped through the boundary between worlds, and the weight of everything he had just learned settled on his shoulders like a cloak. I'll be waiting, he whispered again. And in her grandmother's cottage, Fleur felt a warmth in her chest that made her smile and a certainty that would never fade, no matter how many years it took. In the end, she said to the empty air, we will always find each other. It was a promise. It was a certainty. And in a world filled with magic, some promises are stronger than any spell. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, The Villa's Impossible Discovery. The morning sun crept through the cottage windows like liquid gold, spilling across the worn wooden floor and warming the patchwork quilt that covered Harry's small form. He had slept more deeply than he could ever remember, his dreams filled not with the usual terrors of the Dursleys' cruelty, but with images of silver hair and blue eyes, of laughter that sounded like wind chimes, of warmth that seemed to radiate from somewhere deep in his chest. He woke slowly, his body reluctant to leave the comfort of the soft bed. For a moment, he was disoriented. The ceiling above him was low and beamed with rough-hewn wood, not the familiar plaster of his cupboard or even the guest room at the Joneses' house. The air smelled of lavender and honey and something else, something that made his stomach growl with hunger. Then the memories came flooding back. The ancient forest. The glowing oak. The burst of golden light. And Fleur with her silver-white hair and impossibly blue eyes, her hand in his, the strange warmth that had spread through him when they touched. Harry sat up so quickly his head spun. The room was small but cozy, filled with simple furniture and shelves lined with books and dried herbs. A window looked out onto a garden that seemed to be in constant motion, flowers blooming and fading in cycles that had nothing to do with the seasons, plants that whispered and rustled as if speaking to one another. He was still in France. He was still in the Villa grandmother's cottage. And somewhere in this strange, magical place was the girl who had called him her mate. Harry's face flushed at the thought, a mixture of embarrassment and something else, something he didn't quite understand. He was only 9 years old, nearly 10, but still a child, and he had no idea what a mate was supposed to mean. But the way Fleur had looked at him, the way her hand had fit so perfectly in his, the way her presence had made him feel safe. He had never felt safe before. He scrambled out of bed, his bare feet landing on a woven rug that seemed to sigh beneath his weight. The clothes he had worn yesterday had been replaced with a soft linen shirt and trousers that were too big for him, but clean and warm. Someone, Fleur's grandmother, presumably, must have changed him while he slept. The thought was mortifying, but Harry pushed it aside. He had more important things to worry about. The cottage was quiet as he made his way down the narrow hallway, his steps careful on the creaking floorboards. The main room was empty, the fire banked low, the table set with fresh bread and a bowl of fruit that seemed to glow with an inner light. A note lay on the table, written in elegant, flowing script. Harry. * We have gone to the village to gather supplies. Please eat and rest. I will return soon and explain more. Maman. Harry's brow furrowed. Maman? That must mean Fleur's mother. The grandmother must have contacted her, explained what had happened. The thought made Harry's stomach twist with anxiety. What would Fleur's mother think of him? Would she be angry that her daughter had been pulled into some strange magical bond with an English boy she'd never met? He pushed the thoughts aside and focused on the food. The bread was still warm, its crust crackling as he broke it open. The butter melted into the soft interior, and the honey, golden and thick, dripped down his fingers as he spread it. Harry ate ravenously, the taste of proper food overwhelming his senses after days of cold beans and thin soup. He was halfway through his second slice when the cottage door opened and Fleur walked in, her grandmother close behind. There you are, Fleur said, her face lighting up with a smile that made Harry's heart do something strange and fluttery in his chest. I was hoping you'd be awake by now. Maman? Harry said uncertainly, remembering the note. Your grandmother wrote. Maman had to go to the village, Fleur explained, settling into the chair across from him. She received a letter about something urgent, I don't know what, and Grandmere took her to the village so she could apparate without being seen. They'll be back soon. Oh. Harry felt a strange pang of disappointment. He'd been hoping to meet Fleur's mother, to prove that he wasn't some kind of threat. So it's just us. And Grandmere, Fleur said, gesturing to the old woman, who had settled into a chair by the fire with a cup of tea. But she's always watching, so no funny business. Harry blinked. Funny business? Fleur's cheeks flushed slightly. I was joking, she said quickly. Come on, let's go outside while there's still morning. Grandmère said she wants to show us something in the garden. The old woman nodded without looking up from her tea. Go on, children. I'll call you when I'm ready to speak with you both. Harry followed Fleur through the cottage's back door and into the garden, and his breath caught in his throat. The garden was unlike anything he had ever seen. Flowers that seemed to be made of pure light bloomed alongside plants with leaves that shimmered like jewels. A stream ran through the center of it all, its water sparkling with an iridescent sheen. Butterflies the size of Harry's hand flitted between blossoms, their wings trailing tiny sparks of color. And everywhere, there was the hum of magic, a low, constant vibration that seemed to come from the very earth itself. Beautiful, isn't it? Fleur said softly, her hand brushing against Harry's. The warmth of the bond flared between them, and Harry felt a smile spread across his face. It's incredible, he agreed. I've never seen anything like it. Grandmère planted it over 70 years ago, Fleur explained. She said it was her wedding gift to my grandfather. He was a wizard, you know. Not Vila, just an ordinary wizard from a magical family. But he loved her enough to understand her wildness, her connection to the old magic. He built this garden for her so she would always have a piece of the sanctuary close to her heart. Harry looked around the garden with new eyes. He must have really loved her. He did, Fleur agreed. They were married for 50 years before he died. Grandmère still misses him. I can see it in her eyes sometimes, when she thinks no one is watching. They walked in silence for a while, following the winding path beside the stream. The garden seemed to stretch on forever, a pocket of magic that defied the ordinary rules of space and time. Can I ask you something? Harry said finally. Anything, Fleur replied, her voice soft. That first day, in the clearing, you said your Vila instincts told you I was your mate. But I don't understand what that means. Are you saying we're supposed to marry? Fleur finished, a hint of a blush rising to her cheeks. Maybe. Someday. But not now. We're too young for that. We don't even know each other. Harry felt a strange mixture of relief and disappointment. So it's just a possibility. The soul flame bond is a possibility, Fleur agreed. It's a connection that can become something more, but only if we choose to make it so. It doesn't force us to love one another. It just recognizes that we're capable of it. And what do you think? Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Do you think we could, someday? Fleur was quiet for a long moment, her eyes fixed on the flowing water. Then she turned to face him, her gaze steady and serious beyond her years. I think, she said carefully, that I've never felt anything like what I feel when I'm near you. I think that when we touched, something inside me woke up. Something that I didn't even know was sleeping. And I think that maybe, just maybe, there's a reason the bond chose us. Harry swallowed hard. That's a lot to think about. I know, Fleur agreed. That's why we need to take it slow. We need to get to know each other, to build trust. The bond can bring us together, but it can't make us love one another. Love is something we have to choose, every single day. And we're just children, Harry. We have time. How much time? Harry asked, remembering the old woman's words. Your grandmother said something about the bond growing stronger. That we couldn't stay apart forever. Fleur's expression flickered with something that might have been worry, though she quickly masked it. The bond will grow stronger as we age, she admitted. It will become harder to ignore, harder to resist. Eventually, it might even become painful to be apart. But we have years before it gets to that point. Years to learn about each other, to build the foundation of something real. And when we're old enough, when we understand what we want, we can choose to be together. But what if I don't feel the same way? Harry asked, his voice low. What if the bond makes you feel something, but I don't? Fleur's smile was warm, free of judgment. Then we'll figure it out, she said simply. The bond is a connection, not a cage. It can be broken if we truly want it to be. But I don't think we'll want to break it, Harry. I hope, that whatever this is, it's real. Harry looked down at the glowing stream, at the jewel-bright butterflies, at the impossible garden that seemed to exist outside the boundaries of reality. And then he looked at Fleur, at her brilliant hair and kind eyes and the small, hopeful smile on her face. Can I tell you something? He asked. Of course. Before I met you, I thought I was alone. I thought no one would ever care about me, that I didn't matter to anyone. The Dursleys made sure I knew that every single day. But when I'm with you... He trailed off, struggling to find the right words. When you're with... me? Fleur prompted gently. When I'm with you, I feel like I matter, Harry finished. Like there's something about me that's worth caring about. Fleur's expression softened. That's because there is, she said firmly. You matter, Harry Potter. You matter to me. She reached out and took his hand, and the warmth of the bond surged between them, wrapping around Harry's heart like a gentle embrace. Promise me something, she said. Anything. Promise me that no matter what happens, you'll remember that you're not alone anymore. The bond connects us, but even if it didn't, even if we had never met, you would still matter. You would still be worthy of love. Harry nodded, his throat tight with emotion. I promise, he managed. But you have to promise me something too. Fleur tilted her head, waiting. Promise me that you'll tell me the truth, Harry said. About the bond, about what's happening to me, about everything. I've been lied to my whole life, and I can't do that anymore. If we're going to do this, I need to know what's real. Fleur squeezed his hand. I promise, she said. No more lies. Just the truth. They stood in silence for a long moment, the garden humming with magic around them. And for the first time in his life, Harry felt something he had never dared to feel before. He felt hope. They were called back inside an hour later by Fleur's grandmother, whose name, Harry finally learned, was Marguerite. The old woman had prepared a simple lunch of vegetable soup and fresh bread, and she watched with quiet satisfaction as Harry and Fleur ate. Before I share what I have learned, Marguerite said after the meal was finished and the dishes had been set aside, I must ask you a question, Harry. Harry looked up, his spoon frozen midway to his mouth. Yes. Your magic, Marguerite said slowly, when it burst free in the clearing. You told us that you lost consciousness, that you didn't remember what happened. But I need you to think carefully. Did you feel anything? Did the magic feel familiar? Harry set down his spoon, considering the question. I don't know if familiar is the right word, he said slowly. It felt like something I'd been holding inside me, something I'd been trying to keep down. When it came out, it was like a dam breaking. I couldn't stop it, couldn't control it. It just overwhelmed you, Marguerite finished. Yes, that is what I suspected. She got up from the table and retrieved the ancient book from the shelf, opening it to a new section near the middle. Listen to this, she said, her finger tracing along the lines of faded script. The soul flame bond is the rarest and most powerful of all Vila connections. It is not formed through proximity or affection alone, but through a deep, ancient resonance that binds two souls together across space and time. When such a bond is activated, the magic of both individuals will surge, often uncontrollably, as their energies intermingle for the first time. Harry frowned, trying to understand. So what happened in the clearing was normal. Normal is not the right word, Marguerite said. It was expected. The activation of a soul flame bond is a traumatic event for the magic involved, especially when one of the bonded individuals has never been properly trained in their power. Fleur's hand found Harry's beneath the table. "But what about the tree?" she asked. Harry said the ancient oak was glowing, that it reacted to his magic. "Ah, the tree," Marguerite said, a look of deep thought crossing her face. "That is the most curious part of this whole situation. The ancient oaks in the Vila sanctuary are sacred, linked to the oldest magic of our kind. They are said to recognize true Vila bonds, to bless them with their power. But I have never heard of a tree reacting so strongly to a bond activation." She leaned forward, her eyes fixed on Harry's face. "When you came to the clearing, Harry, what do you remember feeling before the magic burst free?" Harry closed his eyes, trying to recall the moment. "There was something in the air," he said slowly. "A hum, like the garden outside. And the tree was covered in symbols. I couldn't read them, but I felt like I should know what they meant." "The language of the old magic," Marguerite murmured. "Of course. The tree recognized the bond and attempted to communicate with you through the ancient tongue. But I didn't understand it," Harry said, opening his eyes. "I just felt." "Go on," Marguerite urged. "What else did you feel?" "Warmth," Harry said. "And something else. Something like recognition. Like the tree was looking at me and saying, finally, 'You're here.'" Fleur gasped softly. "That's exactly what I felt when I saw you," she said. "Like I had been waiting my whole life for something, and finally, it had arrived." Marguerite sat back in her chair, her expression heavy with significance. "The soul flame bond is not limited to Vila, as I had thought," she said slowly. "It appears that the boy's magic is equally receptive to the bond. Equally ancient." "What do you mean?" Harry asked, his voice small. "What makes my magic ancient?" Marguerite's face grew grave. "There is something special about your bloodline, Harry Potter. Something that the old magic recognizes and honors. I do not know what it is yet, but I intend to find out." She got up from the table and retrieved a worn leather journal from the bookshelf, flipping through its pages with practiced ease. "My own grandmother was a scholar of Vila lore," she explained. "She spent decades studying the old bonds, documenting their patterns, their manifestations. And she left behind notes about something she called the soul flame convergence." "The soul flame convergence?" Harry repeated, the words feeling strange and heavy on his tongue. "The bond between two compatible souls is rare enough," Marguerite said. "But there are records of something even rarer, a convergence where both bonded individuals carry extraordinarily powerful magical bloodlines. When such a convergence occurs, the bond is strengthened exponentially. The magic of both individuals multiplies, creating something new and almost limitless." Fleur's eyes were wide with wonder. "Is that what's happening with us?" "I suspect so," Marguerite said. Harry's magic surged so powerfully because it recognized that it had found its perfect counterpart, a Vila of remarkable bloodline, who could channel and amplify his power. "And your Vila instinct," Fleur identified Harry as your mate because it sensed the same thing. "The ancient power that lies dormant in his blood." She looked at them both, her expression shifting from scholarly curiosity to something softer, more maternal. "This is not a bond that can be taken lightly," she said. "If you choose to embrace it, your magic will be forever linked. You will become stronger together, yes. But you will also be vulnerable to threats that target the bond itself. There will be those who wish to use you, manipulate you, or destroy you because of what you represent." Harry felt his stomach drop. "Use us?" "The Vila bond has been misunderstood for centuries," Marguerite explained. "Some see it as a curse, a trap that forces two people together against their will. Others see it as a prize to be stolen or a weapon to be wielded. If it becomes known that you two share a soul flame bond, one of the rarest bonds in existence, there will be those who try to exploit it for their own purposes." "But we're just children," Harry protested. We haven't even started at school yet. Why would anyone want to use us? Marguerite's expression softened with pity. Because of the power the bond represents, she said. A soul flame bond has the potential to rival even the most powerful magical artifacts. The legends speak of bonded pairs who could reshape the world with their combined magic, who were all but unbeatable when they fought together. Sounds like the old hero tales, Harry muttered. You would be surprised, boy, Marguerite said, how often the old hero tales are rooted in truth. And your own story, The Boy Who Lived, is already a legend in magical Britain. The moment your name becomes connected to a Vila bond, you will attract attention from every corner of the wizarding world. Harry felt the warmth of Fleur's hand pressing against his and he took a steadying breath. Then we'll just have to make sure the bond doesn't become something to be exploited, he said, trying to sound braver than he felt. Fleur nodded, a fierce light in her eyes. We'll protect each other, she said firmly. No matter what happens, we'll protect each other. Marguerite sighed, something between approval and exhaustion flickering across her face. You are both very young, she said. And the road ahead will not be easy. But I have seen the bond between you, and I am convinced that you have the strength to navigate whatever challenges arise. If you choose to walk this path together, you will have my support. Thank you, Harry said softly. But there's something I still don't understand. Marguerite raised an eyebrow, inviting him to continue. Before I came here, I didn't know anything about magic, Harry said. I didn't know I was a wizard. I thought I was just a freak, just a burden that the Dursleys had to put up with. But if my magic is so old, so powerful, why didn't anyone ever tell me? Why didn't anyone come to find me? The silence that followed was heavy and uncomfortable. Marguerite looked away, and Harry saw something like shame pass across her face. Those are questions I cannot answer, she admitted. The magic that surrounds your destiny, Harry, is tangled with forces beyond my understanding. But I can tell you this much, there are those who knew who you were, who watched you from afar, who made choices about how to handle your situation. Some of those choices were made out of love. Others, out of fear. And still others, out of a desire to control. Harry's jaw tightened. Who? There is a wizard, Marguerite said slowly, a very powerful wizard, who has been watching over you since you were a baby. He chose to place you with your aunt and uncle, believing that you would be safe there, hidden from the enemies who wished you harm. Dumbledore, Harry said, the name slipping out without conscious thought. I've heard that name before. People at school, they used to whisper it. The old man with the beard. Marguerite nodded slowly. Albus Dumbledore. He is the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the most powerful magical school in Britain. He has been watching over you, and he may have believed that the best way to protect you was to keep you ignorant of your power. But why? Harry demanded, his voice rising with frustration. Why keep me ignorant? I've been miserable my whole life. I've been locked in a cupboard, starved, beaten, the Dursleys have made my life a living hell. And Dumbledore knew. He knew and he didn't do anything. Harry, Fleur said softly, her hand squeezing his. It's not fair, Harry said, his voice cracking. None of it is fair. I know, child, Marguerite said gently. I know. And I cannot justify what was done to you. But I can tell you that the world you are about to enter is a dangerous one. Dumbledore's choices, whatever their flaws, were driven by a desire to keep you safe. Whether that desire was rooted in love or strategy, that I cannot say. Harry was silent for a long moment, processing the weight of her words. Then he took a slow, steadying breath and nodded. I'll find out the truth eventually, he said. I'll find out why no one came for me. But for now, I just need to understand what's happening to me. And I need to understand this bond. Fleur's hand was still wrapped around his, and the warmth of the bond pulsed through him, steady and reassuring. We'll figure it out together, she said. One step at a time. Over the next few hours, Marguerite shared everything she had learned from the old Vila texts. The soul flame bond was ancient, predating even the founding of Hogwarts. It was said to have been a gift from the Vila matriarchs of old, a way to bind their most powerful daughters to worthy partners who could help them protect their people and their magic. The bond doesn't just affect the two of you, Marguerite explained, showing them a diagram in the ancient book. It creates a kind of magical resonance between you, amplifying your abilities when you're together and sustaining a connection even when you're apart. Over time, the bond will evolve. You'll be able to sense each other's emotions, perhaps even share thoughts or communicate across long distances. Like the dreams, Fleur said, nodding. We've been dreaming of each other without knowing what it meant. Exactly, Marguerite agreed. The dreams are the bond's way of bridging the distance, of keeping you connected while you're growing into your power. Harry looked at the diagram, at the intertwining threads of magic that bound two separate souls together. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. And the tree? He asked. What was its purpose? Marguerite's expression grew curious. The ancient oak is one of the markers of the Vila sanctuary. It only reveals itself to those who are worthy of its magic, or those who have been drawn there by an unbreakable bond. The fact that it responded to your presence, Harry, confirms what I already suspected: your magic is not just old, it is ancient. Older than Hogwarts. Older than any known magical lineage in Britain. Harry stared at her, his mind struggling to process the implications. How is that possible? I don't know, Marguerite admitted. But it suggests that there is more to your family history than meets the eye. The Potters are an old family, yes, but there must be something else, some hidden branch of your bloodline, perhaps, or a magical blessing that was passed down through generations without anyone knowing it. Fleur leaned forward, her expression intent. Harry said he never knew his parents. They died when he was a baby. Could their death have something to do with this ancient magic? Marguerite's expression became guarded. That is a very good question, she said slowly. Your parents died, Harry, at the hands of the most dangerous dark wizard Britain has seen in a century. Lord Voldemort. And yet, when he tried to kill you, the curse rebounded and destroyed him instead. The wizarding world has debated the meaning of that event for nearly a decade. Some believe it was your mother's love that protected you, a powerful form of ancient magic that sacrificed itself to save you. A mother's love, Harry repeated, his voice hollow. That's what everyone says. But I can't remember her. I can't remember them at all. Marguerite's expression softened. The bond between a mother and child is one of the oldest magics in existence, Harry. And your mother's sacrifice, the choice to die in your place, created a protection that has kept you safe all these years. It may also be what allowed the soul flame bond to take hold in you. Your mother's love, your father's bloodline, and something else, something that draws the oldest magic to you like a beacon. Fleur's hand moved to Harry's shoulder, and he leaned into her touch, grateful for the warmth. So we're connected, he said slowly, not just because of the bond, but because of everything that came before. My parents. The Vila magic. The ancient oak. All of it brought us together. Yes, Marguerite said. All of it. And the moment your magic recognized Fleur as its perfect counterpart, the bond was activated. It was inevitable. It's just a lot to take in, Harry admitted. Yesterday, I was just Harry. The Dursleys' unwanted nephew. The freak who couldn't control himself. And now I'm finding out I have ancient magic and a soulmate I've never even met before this week. Not a soulmate, Fleur corrected gently. A fated partner. There's a difference. Harry looked at her, his green eyes meeting her blue ones. What's the difference? A soulmate is someone you're destined to be with, Fleur explained. A fated partner is someone you have the potential to be with, but only if you both choose to make it work. We're not trapped, Harry. We have a choice. And what do you choose? Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Fleur smiled, and it was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. I choose to get to know you, she said. I choose to build something real. And when we're older, if the bond is still there and we still want to be together, I choose to love you. But that's a decision we make with our hearts, not because of some ancient magic. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes, and he blinked them away hastily. That's really good, he managed. Because I don't want to be forced to love anyone. I want to choose. Fleur squeezed his hand. Then we'll choose, she said. Together. Later that evening, when the shadows had grown long and the fire crackled in the grate, Marguerite retired to her study, leaving Harry and Fleur alone in the main room. Can I ask you something? Harry said, settling onto the sofa beside her. Of course. When you first saw me in the clearing, Harry said slowly, what did you feel? Fleur was quiet for a moment, thinking. Confusion, she admitted. Fear, at first. And then, recognition. It was like looking at something I had been searching for my whole life without knowing it. Like finding a piece of myself that I didn't know was missing. Harry nodded slowly. That's exactly what I felt, he said. Well, not the fear part. I was unconscious. But when I woke up and saw you, it was like I knew you already. Like I'd been waiting for you. Fleur smiled, a soft, knowing expression. That's the bond, she said. It's working. And do you think, Harry said carefully, that when we go to school, when we learn more about magic, the bond will still be there? Always, Fleur said firmly. The bond is part of us now, Harry. It doesn't fade or disappear. It just grows stronger. Even if we're apart. Even if we're apart, Fleur confirmed. We'll feel it, Harry. We'll always feel it. And when we see each other again, it will be like we never left. Harry felt a strange warmth spread through his chest at the thought. I like that, he said softly. I like the idea of still being connected. The bond connects us, Fleur agreed. But it doesn't tell us what to do. We're still the ones in control. We can decide how we want to handle it. Together, Harry said, the word feeling right and natural. Whatever happens, we handle it together. Fleur leaned in close, her forehead almost touching his. Together, she repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. For a moment, they just sat there, two children suspended in a bubble of golden light, their bond pulsing between them like a second heartbeat. And then the fire crackled, and the moment passed, and Harry found himself smiling. I think I'm going to miss you, he admitted. When I have to go back. I'm going to miss you too, Fleur said. But we'll find each other again. I promised, remember. Harry nodded, his heart suddenly too full for words. And in the quiet of the cottage, with the warmth of the bond wrapped around them like a blanket, Harry began to understand something he had never known before. He wasn't alone anymore. Harry was given a small bundle of clothes to wear and a bag filled with what Marguerite called emergency supplies, bandages, a small flask of something that smelled like honey, and a handful of strange coins that she said were magical currency. Just in case, she said. The wizarding world will find you soon enough, Harry. But until then, you should be prepared. He also received something far more precious, a small silver locket, shaped like a flower with a tiny Vela symbol etched into its center. Marguerite had pressed it into his palm, her eyes filled with a quiet maternal warmth. This is an old Vela keepsake, she explained. It can help you find your way back to us if you ever get lost. And it will help you reach out to Fleur when you need her. Harry closed his fingers around the locket, the metal warm against his palm. He smiled, a rare and genuine expression. Thank you, he said, his voice thick with emotion. I promise I'll take care of it. I know you will, child, Marguerite said. Now come. It's time to go. Harry said his goodbyes to Marguerite first. The old woman embraced him, a surprisingly strong hug that smelled of lavender and wood smoke. "Be brave, Harry Potter," she whispered in his ear. "And remember that the bond will always guide you home." Then it was Fleur's turn. Harry stood at the edge of the garden, the invisible boundary between the sanctuary and the ordinary world shimmering before him. Fleur faced him, her blue eyes shining with unshed tears. "I'll write to you," he promised. "I'll find a way, somehow. I'll be waiting," she said, her voice thick. "For your letters. For your dreams. For you." Harry reached out and took her hand, the warmth of the bond surging between them. "This isn't goodbye, Fleur. It's just, see you soon." Fleur nodded, a single tear slipping down her cheek. "See you soon, Harry Potter." They held each other's gaze for a long moment, two children on the cusp of an extraordinary future. And then Harry turned and stepped through the boundary, back into the ordinary world of Little Whinging. The journey back was strange and disorienting. One moment Harry was in the magical garden of the Villa cottage, surrounded by glowing flowers and jewel-bright butterflies. The next, he was standing in the copse near the Joneses' house, the ancient trees of Surrey looming around him. The shift was so abrupt that he stumbled, catching himself against a tree trunk. He was back. He was back, and he was alone, and the weight of everything that had happened settled on his shoulders like a familiar, uncomfortable cloak. But this time, there was something different. This time, Harry wasn't truly alone. The locket pulsed gently against his chest, a warm, constant presence that reminded him of Fleur's smile. And in his heart, the bond hummed with quiet, steady energy, a lifeline stretched across the distance between France and England. "She's out there," Harry thought. "She's real. And I have to find a way to get back to her." The thought gave him strength as he made his way back to the Joneses' house, slipping in through the back door just as the elderly couple's car pulled into the driveway. He was in his room, the thin mattress beneath him and the cold beans in his stomach, but for the first time in his life, Harry didn't feel trapped. He felt like he was waiting. And he had a feeling that whatever he was waiting for, it would be worth it. 2 nights after his return, Harry dreamed of Fleur again. She was sitting in a garden, not her grandmother's garden, but a different one, filled with white flowers that seemed to glow in the moonlight. She was older, perhaps a few years, her hair longer and her face more defined. And she was looking at him with an expression that made his heart ache. "Harry," she said, her voice soft and clear. "I've been trying to reach you. The bond was too weak before, but it's growing stronger now." "I dreamed of you too," Harry said, even though he knew it wasn't really a dream. "I've been dreaming of you every night since I left." Fleur smiled, and even in the strange, shifting landscape of the dream, it was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. "I knew you would," she said. "The bond is becoming stronger. It's preparing us, I think. For something." "What kind of something?" "I don't know," Fleur admitted. "But I have a feeling that it will be important. Life-changing, perhaps." Harry nodded slowly. "I'm ready," he said. "Whatever it is, I'm ready." "Promise me something," Fleur said, reaching out as if to touch his cheek. But her hand passed through him, unable to make contact in the dreamscape. "Anything. When things get difficult," Fleur said, her voice carrying a depth of meaning that made Harry's chest tighten, "remember that I'm with you. Even when we're apart, I'm with you. The bond connects us, Harry. We can never truly be separated." Harry nodded, his throat thick with emotion. "I will," he promised. "And you, promise me you'll be careful. I have a feeling that the world isn't always kind to people like us." Fleur's smile turned sad. "The world is rarely kind to anyone, Harry. But we have each other now. And that makes all the difference." Harry woke with the memory of her words still echoing in his mind, a warmth in his chest that rivaled the sun. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter looked forward to the future. He didn't know how long it would take for the world of magic to find him. He didn't know when he would see Fleur again. But he knew that she was out there, waiting for him, and that the bond between them was growing stronger with every passing day. It was enough. It was more than enough. As he drifted back to sleep, the silver locket still warm against his chest, Harry smiled and let the darkness take him. The next time he dreamed of her again. And when he woke, he found a letter resting on the windowsill, sealed with crimson wax and addressed to Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. 4 Privet Drive. Little Whinging, Surrey. The letter was from Hogwarts. And Harry knew, with a certainty that had nothing to do with logic, that everything was about to change. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, The Promise Across the Sea. The letter was like nothing Harry had ever seen. It wasn't just the heavy parchment or the green ink that shimmered slightly when he tilted it toward the light. It wasn't even the address, the cupboard under the stairs *, which made his stomach twist with a strange mixture of embarrassment and validation. It was the feeling that came with it. The moment Harry's fingers touched the envelope, the bond in his chest pulsed warmly, as if Fleur herself had reached across the distance to acknowledge the arrival of something important. Harry pressed the locket against his heart, closing his eyes, and for just a moment, he could almost feel her presence beside him. But then the Dursleys' voices echoed from downstairs, and the moment shattered. Harry shoved the letter beneath his thin mattress, his heart pounding. He knew, instinctively, absolutely, that this was something the Dursleys wouldn't understand. They would call it freakish and unnatural, and they would try to take it away, just like they had taken away every other small piece of happiness in his life. So he waited. He waited through dinner, through the Dursleys' loud complaints about the Joneses' incompetence, through Dudley's demands for seconds and thirds. He waited until the house fell silent and the familiar sounds of Vernon's snoring drifted through the walls. And then, in the darkness of his cupboard, Harry retrieved the letter and unfolded it with trembling fingers. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dear Mr. Potter. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31 *. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read the letter 3 times, his eyes tracing every word as if he were afraid they might disappear. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He was a wizard. He had known, somewhere deep down, that the strange things that happened around him couldn't be explained away. But seeing it written down, in official-looking script on official-looking parchment, it made it real. And with the realization came a flood of emotions so overwhelming that Harry had to sit down on the floor of his cupboard, his back against the wall, and try to breathe. He thought of Fleur. Of her silver hair and blue eyes, of the way she had looked at him in the garden and promised they would find each other again. She had known. Somehow, she had known that Harry was destined for this world, that he would receive his letter and join her in the magical realm. We'll find each other again. Harry smiled, a small, private smile that no one in the Dursley household would ever see. He didn't know how or when, but he knew, with the same certainty that had guided him to the ancient oak, that he would see Fleur again. His hand drifted to the locket around his neck, the silver warm against his skin. The tiny Vela symbol seemed to pulse faintly, and Harry felt a surge of warmth in his chest, a distant echo of Fleur's presence. Can you feel this? He wondered. Can you feel me, wherever you are? He closed his eyes and reached out with his mind, trying to send a message across the distance. It was foolish, he knew. He had no training in magic, no idea how the bond actually worked. But something in him believed, hoped, that she would somehow sense him, that the connection between them would carry his thoughts across the sea. The locket grew warmer in his hand, and for just a moment, Harry could have sworn he heard a soft laugh, a familiar voice murmuring, "I'm here." It was probably just his imagination. But it was enough. The next few weeks were a strange, liminal time for Harry. He had the letter, but he didn't know what to do with it. He couldn't ask the Dursleys for help, they would only mock him. He couldn't write back to Hogwarts, he had no owl, no way to send a message. And he couldn't contact Fleur. Because the locket didn't seem to work as a communication device, only as a source of comfort. So Harry waited. He waited through Vernon's return from France, through the loud, boastful stories of successful business deals and the brassy, triumphant smell of Dursley satisfaction. He waited through the Dursleys' discovery of the letter, which happened when Dudley, on a mission to steal Harry's few possessions, had stumbled across the envelope and promptly turned it over to his mother. Harry had been in the back garden, weeding the flower beds, when he heard Petunia's shriek. He had known, even before Vernon stormed out of the house with his face the color of a ripe tomato, that everything was about to change. "What is the meaning of this?" Vernon demanded, shaking the letter in Harry's face. "Where did you get this?" "It was delivered," Harry said, keeping his voice calm. "A owl brought it." "A owl." Vernon sputtered, his face growing even redder. "Don't be ridiculous. Owls don't deliver, they're birds. They're not postmen." Harry didn't bother to argue. He just stood there, his hands covered in soil, and watched as Vernon tore the letter to pieces and threw them in the bin. "Let me make this perfectly clear," Vernon said, his voice dangerously low. "There is no such thing as magic. There is no such thing as wizards or witches or Hogwarts. Whatever prank someone is playing on you, it ends here. Do you understand me?" "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry said. But in his heart, he was already dreaming of September 1st. The days that followed were filled with a quiet, burning anticipation. Harry didn't try to contact Hogwarts again, he didn't know how, and he didn't want to give Vernon more reason to punish him. Instead, he focused on the bond, on the warmth in his chest that pulsed steadily whenever he thought of Fleur. He kept the locket hidden beneath his shirt, a secret treasure that no one else could see. And at night, when the house was quiet and the Dursleys were asleep, Harry dreamed. The dreams weren't like normal dreams. They were vivid, almost tangible, as if Harry were really there, in a different place, with a different life. He saw Fleur, of course, older, more beautiful, her silver hair flowing like water in the moonlight. But he also saw things he didn't understand, a castle with moving staircases, a great hall filled with floating candles, a forest so dark and ancient that it seemed to breathe. Fleur was there, in the dreams. She was training, he realized, practicing spells and learning magical theory, preparing for a future that Harry could barely imagine. She spoke to him in the dreams, her voice soft and clear, as if she were standing right beside him. "The bond is growing stronger," she said one night, as they sat together on a stone bench in the shadow of what looked like a massive oak tree. "I can feel you more clearly now. Your presence is like a constant warmth in my chest, *. "I feel it too," Harry replied. Sometimes, I can almost hear you. As if you're right next to me, *. Fleur smiled, her blue eyes shimmering. That's good. That means the bond is evolving, preparing us for the future. But there's something else I need to tell you, *. Harry leaned forward, his heart suddenly anxious. "What is it?" "There are others who sense the bond," Fleur said, her expression growing serious. My mother and grandmother are not the only ones. Someone is watching us, Harry. I don't know who they are, but they know about the connection between us. And they're trying to find out more, *. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "Do you know who it is?" Fleur shook her head. No. But I have a bad feeling about it. The bond is rare, Harry. Ancient. And there are people who would do anything to possess that kind of power, *. We'll be careful, Harry promised. *. We'll protect ourselves. And when I get to Hogwarts, I'll find out everything I can about the bond. I'll learn how to fight, how to defend myself. I won't let anyone hurt you, asterisk. Fleur's expression softened with a warmth that made Harry's chest ache. Asterisk, I know you won't. And I promise, I'll do the same. I'll learn everything I can about Vila magic, about how to protect myself and you. When the time comes, when the bond is fully matured, we'll be ready, asterisk. Ready for what? Fleur's smile turned mysterious. For whatever comes next. Harry woke the next morning with her words still echoing in his mind, a strange mix of determination and fear churning in his gut. He didn't know what the future held, but he knew one thing for certain: he would not let anyone take the bond away from him. He would not let anyone hurt Fleur. The bond had brought them together, and Harry would protect it with everything he had. The days crawled by, each one bringing Harry closer to September 1st but also making him more aware of how little he knew. He didn't have any magical supplies. He didn't have any way to get to Hogwarts. And he still hadn't received any more letters, which made him wonder if the first one had been a mistake or a cruel joke. Until the letters started coming in earnest. It happened on a Thursday, just as Harry was finishing his breakfast. The post arrived with its usual assortment of bills and circulars, except that this time, it also contained a square envelope addressed in emerald green ink. "Give me that," Vernon snarled, snatching the letter before Harry could touch it. His face went through its familiar stages of purple, and for a moment, Harry thought he might actually have a stroke. "Another one!" Vernon bellowed, tearing the envelope open. How dare they keep sending you?" The letter caught fire in his hands, a bright blue flame that consumed the paper without burning his fingers. Vernon yelped and dropped it, staring at the ashes with a mixture of horror and disbelief. "See," he hissed, grabbing Harry by the shoulder. "See what happens. See what you've brought into this house. This unnatural." Harry didn't respond. He was too busy trying to hide his smile. The letters kept coming, in increasingly creative ways. Eggs arrived with envelopes baked into their shells. Milk cartons contained tiny scrolls in place of the usual nutritional information. And on the morning of Harry's birthday, July 31st, when Vernon had just reached the breaking point of his rage, a letter arrived that even the most ardent denial couldn't explain away. It wasn't just one letter. It was an avalanche. Hundreds of envelopes came pouring out of the fireplace, cascading into the living room in a flood of emerald green. Vernon screamed. Petunia fainted. Dudley ran for cover. And Harry, for the first time in his life, felt something that might have been joy. "This is the end of it," Vernon bellowed, grabbing Harry by the collar and hauling him toward the front door. "You hear me? This is the end. No more letters, no more schools, no more of this unnatural nonsense. We're leaving." "Where are we going?" Harry asked, struggling to keep his feet. "Anywhere," Vernon shouted. "Anywhere they can't find us." The next week was a blur of cheap hotels, greasy meals, and Vernon's increasingly desperate attempts to escape the relentless tide of letters. But the letters followed them everywhere, found them in the middle of nowhere, delivered by owls that seemed to materialize out of thin air. Harry didn't complain. He just watched, his heart beating with a strange, quiet excitement. The letters were proof that the magical world was real, that Hogwarts was real, that everything he had dreamed of was within reach. And every night, when he went to sleep, Harry dreamed of Fleur. He dreamed of her silver hair and her blue eyes, her laughter and her warmth. He dreamed of the promise they had made, the promise that they would find each other again. And each dream made him more determined than ever to reach Hogwarts, to learn the magic he needed, to be worthy of the bond that had brought them together. "I'll find you," he whispered into the darkness of his hotel room, his hand pressed against the locket. "Wherever you are, whatever it takes. I'll find you." The locket pulsed with warmth, and Harry could have sworn he felt a soft kiss brush across his forehead. He didn't need to see her face to know she had heard him. The night before the Dursleys were to arrive at a remote island in the middle of nowhere, a place Vernon had chosen because it was completely inaccessible to anyone with a grudge, Harry dreamed of Fleur more vividly than ever before. She was standing in a garden bathed in moonlight. No, not a garden, a sanctuary. The Villa Sanctuary. Her grandmother's cottage was visible in the background, its windows glowing with warm firelight. "Harry," Fleur said, her voice urgent. "I can feel you. You're in danger, aren't you? Something is happening." Harry shook his head. "I'm fine. The Dursleys are just being themselves. But I need to ask you something." Fleur's expression softened. "Anything." "When I go to Hogwarts," Harry said, the words coming out in a rush, "will you be there? Will I finally get to see you again?" Fleur's smile was wistful. "Not yet, Harry. Beauxbatons starts at 11, and you're only 10. But the bond is growing stronger every day. The moment you step into the magical world, you'll feel me more clearly than ever. And one day, when the time is right, we'll meet again." "But when?" Harry pressed, his voice desperate. "When will the time be right?" Fleur reached out, her hand hovering over his face in the dream. He could almost feel the warmth of her palm against his cheek. "Patience, Harry," she whispered. "The bond has its own timing. When we're ready, when we're both old enough and strong enough to face what's ahead, we'll be brought together. I promise." Harry wanted to argue, to beg her for something more concrete, but the dream was already fading around him. Fleur's figure grew dim, her voice fainter. "Remember, Harry," she said, her words barely audible. "No matter where you go, no matter what happens, I will always be with you." He woke with the taste of salt on his lips and the echo of her voice in his ears. And for the first time in his life, Harry understood what it meant to have hope. The night in the island shack was the worst of Harry's life. Vernon had dragged him to a tiny stone cottage on a rock in the middle of the sea, with no amenities, no comfort, and no escape. The wind howled around the walls, and the rain lashed against the windows like something alive and angry. Harry had been given a thin blanket and a corner of the floor. He lay awake, shivering, staring at the darkness above him. The locket was cold against his skin, and the bond, usually a source of warmth and comfort, felt faint, almost absent. "She's out there," he told himself fiercely. She's out there, and she's thinking of me. I'm not alone. I'm never alone, He must have fallen asleep at some point, because the next thing he knew, the door of the shack burst open and a giant of a man stepped through, his face barely visible in the dim light. "Sorry about that," the man said, his voice deep and cheerful. "Broke the door down, but I've been looking for you for a while now. Young Harry, you're not hurt, are you? Got a bit of a bump on your head, but nothing serious." Harry stared at the man, his mind struggling to process what was happening. The giant was huge, with wild black hair and a beard that looked like it might have never met a comb. His clothes were far too big for him, and his hands, the size of trash can lids, Harry thought, were holding something that looked like a pink umbrella. "Who are you?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The man grinned, his teeth gleaming in the dim light. "Name's Hagrid," he said. "Rubeus Hagrid. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And I'm here to take you to your new life, Harry." Harry's heart soared. The letter. Hogwarts. It was real. It was all real. And the bond, which had been dormant for hours, suddenly blazed to life in his chest, warm and strong and full of hope. "I'm coming," he thought, as the world outside the shack exploded into light and color. "I'm coming, Fleur. Wait for me, "I will," came the reply, soft and clear in his mind. "I will always wait for you." And in that moment, as Harry Potter stepped out of the shack and into the magical world, he knew that the bond between them was stronger than any distance, any obstacle, any test that the future might bring. He would find her. He would meet her again. And together, they would face whatever the magical world had in store. The promise across the sea had been made. And it would be kept. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, Magic that Refuses Separation. The months that followed Harry's introduction to the wizarding world were unlike anything he had ever experienced. From the moment Hagrid had led him through the leaky cauldron and into Diagon Alley, with its cobblestone streets, its bustling crowds, its impossible shops selling everything from cauldrons to broomsticks to live owls, Harry had felt as though he had stepped into a dream. A wonderful, magical, impossible dream. But the dream wasn't complete. It couldn't be. Because through every moment of wonder, every discovery of new spells and new friends, there was a constant, aching absence. A Fleur-shaped hole in his heart that nothing else could fill. The bond had grown stronger since his journey into the magical world. Harry could feel it pulsing in his chest at all hours, a steady warmth that reminded him of silver hair and blue eyes and the promise that had been made in a garden bathed in moonlight. Sometimes, when he closed his eyes and concentrated, he could almost hear her voice, a distant whisper, like wind through autumn leaves. But he couldn't reach her. Not truly. The bond was a connection, not a communication device. He could feel her presence, her emotions, the basic contours of her life. But he couldn't speak to her, couldn't see her, couldn't touch her. And that, more than anything, made the days drag on like years. Harry's summer with the Dursleys had been transformed by Hagrid's visit. Vernon had been too terrified to do more than grumble, and Petunia had kept her distance, her eyes darting nervously whenever Harry entered a room. Dudley, of course, had thrown a spectacular tantrum when he learned that Harry was going to a freak school and would be learning freak magic, but even Dudley's whining had lost its power to hurt Harry. He was going to Hogwarts. He was going to learn magic. And somewhere out there, across the sea, Fleur was doing the same. The thought kept Harry going through the long weeks of summer, through the endless chores and the cold meals and the loneliness that seemed to press down on him like a physical weight. He spent hours in his room, no longer a cupboard, thanks to the small mercy of Vernon's fear, studying his schoolbooks and practicing the simple spells he found in his beginner texts. Wingardium Leviosa, Harry waved his wand, and the feather on his desk rose gently into the air. Lumos, a ball of light appeared at the tip of his wand. Reparo, the broken glass he had found in the garden reassembled itself with a soft chiming sound. Each spell, each success, made the bond pulse warmly in his chest. It was as if Fleur could feel his progress, his growth, the magic building inside him. Can you see this? Harry wondered, as he practiced a simple color-changing charm. Can you see what I'm becoming? The bond pulsed once, twice, a warm thrum that felt almost like approval. Harry smiled. It was enough. It had to be enough. But even as Harry grew stronger, he noticed something strange happening to his magic. The spells he cast were more powerful than they should have been for a beginner. The feather he levitated flew higher and faster than his textbook described. The light from his lumos was brighter, warmer, as if it carried the heat of the sun. At first, Harry thought it was just his imagination, or perhaps the natural progression of his learning. But then came the accidents. The first one happened when Harry was cleaning the Dursleys' kitchen, a chore he had been assigned after the incident with the dining room table, which had somehow transformed into a garden gnome before his eyes. He was scrubbing a pot, a large, heavy copper pot that had been caked with burnt stew, when his frustration boiled over. Why does it always have to be so hard, he thought, his hands aching from the effort. Why can't anything just be easy for once? The pot exploded. Not literally, not in the way that would have sent shards of copper flying across the room. But the burnt stew, the hardened, stubborn residue that had resisted every effort, simply vanished. The pot was pristine, gleaming, as if it had never been used. Harry stared at it, his heart pounding. He hadn't cast a spell. He hadn't even waved his wand. The pot was clean because he had wanted it to be clean, and his magic had simply responded. The bond in his chest flared with warmth, and Harry could have sworn he heard a distant laugh. That was impressive, Fleur's voice seemed to say, faint and far away. You're growing stronger, Harry. Harry smiled, a small, private smile that no one else could see. I'm trying, he thought back. I'm trying so hard. For you, The second accident was more dramatic. Harry was in Diagon Alley, picking up a few last-minute supplies before the start of term. He had wandered away from Hagrid, who was busy arguing with a shopkeeper about the price of a cauldron, and found himself in a small, dusty bookstore that smelled of old parchment and mystery. The books were ancient, their spines cracked and their pages yellowed with age. Harry ran his fingers along them, reading the titles with growing fascination, *A. History of Magic. Advanced Potion Making. The Secrets of the Vila, *. His hand stopped on the last one. The Secrets of the Vila. Harry pulled the book from the shelf, his heart racing. The cover was embossed with a silver symbol that looked almost exactly like the one on his locket. The pages were filled with elegant script and intricate illustrations, beautiful women with silver hair, their arms raised as if in song or spellcasting. Could this be about Fleur, Harry wondered. Could this help me understand the bond? He turned to the section on Vila bonds, his eyes scanning the text eagerly. The Vila bond is one of the most powerful magical connections known to wizard kind, the book read. When a Vila finds her destined partner, the bond is forged through a combination of magic and emotion. The bond cannot be broken, but it can be strengthened through shared experiences, mutual trust, and... The book was snatched from his hands. Harry spun around, his heart leaping into his throat. A tall, thin man with a sneering expression was holding the book, his pale fingers curling around its spine. Vila bonds, the man said, his voice dripping with contempt. I should have known. A half-blood like you, poking his nose where it doesn't belong. Give that back, Harry said, his voice trembling with anger. That's mine. I don't think so, the man said, his sneer widening. A mud-blood like you doesn't deserve to learn about the old ways. This book belongs in a proper collection, with proper wizards. Harry's magic surged. He didn't mean for it to happen, it was instinct, pure and simple. But the next thing he knew, the man was airborne, hovering several feet off the ground with his robes flapping around him like a wounded bird. I said, Harry repeated, his voice dangerously low, give that back. The man's face went white. He dropped the book, which fell to the floor with a soft thump. And then he started screaming, a high, terrified shriek that brought the entire shop's attention to them. Hagrid burst through the door, his face red with anger. What's going on here? Who's causing trouble? The man was still floating, still screaming, and Harry was standing beneath him, his wand still raised, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. Harry! Hagrid exclaimed, his eyes wide. What happened? Why is he, did you do that? I don't know, Harry stammered, lowering his wand. The man dropped to the floor with a thud, his screams fading into incoherent sobs. He took my book. He said terrible things. And I just wanted it back. Hagrid's expression shifted from shock to something that looked almost like pride. Well, he muttered, scratching his beard. That was powerful magic, Harry. Very powerful. Takes years of training to do something like that. I didn't train for it, Harry said, his voice small. It just happened. Sometimes that's how it works, Hagrid said, clapping Harry on the shoulder so hard he nearly stumbled. You've got more magic in you than you know, Harry Potter. More magic than most people will ever see. The bond in Harry's chest was blazing now, warm and bright and full of something that felt like awe. You see that, Fleur, he thought, his heart soaring. You see what I can do? The response wasn't a voice, but an emotion, a surge of pride and love that made Harry's eyes sting with unshed tears. He wasn't alone. He would never be alone again. As Harry's magic grew, so did the bond between him and Fleur. The connection was becoming more than just a warm pulse in his chest. It was a presence, a constant companion that guided him through moments of doubt and fear. On the night before his first day at Hogwarts, Harry dreamed of Fleur more vividly than ever before. She was older now, almost 11, he realized, with her birthday just a few weeks away. Her silver hair had grown longer, cascading down her back like a waterfall of moonlight. Her blue eyes, always bright, now held a depth of knowledge and wisdom that made Harry's breath catch. "Harry," she said, her voice clear and strong. "I can feel you growing stronger. The bond is becoming more powerful with every spell you cast, every challenge you face." "I can feel it too," Harry replied, reaching out to touch her face. In the dream, his hand made contact, and he felt the warmth of her skin beneath his fingertips. "I can feel you, Fleur. Always." Fleur smiled, and the warmth in her eyes made Harry's heart ache. "We're going to be extraordinary, Harry. Together, we're going to do things that no one has ever done before." "The bond," Harry said, his voice filled with wonder. "It's making us stronger, isn't it?" "Multiply our magic," Fleur confirmed. "The closer we are, the more powerful we become. Even across the distance, the bond is making us grow. I can feel it in my training, the spells I cast are more powerful than they should be. The magic flows through me more easily. It's because of you, Harry. Because of the bond. And it will get even stronger when we're together." Fleur nodded, her expression fierce with determination. "Stronger than anyone can imagine. Stronger than anything we've ever known. We just have to be patient, Harry. The time will come. The bond will bring us together." "And until then?" Harry asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Until then," Fleur said, her hand coming up to cup his cheek, "we grow. We learn. We become the people we need to be. And when the time is right, when the world is ready for us, we'll meet again." Harry leaned into her touch, the warmth of the bond enveloping him like a blanket. "I'll be ready," he promised. "I'll be ready for whatever comes." Fleur's smile was radiant, a burst of light that chased away the shadows of the dream. "I know you will, Harry. I know." The first day at Hogwarts was overwhelming in the best possible way. Harry arrived at the castle with a sense of wonder that never quite faded, the moving staircases, the talking portraits, the enchanted ceiling in the great hall that mirrored the sky above. The sorting ceremony was terrifying and exhilarating, and when the sorting hat called out, "Gryffindor," Harry felt a surge of pride that made the bond in his chest blaze with warmth. "I did it," he thought, looking up at the enchanted ceiling. "I'm a Gryffindor. I'm a Hogwarts student. And I'm going to be the best wizard I can be, *." The bond pulsed with approval, and Harry could have sworn he felt Fleur's presence, a distant echo of joy. "Congratulations, Harry," the whisper seemed to say. "I knew you could do it." Harry smiled, his heart full. He was surrounded by new friends, new challenges, and a whole new world of magic to explore. But even in the midst of it all, he never forgot the bond. He never forgot the girl who had looked at him in the forest and called him her mate. The months that followed were a whirlwind of classes, discoveries, and danger. Harry faced a troll in the girls' bathroom, defeated a mountain troll with Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, and nearly died in the Forbidden Forest. He made friends and enemies, earned points and lost them, and grew stronger with every challenge he faced. And through it all, the bond remained. It was there when Harry faced the devil's snare, pulsing with warmth that gave him the courage to believe in himself. It was there when he played Quidditch for the first time, the connection to Fleur giving him a focus and clarity that made him nearly unbeatable in the air. It was there when he faced the mirror of Eriste, showing him not just his parents, but a vision of the future, a future with silver hair and blue eyes and the promise of something more. But the bond was also there in the quiet moments, when Harry lay awake in his four-poster bed, staring at the canopy above him. He would close his eyes and reach out with his mind, and the warmth would pulse in his chest, a steady reassurance that Fleur was still there, still thinking of him, still waiting. "What are you doing right now?" Harry would wonder, his thoughts reaching across the distance. Are you sleeping? Are you studying? Are you thinking of me? Sometimes, he could almost feel a response, a gentle warmth, a soft whisper of affection. It wasn't a voice, exactly, but it was enough. Meanwhile, across the sea in the south of France, Fleur Delacour was also growing stronger. Beauxbatons had been everything she had hoped for and more. The academy was a masterpiece of magical architecture, its soaring towers and marble halls a testament to the beauty and elegance of French wizardry. The professors were demanding, the classes rigorous, and the students competitive, but Fleur thrived in the environment, her villa heritage giving her an edge that she had never expected. But there was one thing that set her apart from her classmates. Something that no one else seemed to understand or even notice. The bond. Fleur felt it constantly, a warm presence at the edge of her consciousness that reminded her of Harry's existence. She could feel his emotions, his triumphs and his fears, his growth and his struggles. She could feel him learning, training, becoming stronger with every spell he cast. And she could feel the magic, the ancient, powerful magic that pulsed through him like a river of light. Fleur had never told anyone about the bond. Not her mother, not her grandmother, not her professors. It was too precious, too personal, to share with anyone who might not understand. It was hers and Harry's, a secret treasure that she would guard with her life. But there were moments when the bond made itself known in ways that Fleur couldn't hide. The first time it happened was during a charms class, when the professor had asked Fleur to demonstrate a particularly difficult spell, the invisibility charm, which required perfect concentration and precise wand movement. Fleur had cast the spell, and the effects had been astonishing. The object she had charmed, a small, ornate mirror, had not only disappeared but had also released a wave of golden light that had made the entire classroom gasp. "Remarkable," the professor had said, examining the empty space where the mirror had been. "Absolutely remarkable. Miss Delacour, I have never seen a spell cast with such intensity. Such precision. It is as if the magic itself is eager to obey you." Fleur had smiled, but inside, she had known the truth. The spell had been powerful because the bond was powerful. Harry's magic, flowing through the connection, had amplified her own. "Thank you," she had thought, reaching out with her mind. "Thank you for being with me." The response had been a warmth, a gentle pulse of affection that made her heart soar. The second time was more troubling. Fleur had been walking through the gardens of Beauxbatons, enjoying the quiet of the evening, when a group of older students had approached her. Their leader was a tall, handsome boy with dark hair and cruel eyes, a boy named Armand, who had been pursuing Fleur with a persistence that bordered on obsession. "Fleur," Armand had said, his voice smooth and practiced. "I've been looking for you. I thought we could take a walk together. Perhaps discuss the upcoming ball." Fleur had stiffened, her villa instincts screaming at her to be cautious. Armand was not a good man, she had known it from the moment she had met him. He was arrogant, possessive, and convinced that his family's wealth and status gave him the right to have whatever he wanted. Including her. "No, thank you," Fleur had said, her voice cold. "I'm not interested." Armand's eyes had narrowed. "Not interested? Why not? I've been nothing but kind to you, Fleur. I've shown you the respect that a villa of your station deserves. And you turn me down." "I'm not interested," Fleur had repeated, her voice firmer this time. "Please leave me alone." Armand had stepped closer, his hand reaching out to grab her wrist. "You don't get to tell me what to do, Fleur. You belong to me. You just don't know it yet." The moment his fingers touched her skin, something inside Fleur had exploded. It wasn't her magic, not exactly. It was the bond. The connection to Harry, the ancient magic that bound them together, that recognized the threat and responded with a fury that Fleur had never felt before. Golden light had erupted from her body, throwing Armand backward with such force that he had crashed into a marble statue, shattering it into pieces. The other students had screamed and scattered, and Fleur had stood in the middle of the garden, shaking, her heart pounding with a mixture of terror and awe. When she had looked down at her hands, they had been glowing, a soft, golden luminescence that pulsed in time with the bond. Harry, she had thought, her mind reaching across the distance. Harry, did you feel that? The response had come almost instantly, a wave of concern and protectiveness, so strong and so pure that it made Fleur's eyes sting with tears. I'm okay, she had thought back. I'm okay. The bond protected me, Of course it did, Harry's presence seemed to say. I will always protect you, Fleur. Always, Fleur had smiled through her tears, her heart full. The bond was not just a connection. It was a shield. A promise. A love that transcended distance and danger and time itself. The rest of the year passed in a blur of classes, challenges, and growth. Fleur became one of the top students at Beauxbatons, her natural talent amplified by the bond. She excelled in every subject, from transfiguration to potions, and her professors spoke of her with a mixture of pride and awe. But Fleur never forgot the bond. She never forgot Harry. Every night, before she went to sleep, she would close her eyes and reach out with her mind. The bond would pulse in response, a warm presence that wrapped around her like a blanket. I'm here, she would think. I'm always here, Harry. Waiting for you, And every night, she would feel his response, a warmth, a whisper of affection, a promise that echoed across the distance. I'm here too, his presence seemed to say. I'm always here. And I'm counting the days until we meet again, It was enough. It had to be enough. Because somewhere, deep in her heart, Fleur knew that the bond was preparing them for something vast and terrible and wonderful beyond imagining. And when the time came, they would be ready. Back at Hogwarts, Harry was experiencing the bond in his own way. The connection had become so strong that Harry could feel Fleur's emotions almost constantly. He felt her triumphs, the exhilaration of a successful spell, the joy of a high mark on an exam. He felt her struggles, the frustration of a difficult concept, the loneliness of being different from her classmates. He felt her fears, the anxiety of the unknown, the worry that the bond might be broken, the terror of losing him before they ever had a chance to meet. And he felt her love, a fierce, protective, all-consuming love that made his heart ache with the need to be near her. The bond was a constant presence, a compass that pointed toward his destiny. It guided him through moments of doubt, gave him strength in moments of weakness, and reminded him that he was never truly alone. But it also made him restless. He couldn't stay still, couldn't focus, couldn't sleep. The need to see her, touch her, be with her was a physical ache that nothing could ease. Soon, he would tell himself, pressing his hand against the locket. Soon, Fleur. I'll find you. I'll be with you. Nothing will keep us apart, And the bond would pulse in response, warm and steady and full of promise. The year ended with a sudden, terrifying climax. Harry faced Lord Voldemort, or rather, the shade of Lord Voldemort, possessing the body of Professor Quirrell, in the underground chambers beneath Hogwarts. He had been weak, untrained, terrified. But the bond had been there, pulsing with warmth, guiding his hand, giving him strength. When his fingers had touched Quirrell's flesh and the Dark Lord's possession had shattered, Harry had felt the bond blaze with an intensity that had nearly blinded him. I will protect you, the bond seemed to say. I will always protect you. And Harry had known, in that moment, that the bond was more than just a connection between two people. It was a force of nature. A power that could reshape the world. And he would do everything in his power to honor it. When Harry returned to the Dursleys' house for the summer, the bond was the only thing that kept him sane. He spent his days counting the hours until the start of term, his nights dreaming of Fleur and the life they would build together. He grew stronger, his magic maturing and deepening. The spells he practiced were more powerful than ever, the bond amplifying his abilities even across the distance. He could feel Fleur's presence constantly, a warm light in the darkness of his days. And he knew, with a certainty that had nothing to do with logic, that soon, very soon, their paths would cross. The bond was preparing them. The magic was building. And when the moment came, they would be ready. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was looking forward to the future. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, Hogwarts changes everything. The summer following Harry's first year at Hogwarts was a strange and restless time. He returned to the Dursleys with the weight of everything he had learned pressing down on him: Voldemort's return, the Philosopher's Stone, the realization that his parents' murderer was still out there, waiting, plotting. The Dursleys, as always, treated him with cold indifference, but Harry found that their cruelty had lost its power to wound him. He had faced a troll, a three-headed dog, and the shade of the Dark Lord himself. Vernon's blustering and Petunia's sneers seemed almost laughable in comparison. But there was something else that made the summer bearable. Something that had been with Harry since the moment he had met a silver-haired girl in an ancient forest. The bond. It pulsed in his chest like a second heartbeat, a constant reminder that he was not alone. He could feel Fleur's presence at the edges of his consciousness, a warm glow that filled the empty spaces left by the Dursleys' neglect. He could sense her emotions, her triumphs and her frustrations, her joys and her sorrows. And sometimes, when he closed his eyes and concentrated, he could almost hear her voice, a distant whisper that seemed to come from across the sea. "I'm here," she seemed to say. "I'm always here, Harry." And Harry would smile, his heart full, and reach back with his own presence. "I'm here too," he would think. "I'm waiting for you." The bond had grown stronger over the past year, nourished by the magic Harry had learned at Hogwarts. Every spell he cast, every potion he brewed, every piece of magical knowledge he absorbed had fed the connection, making it more vibrant, more alive. Harry could feel himself changing, growing, becoming something more than he had been before. The ancient magic that Marguerite had spoken of was awakening within him, and the bond was the key that unlocked its potential. But there were moments when the bond made Harry restless, anxious, almost frantic. The need to see Fleur, to touch her, to be with her was a physical ache that nothing could ease. He would lie awake at night, staring at the ceiling of his small bedroom, and imagine what it would be like to hold her hand, to look into her eyes, to hear her laugh. Soon, he would tell himself, pressing his hand against the locket. Soon, Fleur. We'll meet again. I know we will, And the bond would pulse in response, warm and steady and full of promise. The weeks crawled by, each day bringing Harry closer to the start of his second year at Hogwarts. He spent his time studying, practicing his spells, and dreaming of Fleur. The dreams had become more vivid, more real, as if the bond was trying to bridge the distance between them. In the dreams, Fleur was always training. She would be in a grand hall filled with marble pillars and enchanted chandeliers, her wand raised, her silver hair flowing behind her like a banner. Harry watched her cast spells with a grace and precision that took his breath away, her magic amplified by the bond that connected them. "You're getting stronger," Harry would say, his voice echoing in the dreamscape. "So are you," Fleur would reply, turning to face him with a smile that made his heart ache. "I can feel it, Harry. The bond is making us both more powerful, When will we meet again?" Harry would ask, his voice desperate. "When will we finally be together?" Fleur would reach out, her hand hovering over his cheek. "Soon," she would promise. When the time is right. When the world is ready for us, And then the dream would fade, and Harry would wake with the taste of salt on his lips and the echo of her voice in his ears. The arrival of Dobby the house elf changed everything. Harry had been in the middle of a particularly boring chore, cleaning the Dursleys' windows, when a strange, wrinkled creature had appeared in his bedroom, wearing a pillowcase and speaking in a high-pitched, trembling voice. "Harry Potter," the creature had said, its enormous eyes filled with terror. "Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts. There is a plot. A terrible plot. Harry Potter is in grave danger." Harry had stared at the creature, his mind racing. "Who are you? What are you talking about?" "I is Dobby," the creature had replied. "Dobby the house elf. And Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Dark things are stirring. Harry Potter must stay safe." The warning had been cryptic, confusing, and impossible to ignore. Even as Dobby had vanished with a crack, leaving Harry alone with his racing thoughts. The bond had pulsed with a warning of its own, a surge of concern that seemed to come from across the sea. Something is wrong, Harry had thought, his hand pressed against the locket. Something terrible is happening. The bond had responded with a wave of reassurance, a warmth that wrapped around him like a protective embrace. "I'm here," the bond seemed to say. "I'm always here. We'll face whatever comes together, *." Harry had nodded, his jaw set with determination. He didn't know what the Chamber of Secrets was, or what dangers awaited him at Hogwarts. But he knew that he would face them. He would face them with everything he had, with every ounce of magic and courage he possessed. And he would do it for her. For Fleur. For the bond that connected them across the distance. The train ride to Hogwarts was a blur of familiar faces and new worries. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, their conversation a welcome distraction from the dark thoughts that plagued him. The bond was quiet, not absent, but subdued, as if Fleur was also dealing with something difficult. "Are you okay?" Harry wondered, reaching out with his mind. "What's happening on your end?" The response was faint but reassuring, a warmth, a pulse of affection, a whispered promise. "I'm fine," Fleur seemed to say. Be careful, Harry. The bond is warning me of something. Danger is coming, *. Harry's stomach tightened, but he pushed the fear aside. He had faced danger before. He would face it again. "I'm always careful," he muttered under his breath, not entirely believing it. The sorting ceremony was a welcome distraction from Harry's worries. He watched the new students, small, nervous, their faces shining with hope and fear, and felt a pang of nostalgia for his own first year. So much had changed since then. So much had happened. And yet, through it all, the bond had remained, a constant presence that had guided him through the darkness. When the ceremony was over and the feast began, Harry felt the bond pulse with sudden, intense warmth. He looked up, his heart racing, expecting to see Fleur standing in the doorway. But it wasn't Fleur. It was someone else, a handsome boy with dark hair and a superior smirk, his robes adorned with the silver and green of Slytherin. Draco Malfoy. Harry's heart sank with disappointment. But the bond continued to pulse, warm and insistent, as if something important was about to happen. "What is it?" Harry wondered, his mind reaching out. "What do you want to tell me?" The bond didn't answer, but Harry felt a strange sense of anticipation, as if the magic was preparing him for something significant. He pushed the feeling aside and focused on the feast, his appetite suddenly gone. The next few weeks were a nightmare. The Chamber of Secrets was real, Harry had no doubt about that. The attacks on Muggle-born students had shaken the school to its core, and the whispers of the heir of Slytherin were everywhere, poisoning the air with fear and suspicion. Harry had been accused, suspected, and ostracized. Ron and Hermione had stood by him, but even their support couldn't ease the burden of being a pariah. Through it all, the bond was a lifeline. Harry could feel Fleur's presence constantly, a warm glow that filled the empty spaces in his heart. He could feel her concern, her worry, her fierce determination to protect him. The bond was like a shield against the darkness, a reminder that he was not alone, that someone out there believed in him. "I'm here," the bond seemed to say. "I'm always here, Harry. Keep fighting. Don't give up, *." And Harry would nod, his jaw set with determination, and keep fighting. The encounter with the basilisk was the closest Harry had ever come to death. He had been in the Chamber of Secrets, his wand raised, his heart pounding, facing a creature so ancient and terrible that it seemed to embody the darkness itself. The basilisk's eyes had been closed, Harry had been lucky, but the monster's massive body had filled the chamber, its forked tongue flicking out, tasting the air, searching for its prey. Harry had fought with everything he had. His magic had surged, the bond amplifying his power, giving him strength he hadn't known he possessed. But it hadn't been enough. The basilisk had cornered him, its jaws open wide, its venom dripping from its fangs. And then Fawkes had come. The phoenix had swept into the chamber in a blaze of golden fire, its talons tearing into the basilisk's eyes, blinding the beast. The Sorting Hat had delivered a sword, Gryffindor's sword, gleaming with ancient power, and Harry had driven it through the basilisk's skull, ending the nightmare. The victory had been bittersweet. Harry had held the basilisk's fang in his hand, the venom burning through his arm, his life ebbing away. He had seen the ghost of Tom Riddle's diary, the memory of the boy who would become Voldemort, and he had known that he was dying. But then Fawkes had come again, and the phoenix's tears had healed him, and Harry had risen from the floor of the Chamber of Secrets with a new understanding of the bond that connected him to Fleur. The bond had saved him. Not just Fawkes, not just the sword, not just his own courage. The bond had given him the strength to keep fighting, to keep hoping, to survive when all seemed lost. "I did it," Harry had thought, his mind reaching across the distance. "I survived, Fleur. I survived because of you, *." The bond had pulsed with a warmth so fierce, so bright, that Harry had felt tears streaming down his face. "I'm proud of you," the bond seemed to say. So proud, Harry. You are so much stronger than you know, *." And Harry had smiled, his heart full to bursting, and made his way back to the surface. The year ended with a sense of quiet triumph. Harry had saved the school, destroyed the diary, and exposed the truth about the heir of Slytherin. His name had been cleared, his reputation restored. But the greatest victory was the bond. It had grown stronger than ever, a constant presence that filled the empty spaces in Harry's heart. He could feel Fleur's emotions, her thoughts, her presence, as if she were standing right beside him. The connection had become so deep, so intimate, that Harry couldn't imagine his life without it. "We're going to meet again," Harry thought, lying in his four-poster bed on the last night of term. "I know we are. The bond is preparing us. Something big is coming, *." The bond pulsed with agreement, a warmth that wrapped around him like a promise. "Yes," the bond seemed to say. Something big is coming. And when it does, we'll face it together, *." Harry smiled, his heart full of hope, and drifted off to sleep. The summer that followed was a blur of preparation and anticipation. Harry knew that the bond was leading him towards something, a convergence, a moment that would change everything. He could feel it in the way the magic pulsed through him, the way the locket grew warm against his skin, the way the bond seemed to be humming with a purpose that he couldn't quite understand. He spent his days practicing spells, studying ancient texts, and dreaming of Fleur. He dreamed of silver hair and blue eyes, of laughter that sounded like wind chimes, of a presence that filled the empty spaces in his heart. And he knew that the time was coming. The time when the bond would finally lead them to each other. The start of Harry's third year was overshadowed by the news of Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban. The Dementors patrolled the grounds of Hogwarts, their presence a constant reminder of the danger that lurked in the shadows. Harry felt the bond pulse with concern, a surge of protectiveness that made his heart ache. "I'm okay," Harry thought, reaching out with his mind. "I'm safe. The Dementors can't hurt me, *." I know, the bond seemed to reply. Asterisk, but I don't like it. I don't like the danger that surrounds you, asterisk. I have to face it, Harry thought. Asterisk, I have to be strong. For you, asterisk. For us, the bond corrected. For the future we're going to build together. Harry smiled, his heart full, and focused on the challenges ahead. The events of Harry's third year were a roller coaster of revelations and danger. He discovered the truth about Sirius Black, that he was innocent, that he had been betrayed by Peter Pettigrew, that he had been Harry's parents' closest friend. He learned about the Marauders, about the map, about his father's past. And he faced the Dementors again, the bond giving him the strength to cast the Patronus charm and save himself and Sirius from a fate worse than death. But it was the final revelation that changed everything. When Harry returned from the past, having watched his parents' deaths and his own survival, the bond had blazed with a warmth so fierce, so bright, that it had nearly blinded him. I understand now, Harry had thought, his mind reaching across the distance. Asterisk, the bond is not just a connection. It's a shield. A promise. A love that transcends time and space, asterisk. Yes, the bond seemed to reply. Asterisk, and soon, Harry. Soon, we'll be together, asterisk. Harry had smiled, his heart full, and made his way back to the castle, ready for whatever the future held. The summer before Harry's fourth year was the most restless yet. The bond was humming with energy, a constant presence that seemed to be building towards something. Harry could feel Fleur's anticipation, her excitement, her fierce determination to meet again. Soon, Harry thought, his mind reaching out. Asterisk, soon, Fleur. I can feel it, asterisk. I can feel it too, the bond seemed to reply. Asterisk, the time is coming. The bond is preparing us, asterisk. And then, the letter had arrived. It was from the Ministry of Magic, confirming Harry's participation in the Triwizard Tournament, a tournament he had not entered, did not want to enter, but was magically bound to compete in. The news had thrown his life into chaos, filling his days with fear and his nights with anxiety. But through it all, the bond had remained. It had pulsed with warmth, with reassurance, with the promise that he was not alone. I'm here, the bond seemed to say. Asterisk, I'll always be here, Harry. No matter what happens, asterisk. And Harry, despite his fear, had smiled. The day the Beauxbatons delegation arrived, Harry knew that everything was about to change. He had felt it the moment he woke up, a flutter in his chest, a warmth in his heart, a sense of anticipation that made his hands tremble and his breath catch. The bond was blazing with energy, a golden light that filled his every thought, his every dream, his every hope. She's coming, Harry realized, his heart soaring. Fleur is coming. He had rushed through his classes, his attention elsewhere, his thoughts consumed by the bond and the promise it held. He had barely eaten, barely slept, barely breathed. And then, in the great hall, as the doors opened and the Beauxbatons delegation entered, Harry had seen her. She was more beautiful than he remembered. Her silver hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall of moonlight, her blue eyes sparkled with an inner light that seemed to illuminate the room. Her robes were elegant, her posture perfect, her expression serene. She moved through the hall like a goddess, and every head turned to watch her pass. But Harry barely noticed the reactions of the others. His attention was fixed on Fleur, on the bond that pulsed between them, on the warmth that filled his heart. She's here, Harry thought, his mind reaching out. She's really here. And then Fleur's eyes found his. The world stopped. Harry felt the bond surge between them, a golden thread that connected their souls, their magic, their hearts. He felt her recognition, her joy, her love. He felt the years of separation melt away, the distance that had separated them now nothing more than a distant memory. Harry, Fleur's voice echoed in his mind, clear and beautiful. I found you. Asterisk, I found you. Too, asterisk, Harry thought back, his heart full to bursting. I've been waiting so long. I know, Fleur's voice replied. Asterisk, but we're together now, Harry. The bond has brought us together at last, asterisk. And as the Beauxbatons delegation settled into the great hall, Harry and Fleur's eyes never left each other's. The bond had changed everything. And now, finally, they were ready to face the future together. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, The Champion from France. The great hall had never felt so small. Harry stood frozen in his place at the Gryffindor table, his heart hammering against his ribs like a caged bird. The world around him had faded to a blur of colors and sounds, the rustle of robes, the murmur of whispers, the clatter of cutlery against plates. None of it mattered. None of it existed. Only Fleur existed. She was walking with the other Beauxbatons students, her silver hair catching the light of the floating candles, her blue eyes scanning the room with a calm, practiced grace. She was even more beautiful than Harry remembered, taller, more elegant, her features sharper and more defined. The childish roundness of her face had given way to the sculpted angles of young adulthood, and her presence seemed to fill the hall with a warmth that made Harry's breath catch. But it was her eyes that held him captive. When they found his, the world stopped. The bond that had been a constant presence in Harry's life for 5 years suddenly blazed to life, a golden inferno that consumed every thought, every doubt, every fear. He felt Fleur's recognition, her joy, her overwhelming love. He felt the years of separation melt away, the distance that had seemed so insurmountable now nothing more than a fading memory. Harry, Fleur's voice echoed in his mind, clear and beautiful. I found you. I found you too, Harry thought back, his heart full to bursting. I've been waiting so long. I know, Fleur's voice replied, and there was a hint of tears in it. Asterisk, but we're together. Now. The bond has brought us together at last, asterisk. Harry barely noticed the rest of the Beauxbatons delegation settling into their seats at the Ravenclaw table. He barely noticed Hermione's curious look or Ron's slack-jawed stare. All he could see was Fleur, her eyes still locked with his, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. Harry, Hermione hissed, her voice sharp with concern. Harry, are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost. Harry started, his voice cracking. I'm fine. I need to. He didn't finish the sentence. He couldn't. His legs were moving of their own accord, carrying him away from the Gryffindor table, away from his friends, away from everything that had once seemed so important. He was walking toward Fleur. The distance between them seemed impossible, endless. The great hall stretched on forever, a vast sea of tables and students and flickering candlelight. But Harry's feet kept moving, one step after another, drawn by a force that was older and stronger than any magic he had ever known. He saw Fleur rise from her seat, her blue eyes never leaving his. He saw the other Beauxbatons students turn to watch her, their expressions curious and confused. He saw Professor Dumbledore raise an eyebrow from the head table, his twinkling eyes sharp with interest. None of it mattered. Harry reached Fleur, and the world fell away. There were no words. There didn't need to be. Harry simply reached out and took her hand, and the moment their fingers touched, the bond exploded with a warmth so fierce, so bright, that it seemed to illuminate the entire hall. Harry, Fleur whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. I never thought I'd find you like this. I never thought I'd find you at all, Harry admitted, his voice thick with tears he refused to shed. But I always hoped. I always believed. I know, Fleur said, her fingers tightening around his. I felt it. Every single day, I felt it. The bond pulsed between them, a golden thread of light that seemed to shimmer in the air around them. Harry could feel Fleur's magic, a warm, liquid presence that blended with his own, amplifying and magnifying his power. He could feel her thoughts, her emotions, her hopes and dreams and fears. It was like coming home after a long journey, like finding a piece of himself he hadn't known was missing. The great hall had fallen silent. Harry became dimly aware of hundreds of eyes fixed on them, of the whispers spreading through the crowd like ripples in a pond. He heard Cedric Diggory's surprised murmur, Victor Crumb's low growl of curiosity, and the sharp, calculating gaze of Professor Moody watching from the shadows. But he didn't care. None of it mattered. Only Fleur mattered. Fleur, a voice called out, sharp and commanding. What is the meaning of this? Apollon Delacour had risen from her seat at the Beauxbatons table, her silver hair gleaming in the candlelight. Her blue eyes, so like her daughter's, were fixed on Harry with an expression that was equal parts surprise and suspicion. "Maman," Fleur said, her voice steady despite the emotion shining in her eyes. "This is Harry. Harry Potter. He's the one," Apollon interrupted, her voice barely above a whisper. "The Bond. He's the one you've been sensing all these years." Fleur nodded, her chin raised with defiance. "Yes, maman. He's the one." Apollon's gaze shifted to Harry, and for a moment, he felt as though he was being examined, weighed, judged. The Vila matriarch's eyes were sharp and knowing, and Harry had the uncomfortable feeling that she could see straight through to his soul. "Harry Potter," Apollon said slowly, testing the name. "The boy who lived." "Of course. It all makes sense now." "Does it?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Because I still don't understand half of what's happening." Apollon's expression softened, just slightly. "That is because you have only just begun your journey, young wizard. But I can see the bond between you and my daughter. It is remarkable. I have never felt anything like it." "It's the soul flame bond," Fleur said, her voice filled with a quiet pride. "It's the rarest of all Vila bonds, and we share it. Harry and I. We always have." The whispers in the great hall grew louder, more urgent. Harry heard someone mutter, "Soul flame bond," with a mixture of awe and disbelief. He heard others whispering about the Potter boy and the Vila champion. He heard the sharp, suspicious tones of those who didn't understand what was happening and didn't want to. But through it all, Harry's eyes never left Fleur's. "We need to talk," Harry said, his voice low and urgent. "There's so much I need to tell you. So much I need to ask you." Fleur nodded, her fingers still intertwined with his. "Later," she promised. "After the feast. We'll find a place to talk." "I'll hold you to that," Harry said, and for the first time in years, he smiled, a real, genuine smile that reached his eyes. The rest of the feast passed in a blur. Harry returned to his seat at the Gryffindor table, his mind still reeling from the encounter. Ron was gaping at him, his mouth hanging open like a fish. Hermione was watching him with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Even the twins, Fred and George, had stopped their usual antics to stare at Harry with expressions of naked astonishment. "Harry," Ron finally managed, his voice strained. "What the bloody hell was that?" "I don't know," Harry admitted, and it was almost true. "I mean, I do know, but it's complicated. Very complicated." "Complicated?" Ron repeated, his voice rising with incredulity. "You just walked across the entire Great Hall, took the hand of the most beautiful girl in the world, and had some kind of magical moment that made the whole room go silent. And you say it's complicated?" "Ron's right, Harry," Hermione chimed in, her voice gentle but insistent. "What happened between you and Fleur Delacour? The bond you mentioned, the soul flame bond, what is it?" Harry took a deep breath, trying to gather his thoughts. The bond was pulsing warmly in his chest, a constant reminder of Fleur's presence across the room. He could feel her emotions, her joy, her excitement, her love. It was overwhelming and wonderful and terrifying all at once. "It's a Vila bond," Harry explained, his voice low so only Ron and Hermione could hear. "Fleur is part Vila. We met when I was 9, before I knew anything about the wizarding world. I was in France, and something happened, my magic exploded, and Fleur found me. Her Vila instincts recognized me as her destined partner. Her destined partner, Ron repeated, his eyes wide. You mean? The bond marked us as fated mates, Harry said, his face flushing slightly. But we were too young. We agreed to wait, to get to know each other, to build something real. And then we were separated, and I didn't see her again until tonight. Hermione's eyes were shining with something that looked almost like wonder. Fated mates. Harry, that's incredible. There are legends about bonds like that. Ancient legends. I've read about them in. Later, Hermione, Harry interrupted, not wanting to explain more in the middle of the crowded Great Hall. I'll tell you everything. But right now, I need to find her. I need to talk to her. Hermione nodded, understanding in her eyes. Of course, Harry. Go. We'll wait here. Harry rose from his seat, his heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. He made his way across the great hall, weaving through the tables, ignoring the curious stares and whispered comments that followed him. Fleur was waiting for him near the entrance to the entrance hall, her silver hair gleaming in the torchlight. She looked radiant, her blue eyes sparkling with a warmth that made Harry's heart ache. Harry, she said, her voice soft and filled with emotion. I thought you'd never come. I had to get past Ron and Hermione first, Harry said, a small smile playing at his lips. They were a bit shocked. Everyone was shocked, Fleur said, her lips curving into a smile. I think we've given the whole school something to talk about. Good, Harry said, surprising himself with his own boldness. Let them talk. I don't care what anyone thinks. All that matters is that we're together now. Fleur's eyes softened, and she reached out to take his hand again. The bond pulsed with warmth, and Harry felt a sense of rightness that he had never experienced before. Let's find a place to talk, Fleur said. Somewhere private. Harry nodded, and together they slipped out of the great hall and into the quiet corridors of Hogwarts. They ended up in a small, unused classroom on the second floor, its windows overlooking the dark expanse of the Forbidden Forest. The room was dusty and filled with old furniture, but it was private, and that was all that mattered. Harry and Fleur sat down on an old sofa, their hands still intertwined, their eyes locked on each other. The bond hummed between them, a constant presence that made everything else fade away. I've missed you, Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. More than I ever thought possible. I've missed you too, Fleur replied, her voice equally soft. Every single day. I felt you, Harry. I felt your presence, your emotions, your magic. Sometimes, it was the only thing that kept me going. Me too, Harry admitted. The bond was always there, a warmth in my chest. It gave me strength when I needed it most. Fleur smiled, and the expression was so beautiful that Harry felt his heart skip a beat. The bond is our connection, she said. But it's also our shield. It protected us, guided us, and finally brought us back together. I want to know everything, Harry said, his voice filled with urgency. Everything that happened to you. Everything you've learned about the bond. Everything you know about our future. Fleur nodded, her expression growing serious. I'll tell you everything, she promised. But first, you have to understand something. The bond between us is not just a Vila instinct or a magical connection. It's something deeper. Something ancient. My grandmother studied the bond for years, and she discovered something extraordinary. Harry leaned forward, his heart racing. What? The soul flame bond is one of the oldest forms of magic in existence, Fleur said. Older than Hogwarts. Older than any recorded history. It's said to have been created by the Vila matriarchs of old, a way to bind their most powerful daughters to worthy partners who could help them protect their people and their magic. And the ancient oak tree? Harry asked. The one in the forest? The tree recognized the bond, Fleur explained. It's one of the markers of the Vila sanctuary, and it only reveals itself to those who are worthy of its magic. The fact that it responded to your presence suggests that your magic is not just old, it's ancient. Older than any known magical lineage in Britain. Harry stared at her, his mind reeling. Ancient? How is that possible? I don't know, Fleur admitted. But my grandmother believes that there is more to your family history than meets the eye. The Potters are an old family, but there must be something else, some hidden branch of your bloodline, or a magical blessing that was passed down through generations without anyone knowing it. Harry was silent for a long moment, processing her words. The bond pulsed warmly in his chest, a constant reminder of the connection between them. My parents, he finally said, his voice low. Do you think their deaths have something to do with this ancient magic? Fleur's expression grew cautious. I don't know, she admitted. But the fact that you survived the killing curse, and that the bond activated when you were only 9 years old, it's possible that there's a connection. Your mother's sacrifice, your father's bloodline, and something else that draws the oldest magic to you like a beacon. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes, but he blinked them away. I never knew any of this, he said, his voice thick with emotion. I grew up thinking I was just a freak, a burden that no one wanted. And now I'm finding out that I have ancient magic and a soulmate I've never even. Not a soulmate, Fleur interrupted gently. A fated partner. There's a difference. Harry looked at her, his green eyes meeting her blue ones. What's the difference? A soulmate is someone you're destined to be with, Fleur explained. A fated partner is someone you have the potential to be with, but only if you both choose to make it work. We're not trapped, Harry. We have a choice. And what do you choose? Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Fleur smiled, and it was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. I choose to be with you, Harry. The bond brought us together, but it's our choice to make it work. And I want it to work. I want to build a future with you. Harry felt tears stream down his face, and he didn't try to stop them. I want that too, he said. I've wanted it since I was 9 years old. Fleur leaned forward, her forehead touching his. The bond pulsed with a warmth so fierce, so bright, that Harry felt as if he were surrounded by golden light. I love you, Harry, Fleur whispered. I've loved you since the moment I saw you in that clearing. The bond just made me realize what was already in my heart. I love you too, Harry replied, his voice thick with emotion. I think I've always loved you, even when I didn't understand what it meant. They sat there in the quiet classroom, their foreheads touching, their hands intertwined, the bond humming with golden warmth between them. And for the first time in his life, Harry felt complete. Their reunion didn't go unnoticed. By the next morning, rumors were spreading through Hogwarts. Like wildfire. Students whispered about the Vila champion and the boy who lived, about the mysterious bond that had united them, about the strange golden light that had filled the great hall. Harry and Fleur did their best to ignore the whispers. They spent their free time together, exploring the castle, talking about their lives, learning everything they could about each other. The bond grew stronger with every passing day, their magic intermingling in ways that surprised even them. But there were others who were watching. Others who saw the bond not as a miracle, but as a threat. Professor Moody, in particular, had taken a keen interest in Harry and Fleur's relationship. His magical eye followed them wherever they went, and his gruff, suspicious demeanor made Harry uncomfortable. Potter, Moody growled one day, cornering Harry in the corridor. The Vila girl. I've seen the way she looks at you. What's going on between you two? Nothing that's any of your business, Professor, Harry said, his voice steady despite his racing heart. Moody's magical eye swiveled in its socket, fixing on Harry with an unnerving intensity. Everything that happens in this castle is my business, he said. Especially when it involves ancient magic and dark forces. You do well to remember that. Harry didn't respond. He simply turned and walked away, the bond pulsing with a warning that made his blood run cold. As the days passed, Harry and Fleur's bond became the talk of the school. Some students were fascinated, others jealous, and still others suspicious. The Triwizard Tournament was approaching, and the champions had yet to be chosen. Harry's name was already being whispered in connection with the tournament, and the bond only added fuel to the fire. But Harry didn't care. All he cared about was Fleur. They spent their days together, their evenings talking, their nights dreaming of each other. The bond was a constant presence, a golden thread that connected their souls. It gave them strength, courage, and the certainty that they were meant to be together. And when the Goblet of Fire finally chose its champions, Harry's name was among them. He had not entered the tournament. He had not wanted to. But the goblet had chosen him, and he was bound to compete. Fleur had been chosen too. The realization that they would both be competing in the Triwizard Tournament hit Harry like a ton of bricks. He looked across the room at Fleur, her silver hair gleaming in the candlelight, her blue eyes wide with shock. "We're in this together," Harry said, his voice filled with determination. "Whatever happens, we face it together." Fleur nodded, her hand reaching out to take his. The bond pulsed between them, warm and steady and full of promise. "Together," she agreed. "Always." And in that moment, Harry knew that whatever challenges the tournament brought, he would face them with Fleur by his side. The bond had brought them together. And nothing, not the tournament, not the Dark Lord, not even death itself, would tear them apart. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, The Bond Revealed. The days following the Goblet of Fire's selection were a blur of confusion, suspicion, and whispered conspiracies. Harry had become the center of attention for all the wrong reasons, his name in everyone's mouths for a crime he hadn't committed. The other champions, Cedric Diggory, Victor Crumb, and Fleur, had been chosen fairly, their names rising from the goblet's flames with the dignity of true champions. But Harry's name had been the fourth, an impossible addition that had sent shockwaves through the Great Hall. "You didn't enter," Ron had said later, his voice a strange mixture of accusation and concern. "Tell me you didn't enter." "I didn't," Harry had insisted, his voice exhausted. "I told you. I never put my name in." And Ron had believed him, eventually. But the doubt had lingered, a shadow between them that only time could erase. Fleur, however, had never doubted. She had been there when Harry's name emerged from the goblet, her blue eyes filled with a fierce protectiveness that had made Harry's heart ache. She had pushed through the crowd, ignoring the whispers and stares, and taken his hand in a gesture so intimate that even the most skeptical onlookers had paused. "I believe you," she had whispered, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. "I know you didn't do this, Harry. The bond tells me the truth." And in that moment, surrounded by confusion and suspicion, Harry had felt a warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with the bond and everything to do with the girl standing beside him. The Triwizard Tournament was a dangerous competition, with tasks designed to test the champion's courage, skill, and magical ability. Harry had no desire to compete, but he was bound by ancient magic to participate. His only comfort was that Fleur was by his side, her presence a constant source of strength and reassurance. But the comfort was short-lived. On the night of the welcoming feast, when the champions were to be introduced to the students of all three schools, something happened that would change everything. Harry had been standing with the other champions, Cedric, Victor, and Fleur, waiting for Dumbledore to begin the formalities. Fleur's hand was in his, the bond pulsing with a warmth that made the nerves and anxiety of the evening bearable. He had been focused on her, on the curve of her smile and the light in her eyes, when the world had suddenly exploded with golden light. It came from nowhere, a burst of radiance that seemed to emanate from Harry and Fleur's interlocked hands. The light swirled upward, forming intricate patterns in the air, symbols that Harry had seen before, in the ancient oak that had witnessed his first meeting with Fleur. The great hall fell silent. Everyone, students, professors, headmasters, stared at the golden threads that now connected Harry and Fleur. Woven through the air like a tapestry of light. The symbols pulsed with ancient power, their meaning clear to anyone who had studied Vila lore. "What is that?" someone gasped. "A Vila bond," another voice answered, filled with awe. "But I've never seen one so bright. So powerful." Madame Maxime had risen from her seat, her face pale with shock. "The soul flame bond," she breathed, her voice barely audible in the silent hall. "I thought it was a myth. A legend from the old days." "It's real," Apollon Delacour said, her voice trembling with emotion. "My daughter shares it with Harry Potter. And now the magic has revealed itself to everyone." The golden threads continued to pulse, weaving through the air around Harry and Fleur. Harry felt the bond surging with power, his magic responding to Fleur's in a way that was both terrifying and exhilarating. He could feel her emotions, her thoughts, her very soul, and she could feel his. "Harry," Fleur whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "Can you feel it? The bond it's showing itself to everyone." "I can feel it," Harry managed, his voice thick with emotion. "It's like nothing I've ever experienced." The golden light began to fade, the symbols dissolving into the air like morning mist. But the silence remained, heavy and expectant. Professor Dumbledore rose from his seat, his face grave but his eyes twinkling with a familiar light. "It appears," he said, his voice carrying through the hall, "that we have witnessed something truly remarkable tonight. A soul flame bond, one of the rarest and most powerful magical connections known to wizardkind, has been revealed before our very eyes." But what does it mean?" a student called out, her voice trembling with confusion. "It means," Dumbledore said, his gaze settling on Harry and Fleur, "that these two young people share a bond that transcends ordinary magic. They are fated partners, their souls intertwined by ancient power. It is a bond that will only grow stronger with time and proximity." The whispers began again, louder and more urgent this time. Harry could hear snippets of conversation, fragments of questions and suspicions that made his stomach twist with anxiety. "How did it happen? Who is she? Does this mean they're—" "Enough," Dumbledore said, his voice cutting through the noise with quiet authority. "The bond between Harry and Fleur is their own affair. It is not for us to question or to judge. Tonight, we should celebrate the bonds that unite us, not the divisions that separate us." His words had the desired effect. The whispers died down, and the feast continued, though the atmosphere remained charged with tension and curiosity. Harry and Fleur retreated to a corner of the hall, their hands still intertwined, their hearts still racing. The bond continued to pulse with warmth, a constant reminder of what they shared. "What happened?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why did the bond reveal itself like that?" "I don't know," Fleur admitted, her eyes troubled. "The bond has always been strong, but it's never manifested so visibly before. Something triggered it. Something in the magic of this place." "The goblet of fire," Harry said, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. "The tournament's magic must have interacted with the bond. Amplified it somehow." Fleur nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. "That makes sense. The goblet is ancient, its magic deep and powerful. It must have recognized the bond and responded to it." "But why?" Harry pressed. "Why would it respond like that?" Fleur's eyes met his, and he saw a flicker of fear in their depths. "I don't know, Harry. But I think we need to find out. Before it's too late." The news of the bond spread quickly through Hogwarts and beyond. By the next morning, the Daily Prophet had published a sensationalized account of the event, complete with exaggerated descriptions of the golden threads of destiny and magical flames of eternal love. Rita Skeeter had already arrived at the castle, her quick quotes quill poised and ready to twist every detail into scandal. Harry and Fleur found themselves the subjects of constant scrutiny. Students whispered behind their hands, pointing and staring wherever they went. Even the professors seemed to watch them more closely, their eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and concern. But it was the other champions' reactions that worried Harry the most. Cedric Diggory had been gracious, offering his congratulations with a warm smile and a handshake that Harry returned with genuine gratitude. Victor Crumb had been more reserved, his dark eyes filled with a thoughtful intensity that Harry couldn't quite interpret. But it was Fleur who had been most affected by the revelation. Vila bonds are rare, she explained to Harry one evening, as they walked through the quiet corridors of the castle. Most Vila never experience them. And those who do usually keep them private, hidden from the world. Then why did ours manifest so publicly? Harry asked, his voice filled with frustration. Fleur shook her head, her silver hair catching the torchlight. I don't know. But I suspect it has something to do with the tournament. The goblet of fire is ancient magic, and the bond is ancient magic. They must have resonated with each other somehow. Resonated, Harry repeated, the word heavy with significance. What does that mean? It means, Fleur said slowly, that the bond is becoming more powerful. More visible. More, undeniable. And there are those who will not be happy about it. As the days passed, Harry began to notice the subtle ways in which the bond was affecting him. His magic was stronger, more responsive. The spells he cast came more easily, the power flowing through him with a grace that surprised even him. He could feel Fleur's presence constantly, a warm glow at the edge of his consciousness that made the loneliness of his past fade into distant memory. But there were also moments when the bond felt like a burden. Harry could feel Fleur's emotions with an intensity that sometimes overwhelmed him, her fears, her anxieties, her hopes and dreams. He could feel her watching him, her love and protectiveness wrapping around him like a shield. And he could feel her resolve, her fierce determination to protect him from whatever dangers lay ahead. I can feel you, Harry, Fleur said one evening, as they sat together in the room of requirement. Your emotions, your thoughts, your fears. It's like I'm inside your mind, understanding everything you feel. It's the same for me, Harry admitted. I can feel everything you're feeling. It's intense. Intense, Fleur repeated, a small smile playing at her lips. That's one word for it. Harry laughed, a genuine, carefree laugh that felt strange and wonderful. What other words would you use? Wonderful, Fleur said, her eyes softening. Terrifying. Beautiful. Overwhelming. All of them, and more. Harry reached out and took her hand, the bond pulsing with warmth at the contact. Whatever it is, he said, his voice filled with determination, we'll face it together. I promised you that, and I meant it. Fleur's smile widened, and she leaned in to press a soft kiss to his cheek. I know you did, Harry. And I'll hold you to that promise. The next day, Harry received a summons to the headmaster's office. Professor Dumbledore was waiting for him when he arrived, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. The office was filled with the usual clutter of silver instruments and portraits of past headmasters, but there was a gravity to the atmosphere that made Harry's stomach tighten with apprehension. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore said, gesturing for him to sit. Thank you for coming. I trust you know why I called you here. Harry shook his head, his heart pounding. No, sir. I don't. Dumbledore's expression grew serious, the twinkle fading from his eyes. The bond you share with Fleur Delacour, he said, his voice low and grave. It has not gone unnoticed, by anyone. And I must admit, I am concerned. Concerned? Harry repeated, his voice rising with indignation. Why would you be concerned? The bond is nothing to be afraid of. On the contrary, Harry, Dumbledore said, leaning forward in his chair. The soul flame bond is one of the most powerful and dangerous magical connections known to wizardkind. It has the potential to amplify magic beyond measure, but it also has the potential to attract the attention of those who would seek to exploit it. Harry's blood ran cold. Voldemort, he whispered. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Lord Voldemort is always searching for ways to increase his power. If he learns of your bond with Fleur, he will stop at nothing to use it against you. He will see it as a weakness, a vulnerability to be exploited. He won't touch her, Harry said, his voice fierce with protectiveness. I won't let him. Dumbledore's expression softened, just slightly. I do not doubt your courage, Harry. But courage alone is not enough to protect those we love. We must also have knowledge, wisdom, and the strength to face the darkness head-on. Then tell me what I need to know, Harry said, his voice pleading. Tell me how to protect her. How to protect the bond. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, his blue eyes searching Harry's face with an intensity that made Harry feel exposed, vulnerable. Then he spoke, his voice filled with a weight that seemed to carry the centuries. Fleur Delacour must remain in France, Dumbledore said, his voice heavy with reluctance. It is the only way to keep her safe. Voldemort's reach extends far, but his power is still limited to Britain. If she stays in France, she will be beyond his immediate grasp. No, Harry said, his voice rising with desperation. I can't be separated from her again. The bond. The bond will survive, Dumbledore said. Gently. It has survived years of separation already, and it will continue to do so. But the bond will also protect her, even at a distance, as long as you are both committed to its strength. But, Harry, I must insist, Dumbledore said, his voice firm but kind. Fleur is not safe at Hogwarts. Not with the tournament's magic making the bond more visible, more volatile. The best thing for both of you is to remain apart until the danger has passed. Harry wanted to argue. He wanted to scream, to beg, to do anything to change Dumbledore's mind. But he could see the truth in the headmaster's eyes, and it was a truth that tore at his heart. Dumbledore, a voice said from the doorway, clear and determined. If I may interrupt. Harry turned to find Fleur standing in the entrance to the office, her silver hair gleaming in the candlelight. Her blue eyes were fixed on Dumbledore, her expression fierce with determination. Fleur, Harry breathed, his heart soaring at the sight of her. What are you doing here? I had a feeling, Fleur said, her voice steady despite the tension in the room. The bond, I could sense that something was wrong. I followed it here. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable as he regarded the young Vila. Miss Delacour, he said. This is a private conversation. It concerns me, Fleur said, stepping forward to stand beside Harry. Anything that concerns Harry concerns me. That is what the bond means. Dumbledore sighed, a long, weary sound that seemed to carry the weight of years. I was advising Harry that it might be best for you to return to France, he admitted. For your own safety. Fleur's chin rose, her eyes flashing with fire. I am not leaving, headmaster. Not now, not ever. Harry and I are bound by the soul flame bond. We have already been separated for years, and I will not let anyone, not even you, force us apart again. But your safety, Dumbledore began. My safety is my own concern, Fleur interrupted, her voice sharp. I have trained for years to protect myself. And with Harry by my side, I am stronger than anyone knows. Dumbledore regarded her for a long moment, his blue eyes filled with something that looked almost like respect. You are as stubborn as your grandmother, he said, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. And just as fierce. Thank you, headmaster, Fleur said, her voice softening. But I mean what I say. I am not leaving Harry. Not now, not ever. Harry reached out and took Fleur's hand, the bond pulsing with warmth at the contact. We're in this together, he said, his voice firm. Whatever happens, we face it together. Dumbledore sighed again, but there was a warmth in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Very well, he said. But you must be careful. Both of you. The bond is growing stronger, and with it, the attention it attracts. There are those who will seek to use it against you. Then we'll be ready, Harry said, his voice filled with determination. We'll train, we'll learn, we'll become strong enough to face anything. Fleur nodded, her hand tightening around his. Together, she said. Always together. Dumbledore looked at them, his expression inscrutable. Then he smiled, a small, sad smile that made Harry's heart ache. I believe you will, he said softly. Now go. Both of you. And remember, the bond is a gift, but it is also a responsibility. Never forget that. Harry and Fleur walked out of the office hand in hand, the bond pulsing with a warmth that chased away the shadows of doubt. The weeks that followed were a test of Harry and Fleur's resolve. The bond grew stronger every day, its golden threads weaving through their lives in ways that were both beautiful and terrifying. They trained together, their magic intertwining in a dance of power and grace. They talked late into the night, sharing their hopes and fears, their dreams and doubts. And they loved, deeply, fiercely, with a passion that seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space. But the bond was not without its challenges. Harry could feel Fleur's emotions with an intensity that sometimes threatened to overwhelm him. He could feel her fears, her anxieties, her hopes and dreams. He could feel her love, a fierce, all-consuming love that wrapped around him like a shield. And he could feel her determination, her resolve to protect him at all costs. You don't have to protect me, Harry said one evening, as they sat together in the room of requirement. I can protect myself. I know you can, Fleur said, her voice gentle. But that doesn't mean I won't try to help. The bond is a partnership, Harry. We're in this together. Harry smiled, a warmth spreading through his chest. I know, he said. And that's what makes it so special. Fleur leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to his lips. Together, she repeated, the word a promise that echoed in the bond between them. But the revelation of their bond was only the beginning. Harry and Fleur had been reunited, their connection re-established after years of separation. But the challenges ahead were far from over. The Triwizard Tournament loomed, its dangers unknown and unpredictable. And in the shadows, the Dark Lord was rising, his power growing with every passing day. The bond was a gift, but it was also a target. And Harry knew that he would do everything in his power to protect Fleur, even if it meant making the ultimate sacrifice. I won't let anyone hurt you, Harry said one night, his voice fierce with determination. I know you won't, Fleur replied, her eyes shining with tears. And I won't let anyone hurt you either. The bond connects us, Harry. We are stronger together than we could ever be apart. Harry nodded, his heart full of love and resolve. Together, he said, the word a vow that echoed in the bond between them. Always. And as the golden threads of the bond pulsed around them, Harry knew that he had found something far more precious than any treasure. More powerful than any magic. He had found his partner. His equal. His fated love. And nothing, not the tournament, not Voldemort, not even death itself, would ever tear them apart. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8, Jealousy and Hidden Enemies. The morning after the bond's public revelation, Harry woke to a world that had fundamentally shifted. The warmth of Fleur's presence was still lingering in his chest, a comforting glow that made the unfamiliar bed in the Gryffindor dormitory feel less lonely. But there was something else too, a tension in the air, a prickling at the back of his neck that told him something was wrong. He found out what when he descended to the great hall for breakfast. The moment he stepped through the doors, the whispers began. They weren't the curious, odd whispers of the previous night. These were sharper, meaner, laced with a venom that made Harry's stomach churn. That's him. The one who bewitched the villa. He probably used some kind of dark magic. How else could a half-blood attract someone like her? Did you see the way she looked at him? It's unnatural. He's clearly got her under some kind of spell. Harry's hands clenched into fists at his sides. The bond pulsed with a surge of anger that wasn't entirely his own. Fleur, he realized, was feeling the same thing from across the hall. He forced himself to walk to the Gryffindor table, his face carefully blank. Ron and Hermione were already there, their expressions a mixture of concern and outrage. "Harry," Hermione said, her voice low and urgent. "Have you heard what people are saying?" "I've heard enough," Harry muttered, sliding onto the bench beside her. "It's all nonsense. I didn't bewitch anyone." "We know that," Ron said fiercely. "But some of these gits are spreading the most ridiculous rumors. I heard Malfoy telling anyone who would listen that you'd use some kind of Velo love potion to trap Fleur." "Malfoy," Harry repeated, his voice flat. "Of course. He's not the only one," Hermione said, her eyes darting nervously around the hall. "There are others too. Some of the older students, especially the ones who've been pursuing Fleur, they're furious. They think you've stolen her away from them somehow." Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. He had known that the bond would attract attention, but he hadn't expected this level of hostility. The whispers were everywhere, a constant hum of suspicion and resentment that followed him wherever he went. But it was the looks that bothered him most. The jealous glares from students who had admired Fleur from afar, the calculating stares from those who saw the bond as something to be exploited. Harry felt their eyes on him constantly, a weight that pressed down on his shoulders like a physical burden. And then there were the other students, the ones who weren't jealous, but frightened. The ones who had heard the rumors about Voldemort's return, who saw the bond between Harry and Fleur as a sign of something dark and dangerous. Harry knew he couldn't let the whispers get to him. He had faced worse, far worse, in his time at Hogwarts. But the bond made everything more intense. He could feel Fleur's emotions as clearly as his own, and her pain at the rumors was a constant ache in his chest. "Don't let them get to you," he thought, reaching out with his mind. Asterisk, "They don't understand what we share. They never will, asterisk." "I know," Fleur's voice echoed back, soft and sad. Asterisk, "But it still hurts, Harry. To be seen as something monstrous. Something unnatural, asterisk." "You're not monstrous," Harry thought fiercely. Asterisk, "You're the most beautiful thing that's ever happened to me. And I don't care what anyone else thinks, asterisk." He felt her warmth in response, a surge of love that chased away the shadows of doubt. "I love you," she whispered. Asterisk, "I love you, Harry. Always, asterisk." "I love you too," he replied. "Always." The rumors didn't stop. They grew worse. By the end of the first week, Rita Skeeter had published her first article about Harry and Fleur. The headline screamed across the front page of the Daily Prophet in bold, sensational letters. "The boy who lived. And the girl who bewitched him, asterisk asterisk." Harry read the article with growing horror. Rita had twisted every detail, turning their beautiful bond into something sordid and scandalous. She had interviewed students who claimed Harry had used dark and unnatural magic to ensnare Fleur. She had quoted anonymous sources who suggested that Fleur's Vela heritage made her vulnerable to magical manipulation. And she had painted Harry as a dangerous, obsessive figure who would stop at nothing to possess the Vela champion. "It's a complete lie," Fleur said, her voice trembling with anger. They were in the room of requirement, the article spread out on the table between them. "Everything she's written. All of it." "I know," Harry said, his voice tight with barely suppressed rage. "But that's what she does. She twists the truth, makes it into something ugly and sensational. It sells papers. It sells lies," Fleur said bitterly. "And people believe them." Harry reached out and took her hand, the bond pulsing with warmth at the contact. "We can't let her get to us," he said. "We know the truth. That's what matters." Fleur nodded, but he could see the hurt in her eyes, the way the lies had burrowed under her skin. The bond was a gift, but it was also a vulnerability. It made them feel each other's pain more acutely, each other's fears more intensely. And Rita Skeeter knew exactly how to exploit that. The situation came to a head during the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry had been dreading the task for weeks. The dragons were terrifying enough on their own, but the added pressure of the bond, the knowledge that Fleur would be watching, that her life was just as much at stake as his, made the experience almost unbearable. But when Harry stepped into the arena and faced the Hungarian Horntail, something extraordinary happened. The bond surged with power, golden threads of magic weaving through the air around him. Harry felt Fleur's presence beside him, her magic intertwining with his, amplifying his strength and courage. The dragon seemed to sense it too. It hesitated, its massive head tilting as if trying to understand what it was facing. Harry used the moment of confusion to summon his firebolt and soar into the air. The dragon roared, flames erupting from its throat, but Harry was faster, more agile, his movements guided by the bond that connected him to Fleur. He dodged and weaved, his heart pounding with exhilaration as he flew through the smoke and fire. And then he saw it, the golden egg, gleaming in the dragon's nest. Harry dove, his hand reaching out, and snatched the egg from beneath the dragon's nose. The creature roared in fury, but Harry was already soaring away, the egg clutched tightly against his chest. When he landed, the crowd erupted into cheers. Harry barely heard them. He was looking at Fleur, her silver hair gleaming in the sunlight, her blue eyes shining with love and pride. "You did it," she whispered in his mind. "You were amazing." "I couldn't have done it without you," Harry replied, his heart soaring. The bond, I could feel you with me. It made me stronger, Fleur smiled, a radiant expression that made the world around them fade away. "We're stronger together," she said. "Always." The cheers continued, and Harry allowed himself a moment of triumph. But even as he basked in the applause, he could feel the weight of the jealous stares, the whispered accusations that followed him like shadows. The victory was bittersweet. The first task was a success, but the aftermath was tumultuous. Rita Skeeter had been watching, her quick quotes quill scribbling furiously. Her article the next day was even more sensational than the first, filled with exaggerations and outright lies. "Harry Potter, the boy who lived, has proven once again that he is a force to be reckoned with," the article read. But is his success truly his own, or does it belong to the mysterious Vila champion who has captured his heart? Sources close to the tournament have revealed that Potter's performance was unnaturally enhanced by the presence of his Vila partner, raising questions about the fairness of the competition. The article went on to speculate about the nature of Harry and Fleur's relationship, painting it as something dark and manipulative. It quoted unnamed sources who claimed that Harry had enslaved Fleur using ancient Vila magic, and that she was little more than a puppet in his hands. Harry threw the newspaper across the room, his face burning with rage. "This is insane," he said, his voice trembling. "She's making it sound like I'm some kind of monster." "She's a sensationalist," Hermione said, her voice sharp with frustration. "She doesn't care about the truth. She only cares about selling papers." "But people believe her," Ron said, his voice heavy with concern. "I've heard students talking about it. Some of them actually think Harry used dark magic on Fleur." "The bond is not dark magic," Fleur said, her voice filled with quiet fury. "It is the purest form of magic there is. And anyone who suggests otherwise doesn't understand what they're talking about." "We know that," Harry said, reaching out to take her hand. "But that doesn't mean the rumors won't hurt." Fleur's expression softened, her anger fading into something more vulnerable. "I know," she said softly. "But we have each other. That's what matters." Harry squeezed her hand, the bond pulsing with warmth. "Together," he said. "Always." The rumors took a darker turn when an attempt was made on Fleur's life. It happened on a quiet evening, just a few days after the first task. Harry had been in the library, researching the second task, when the bond had suddenly blazed with a surge of fear and pain so intense that he had nearly collapsed. "Fleur," he had screamed in his mind. "What's happening?" Where are you, asterisk? The response had been weak, fragmented. Asterisk the lake, someone pushed me. I can't breathe. Harry, asterisk. Harry had run. He had run through the corridors of Hogwarts, his heart pounding, his magic surging with a fury he had never known. The bond was a lifeline, guiding him toward the Black Lake, toward the place where Fleur was fighting for her life. When he arrived, he found her struggling in the icy water, her silver hair plastered to her face, her eyes wide with fear. A group of students was watching from the shore, their expressions a mixture of shock and guilt. Harry didn't hesitate. He dove into the water, his magic surging around him, and pulled Fleur to safety. The bond blazed with warmth as their skin touched, and Harry felt her strength returning, her breathing steadying. Who did this? Harry demanded, his voice cold with rage. The students exchanged nervous glances. No one spoke. I said, who did this? Harry repeated, his voice rising. The bond pulsed with power, and golden threads of magic began to weave through the air around him. It was an accident, one of the students stammered. She slipped, Anne. Liar, Harry said, his voice flat. The golden threads pulsed around him, and the student went pale. I saw them, another voice said, sharp and clear. Hermione had arrived, her face pale with shock. They pushed her. All of them. I saw the whole thing. The students' faces crumbled. They turned to run, but Harry's magic was faster. Golden threads shot out, wrapping around them, holding them in place. You're going to tell me who put you up to this, Harry said, his voice dangerously soft. And then you're going to leave Fleur alone. Forever. Do I make myself clear? The students nodded frantically, their eyes wide with terror. Good, Harry said, releasing them. Now get out of my sight. They scrambled away, and Harry turned to Fleur. Her face was pale, but her eyes were shining with a fierce determination that made his heart ache. I'm okay, she said, her voice steady despite the trembling in her hands. You saved me. I'll always save you, Harry said, his voice fierce. No matter what. The bond pulsed with warmth, and Harry knew that he would do anything, to keep her safe. The attack on Fleur was a turning point. Harry had been content to ignore the rumors, to rise above the jealousy and suspicion. But now that Fleur had been targeted, all bets were off. He spent the next few days investigating, using the bond and his connection to the magical world to track down the culprits. He discovered that the attack had been orchestrated by a group of students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, students who had been jealous of Fleur's success, who had seen her bond with Harry as an unfair advantage. But there was something else too. Something darker. Harry discovered that the students had been encouraged by an outside figure, someone who had promised them riches and power in exchange for weakening the bond between Harry and Fleur. The figure remained anonymous, but Harry had his suspicions. Voldemort. The Dark Lord was already trying to exploit the bond, using it as a weapon against them. Harry's blood ran cold at the thought. If Voldemort succeeded in breaking the bond, he would be vulnerable, alone, helpless. I won't let him win, Harry said, his voice fierce with determination. I won't let anyone hurt you. Fleur took his hand, the bond pulsing with warmth. We won't let anyone hurt us, she said. Together. But even as they fought against the rumors and the attacks, something else was happening. Something that Harry hadn't expected. The bond was changing. It was becoming more powerful, more intense. Harry could feel Fleur's emotions with a clarity that sometimes overwhelmed him. He could feel her love, her fear, her hope, her despair. He could feel her thoughts, her dreams, her darkest fears. And he could feel her magic. The bond was amplifying Fleur's powers as well as his own. She was becoming stronger, more confident, more skilled. The spells she cast were more powerful, the charms she wove more intricate. She was growing into something extraordinary, something that Harry knew would play a crucial role in the battles to come. But the bond's growth came at a price. Harry could feel the strain on Fleur's body, the exhaustion that came from channeling so much magic. He could feel her fear, her anxiety, her desperate need to be worthy of the bond. "You don't have to prove anything," Harry told her one night, as they lay together in the room of requirement. "The bond doesn't expect you to be perfect. It just expects you to be yourself." "But I want to be perfect," Fleur said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I want to be worthy of you, Harry. I want to be strong enough to stand by your side, no matter what comes." "You already are," Harry said, pulling her close. "You're the strongest person I know, Fleur. And I love you. That's all that matters." Fleur buried her face in his chest, and Harry felt her tears soaking through his shirt. The bond pulsed with a warmth that chased away the shadows of doubt. "I love you too," she whispered. "Always." The days that followed were a blur of training, preparation, and quiet moments of intimacy. Harry and Fleur grew closer, their bond strengthening with every passing day. They learned to trust each other, to rely on each other, to face the challenges ahead with courage and determination. But the shadows were closing in. Harry could sense it in the way the bond pulsed with warning, in the way Fleur's eyes grew distant with worry. He could feel Voldemort's influence spreading, a dark presence that threatened to consume everything they held dear. "The bond is our strength," Harry said one night, as they stood together on the astronomy tower, looking out at the stars. "But it's also our vulnerability. Voldemort knows that. He'll try to use it against us. Then we'll be ready," Fleur said, her voice fierce with determination. "We'll train, we'll learn, we'll become strong enough to face anything." Harry turned to look at her, his heart full of love and pride. "Together," he said. "Always together." Fleur smiled, and the warmth of the bond pulsed between them, a golden thread that connected their souls across the distance. "We'll protect each other," she said. "No matter what." Harry nodded, his heart full of resolve. The bond had brought them together, and nothing, not Voldemort, not the tournament, not even death itself, would tear them apart. But even as he made that promise, Harry knew that the road ahead would be difficult. The bond was a gift, but it was also a burden. It demanded sacrifice, commitment, and the strength to face the darkness head-on. And Harry was determined to honor it. "I love you, Fleur," he said, his voice soft but fierce. "I love you more than anything in this world." Fleur's eyes shone with tears, and she reached out to cup his cheek. "I love you too, Harry. Always." The bond pulsed with a warmth that seemed to fill the entire tower, and Harry knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. Together. Always. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, Secrets of Potter Heritage. The revelation that someone had orchestrated the attack on Fleur, someone connected to Voldemort, sent Harry into a spiral of determination that bordered on obsession. He spent every waking moment that wasn't devoted to tournament preparation researching, investigating, and searching for answers. The bond pulsed with Fleur's concern, her worry for him a constant warmth in his chest, but Harry couldn't stop. Couldn't slow down. The need to understand, to protect, was a fire that consumed him. It was Ron who finally gave him the key. "Harry, mate, you need to eat something," Ron said one evening, pushing a plate of treacle tart toward him. "You've been staring at those books for hours. What are you even looking for?" Harry looked up, his eyes red-rimmed from lack of sleep. "Information about my family," he admitted. "About the Potter bloodline. There's something there, I know there is. Something that connects to the bond." Ron's brow furrowed. "The bond? But that's Vila magic. What does that have to do with your family?" "I don't know," Harry said, frustration creeping into his voice. "But the ancient oak recognized me. The bond activated when I was only 9 years old. Fleur's grandmother said there was something special about my bloodline, something ancient. I need to find out what." Ron was quiet for a moment, his expression thoughtful. Then he said, "Why don't you write to Sirius? He knew your parents better than anyone. If there's something in the Potter bloodline that you don't know about, he might be able to help." Harry's heart leaped. Of course. Sirius. His godfather had been in Azkaban for 12 years, but he had known James and Lily better than anyone. If there were secrets in the Potter family, Sirius would know. "Ron, you're a genius," Harry said, grabbing a quill and parchment. "I'll write to him tonight." Ron grinned, looking pleased with himself. "I have my moments." The letter to Sirius was short and urgent. Sirius. I need to know everything you can tell me about the Potter bloodline. There's something about my family, something ancient. It's connected to the bond one share with Fleur Delacour. Please, if you know anything, write back as soon as possible, Harry. The response came within 3 days, delivered by a large, shaggy owl that Harry recognized as one of Sirius's. Harry. I'm not sure how much I can tell you, but I'll do my best. The Potters are an old family, older than most people realize. I know James's grandfather, Fleamont Potter, was a powerful wizard who invented the Sleekeazy's hair potion. But there's more to the family than that. I remember James mentioning something once, a family legend about ancient magic. Something to do with the first Potters, who were said to have come from a line of powerful wizards that predated Hogwarts, I don't know the details, but I know where you might find them. The Potter family vault at Gringotts contains more than just gold. There are old records there, family histories, perhaps even the legend itself. If you can get access to the vault, you might find what you're looking for, Be careful, Harry. Some secrets are kept hidden for a reason, Sirius. Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart pounding with excitement. The Potter family vault. Of course. He had been there once, with Hagrid, retrieving the Philosopher's Stone. But he hadn't explored the vault thoroughly, hadn't even known there was more to find. He knew what he had to do. Getting permission to visit the Gringotts vault was easier than Harry had expected. Professor Dumbledore, after hearing Harry's explanation, had agreed to authorize the visit. The Potter family has many secrets, Dumbledore had said, his eyes twinkling with a knowing light. And I suspect you are ready to discover some of them. Harry, accompanied by Fleur, made the journey to Diagon Alley under the watchful eyes of a few trusted Aurors. The streets were busy, filled with witches and wizards going about their daily business, but Harry barely noticed them. His focus was on the white marble building that loomed ahead, Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. The goblins were less than thrilled to see them. "A Potter and a Vila," the head goblin said, his voice dripping with contempt. "An unusual combination. What business do you have at Gringotts?" "We need access to the Potter family vault," Harry said, his voice steady despite the goblin's hostile gaze. "I have authorization from Professor Dumbledore." The goblin examined the parchment that Harry produced, his beady eyes scanning the words. Then he nodded, a grudging acceptance. "Very well. Follow me." The journey through the vaults was familiar and surreal. Harry and Fleur descended into the depths of the bank, their cart weaving through tunnels and passageways. Fleur's hand was in his, the bond pulsing with a warmth that made the cold, underground air bearable. When they reached the Potter vault, the goblin stepped aside. "You have 1 hour," he said. "No more." Harry nodded, his heart pounding as he approached the vault door. The magical lock recognized him, clicking open with a soft sound. What he found inside made his breath catch. The vault was larger than he remembered, filled with more than just the piles of gold and silver. There were shelves lined with old books, their spines cracked and faded. There were trunks and boxes, their contents carefully preserved. There were portraits, old, faded paintings of people Harry had never seen, their faces watching him with curious, ancient eyes. "Harry," Fleur whispered, her voice filled with awe. Look at all of this. I know, Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. This is my family's history. All of it. They began to explore, pulling books from the shelves, opening trunks and boxes. The contents were a treasure trove of magical artifacts, family records, and historical documents. Harry found letters written by his grandparents, journals kept by his great-grandparents, and a book filled with family trees that stretched back centuries. But it was a small, leather-bound journal that caught his attention. It was tucked away in a corner of the vault, hidden behind a pile of old robes. The cover was embossed with the Potter family crest, a shield with 3 stars and a stag, and the pages were yellowed with age. What is it? Fleur asked, peering over his shoulder. I don't know, Harry admitted, opening the journal. But it looks old. Very old. The journal was written in a flowing, elegant script that Harry struggled to read. The language was archaic, the words filled with references to ancient magic and forgotten rituals. But as he turned the pages, Harry began to understand what he was reading. It was a family history. A record of the Potter bloodline, stretching back to its earliest known ancestor. Listen to this, Harry said, his voice trembling with excitement. He began to read aloud. In the time before the founding of Hogwarts, there lived a wizard named Ingmar Potter. He was a man of great power and ancient magic, descended from a line of druids who had guarded the sacred groves of Britain for millennia. Ingmar was a seeker of knowledge, a traveler who journeyed to the farthest reaches of the magical world. And in his travels, he discovered something extraordinary, a connection to the Vila. Fleur's breath caught. The Vila? Your family has been connected to the Vila for centuries. Harry nodded, his eyes scanning the journal. It says here that Ingmar fell in love with a Vila, one of the first Vila, before they were fully separate from the rest of the magical world. They had a child together, and that child carried the Vila bloodline into the Potter family. The magic has been passed down ever since. That's why the bond recognized you, Fleur said, her voice filled with wonder. Your family has always had a connection to the Vila. The bond was waiting for you, for someone who could fulfill its potential. Harry read on, his heart racing. It goes on to talk about the soul flame bond. It says that the bond can only be formed between 2 people who are magically compatible, people whose bloodlines carry the same ancient magic. The Potters have that magic. And the Vila have it too. The bond was inevitable. This is incredible, Harry, Fleur said, her eyes shining with tears. Your family's history, your heritage, it's all connected to the bond. To us. Harry closed the journal, his hands trembling. I never knew, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I never knew any of this. I grew up thinking I was a nobody. And now I'm finding out that my family has been connected to Vila magic for centuries. Fleur reached out and took his hand, the bond pulsing with warmth. You're not a nobody, Harry. You never were. You're the heir to a powerful magical legacy, a legacy that brought us together. Harry smiled, a genuine, heartfelt smile that seemed to light up the dark vault. I love you, he said. I don't say it enough. But I love you, Fleur. Fleur's smile was radiant. I love you too, Harry. Always. The discovery of the journal was just the beginning. Harry and Fleur spent the rest of their hour in the vault, exploring the other artifacts and records. They found letters written by James Potter to Lily, love letters that were filled with passion and hope. They found old photographs, pictures of a young Harry held in his parents' arms. And they found a small, silver locket that matched the one Harry had been given by Fleur's grandmother. Another locket, Harry said, examining the intricate Vila symbol on its surface. It's almost identical to mine. Maybe it's a family heirloom, Fleur suggested. Something that was passed down through the generations. Harry opened the locket, and a small piece of parchment fell out. He unfolded it, his eyes scanning the words. To my descendant, the one who carries the ancient magic. When you find this, you will have discovered the truth of our family's heritage. You are not just a potter. You are the heir to the soul flame bond, the destined partner of a vila whose soul is woven with your own. Protect the bond. Honor it. And know that you are never alone. The ancient magic will guide you. Trust it. Harry read the words 3 times, his heart pounding. The message was addressed to him, to the one who would discover the truth of the Potter heritage. The ancient magic had been waiting for him, preparing him for this moment. Your great-grandmother knew, Fleur whispered, her voice filled with awe. She knew that the bond would be formed someday. And she left this message for you. Looks like she did, Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. I can't believe it. All of this, the bond, the magic, the connection to the villa, it was all planned. All waiting for us. Fleur took his hand, the bond pulsing with warmth. Then we have a lot to live up to, she said, a small smile playing at her lips. We can't let them down. Harry smiled back, his heart full of love and determination. We won't, he said. I promise. The journey back to Hogwarts was quiet, Harry's mind still processing everything he had discovered. The Potter family heritage was more complex, more ancient than he had ever imagined. And it was all connected to the bond, to Fleur, to the future that awaited them. When they returned to the castle, Harry found an unexpected visitor waiting for him in the Gryffindor common room. Sirius Black. Harry, Sirius said, his voice rough with emotion. I heard you went to Gringotts. I thought you might need someone to talk to. Harry rushed forward, pulling his godfather into a tight embrace. Sirius, I found it. The journal, the locket, I found everything. Sirius pulled back, his eyes searching Harry's face. And the bond is real, Harry said, his voice filled with wonder. It's been part of my family's heritage for centuries. The Potters have always been connected to the villa. The bond was waiting for me. Sirius's expression softened. I always suspected there was something special about the Potter bloodline, he said. Your father never talked about it much, he was always more interested in the present than the past. But I knew there was a reason why you survived that night. Why the killing curse didn't kill you. Harry nodded, his heart heavy with the weight of the revelation. The ancient magic, it's been protecting me all along. The bond, my mother's sacrifice, my family's heritage. It's all connected. It is, Sirius agreed. And now you have a responsibility. To carry that magic forward, to protect it and honor it. Your parents would be proud of you, Harry. I know I am. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes, but he blinked them away. Thanks, Sirius. That means a lot. The weeks that followed were a flurry of research and discovery. Harry delved into the Potter family records, uncovering more details about the ancient magic that ran through his veins. He discovered that the first Potters had been druids, guardians of the sacred groves, protectors of the old magic. He learned about the Vila connection, about the bonds that had been formed between his ancestors and the Vila they had loved. And he discovered something else, something that made the bond with Fleur even more significant. The soul flame bond was not just a connection between two people. It was a prophecy. According to the family records, the first Potter to bond with a Vila had been given a prophecy by the ancient oak. The prophecy spoke of a time when the two bloodlines would unite in a bond so powerful that it would change the course of magical history. The bond would be forged between a Potter and a Vila, and together, they would bring balance to a world on the brink of destruction. The balance, Harry murmured, reading the prophecy for the 100th time. The bond is meant to restore balance. That's what we're supposed to do. Fleur looked up from the book she had been reading. Balance, she repeated, her voice thoughtful. What kind of balance? Between light and dark, I think, Harry said slowly. The prophecy talks about a time when the magical world will be thrown into chaos. Voldemort, the war, all of it. The bond is supposed to restore the balance. And we're the ones who are supposed to do it, Fleur said, her eyes meeting Harry's. The prophecy is about us. Harry nodded, his heart heavy with the weight of the revelation. It's a lot to handle, he admitted. I never asked for any of this. But I guess we don't get a choice. Fleur reached out and took his hand, the bond pulsing with warmth. We don't, she agreed. But we have each other. And that makes all the difference. Harry smiled, his heart full of love and determination. Together, he said. Always. The final piece of the puzzle came from an unexpected source. Professor Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office one evening, his expression grave. I have discovered something, Harry, he said. Something that may help you understand the bond and its place in the prophecy. Harry leaned forward, his heart pounding. What is it? Dumbledore reached into his desk and pulled out a small, leather-bound book. This is the Journal of Merlin, he said. It contains some of the oldest magic known to wizard kind. And it mentions the soul flame bond. Harry's breath caught. Merlin. The Merlin. The same, Dumbledore confirmed. He wrote about the bond in his journal, describing it as the most powerful magic in existence. He believed that the bond was the key to restoring balance to the magical world, that a Potter and a Vila, bound by love and magic, could achieve anything. Merlin knew about the bond, Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. He knew about the prophecy. He did, Dumbledore said. And he believed that the bond would be fulfilled in your generation. He believed that you and Fleur would be the ones to restore balance to the magical world. Harry felt the weight of Dumbledore's words settling on his shoulders. The prophecy, the bond, the ancient magic, it was all connected. And it was all leading to one inevitable conclusion. I'll do it, Harry said, his voice steady despite the fear in his heart. Whatever it takes, I'll fulfill the prophecy. I'll protect the bond. Dumbledore nodded, a look of quiet pride in his eyes. I knew you would, Harry. Now go. You have much to prepare for. Harry left Dumbledore's office with a new sense of purpose. The bond with Fleur was more than just a magical connection, it was a responsibility, a legacy, a destiny that he could not escape. But as he walked through the quiet corridors of Hogwarts, Harry realized that he didn't want to escape it. The bond had brought him love, purpose, and the strength to face whatever challenges lay ahead. And with Fleur by his side, Harry knew that he could achieve anything. The secrets of the Potter heritage had been revealed, and with them, a deeper understanding of the bond that connected Harry and Fleur. They were not just fated partners, they were heirs to an ancient prophecy, destined to restore balance to a world on the brink of chaos. And together, they would fulfill that destiny. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, Trials of the Heart. The morning of the first task dawned gray and ominous, the sky heavy with clouds that seemed to press down on Hogwarts like a physical weight. Harry had barely slept, his mind churning with anxiety and anticipation. The bond pulsed with Fleur's presence, a warm comfort in the cold darkness of the early hours, but even her reassurance couldn't quiet the storm of fear in his heart. Dragons. He was going to face dragons. The thought was absurd, terrifying, and yet somehow less frightening than the prospect of letting Fleur down. She would be watching, her eyes on him, her heart beating in time with his own. The bond would be stretched to its limits, connecting them across the arena, and Harry knew that every moment of danger would be felt by both of them. I can do this, Harry told himself, staring at the ceiling of his four-poster bed. I can do this for her. For us, He rose before the sun, his movements quiet and careful as he dressed in his dragon-hide gloves and the robes that had been enchanted for the task. The other boys in the dormitory were still asleep, their breathing deep and even. Harry slipped out of the room, his heart pounding, and made his way to the appointed meeting place. The champion's tent was already occupied when he arrived. Cedric Diggory was pacing nervously, his handsome face pale beneath his golden hair. Victor Crumb sat in a corner, his dark eyes fixed on the ground, his jaw tight with concentration. And Fleur was standing by the entrance, her silver hair gleaming in the dim light, her blue eyes finding Harry's the moment he stepped inside. "Harry," she breathed, crossing the tent in 3 quick strides. "I was so worried. The bond, it's been pulsing with anxiety all morning." "I'm nervous," Harry admitted, his voice low. "But I'll be fine. I have to be." Fleur reached out and took his hands, the bond surging with warmth at the contact. "You're stronger than you know, Harry. The bond will help you. I'll be with you, every moment." Harry nodded, drawing strength from her presence. "I know. That's what keeps me going." The other champions watched them with expressions of curiosity and something that might have been envy. Cedric offered a small, encouraging smile. Victor nodded gravely. But Harry barely noticed them. His focus was on Fleur, on the warmth of her hands, on the love that pulsed through the bond like a heartbeat. "Champions!" Ludo Bagman's voice boomed from outside the tent. "Are you ready? The first task is about to begin." Harry's heart leaped into his throat. He squeezed Fleur's hands one last time, then released them. "Wish me luck," he said, his voice steady despite the fear in his heart. "Good luck, Harry," Fleur said, her eyes shining with tears. "I love you." "I love you too," Harry replied. And then he turned and walked out of the tent, toward the arena where the dragons awaited. The Hungarian horntail was even more terrifying up close. Harry stood in the center of the arena, his wand raised, his heart pounding as the massive creature loomed before him. Its scales were a dark, glossy black, its eyes a burning yellow, its teeth as long as his forearm. The dragon's tail lashed the ground, sending sparks flying, and its nostrils flared with each breath, releasing plumes of smoke that coiled in the air like serpents. "Stay calm," Harry told himself, forcing his breathing to slow. Stay calm. The bond is with you. Fleur is with you. The dragon roared, a sound that shook the very ground, and Harry felt the bond pulse with a surge of warmth. It was as if Fleur was standing beside him, her hand in his, her magic intertwining with his own. "I'm with you, Harry," her voice seemed to say. "I'll always be with you." Harry nodded, his resolve hardening. He raised his wand, his mind focused, his magic surging through the bond. "Accio Firebolt," he shouted, and the broomstick soared into his hand. The dragon lunged, flames erupting from its throat, but Harry was already moving. He leaped onto the firebolt, soaring into the air, the dragon's fire missing him by inches. The crowd roared, and Harry felt the bond pulse with a surge of pride. "Keep going," Fleur's presence urged. "You're doing it. You're doing it, Harry flew higher, circling the dragon, searching for the golden egg he had glimpsed in its nest. The creature's eyes followed him, its massive head swiveling as it tracked his movements. Harry dove, swooping low, and the dragon roared in fury, its tail whipping toward him. The impact sent Harry spinning, the firebolt wobbling beneath him. He gripped the handle, his knuckles white, and felt the bond pulse with a surge of fear, Fleur's fear, mingled with his own. "I'm okay," Harry thought fiercely. I'm okay. Just stay with me, He pulled the firebolt into a sharp climb, the dragon's flames licking at his heels. The crowd gasped, and Harry heard someone scream, "Fleur," he realized, her voice cutting through the chaos. "Don't worry about me," Harry thought, his determination sharpening. "I've got this." He flew higher, higher, until the dragon was a distant speck below him. Then he dove, the wind screaming past his ears, his focus locked on the golden egg. The dragon roared, flames billowing, but Harry was too fast. Too focused, too determined to fail. His hand closed around the egg. The dragon's claws raked through the air where he had been moments before. And then Harry was soaring away, the egg clutched against his chest, the crowd's cheers washing over him like a wave. He had done it. He had won. The celebrations were loud and jubilant. Harry was mobbed by his classmates, hoisted onto their shoulders and paraded around the arena. Ron was grinning so widely his face looked like it might split. Hermione was crying tears of joy. Even Malfoy, standing in the shadows, couldn't hide his grudging admiration. But Harry barely noticed any of it. His eyes were searching for one face, one presence, one bond that connected him to everything that mattered. Fleur was waiting for him at the edge of the arena, her silver hair gleaming in the afternoon sun. The moment Harry saw her, the bond surged with a warmth so fierce it took his breath away. "Harry," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "You were incredible. I was so scared, but you were amazing." "I couldn't have done it without you," Harry said, his voice equally thick. "The bond, I felt you with me. Every moment." Fleur threw her arms around him, and Harry held her tight, feeling the warmth of the bond envelop them both. The crowd's cheers faded into the background, leaving only the two of them, wrapped in golden light. "I love you," Fleur whispered. "I love you so much." "I love you too," Harry replied. "Always." They stood there for a long moment, holding each other, the bond pulsing with a love so deep and so powerful that it seemed to fill the entire arena. And for the first time in his life, Harry felt truly, completely at peace. The aftermath of the first task was a whirlwind of interviews, celebrations, and revelations. Harry was inundated with congratulations, with students and professors alike praising his courage and skill. But the bond was pulsing with something else, something that Harry couldn't quite identify. It was Fleur. She was worried about something more than just the task. "What's wrong?" Harry asked that evening, as they sat together in the room of requirement. "The bond, I can feel you worrying." "What is it?" Fleur hesitated, her eyes troubled. "It's the next task, Harry. The second task. The champions have to retrieve something precious to them from the bottom of the Black Lake. Something that will be taken from us." Harry felt his blood run cold. "What will be taken?" "Something we'll miss," Fleur said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Something we love." The bond pulsed with a surge of understanding. Harry realized what Fleur was trying to tell him, and the realization hit him like a physical blow. "They're going to take you," he said, his voice hollow. "They're going to put you in the lake, and I'm going to have to find you." Fleur nodded, her eyes shining with tears. "The bond will help you find me. But you have to be fast, Harry. The lake is deep, and the Mere people are not always friendly." "I'll find you," Harry said, his voice fierce with determination. "I'll find you, Fleur. No matter what. I promise." Fleur's smile was bittersweet. "I know you will, Harry. The bond will guide you home." The week leading up to the second task was a blur of preparation and anxiety. Harry spent every spare moment practicing underwater spells, his focus sharpened by the bond that pulsed with Fleur's presence. He could feel her worry, her fear, her determination to survive whatever challenges the task held. But he also felt her love, her trust, her unwavering faith in him. "I won't let you down," Harry thought fiercely. "I'll never let you down." The morning of the second task dawned gray and cold, the Black Lake surface dark and forbidding. Harry stood at the water's edge, his heart pounding, his wand clutched in his hand. The other champions were nearby, Cedric, Victor, and Fleur, who was looking at him with an expression of fierce determination. "Champions." Ludo Bagman's voice boomed. "Your task is to retrieve what has been taken from you. The lake is deep and dangerous, but you must succeed. You have 1 hour." Harry's eyes met Fleur's, and the bond pulsed with a surge of love that chased away the shadows of fear. "I'm ready," Harry thought. "I'll find you. I promise, And then he dove into the icy water, the bond guiding him like a beacon through the darkness. The lake was a world of shadows and silence. Harry swam deeper, the water pressing in on him from all sides, his magic surging through the gillyweed that let him breathe. The bond was a constant presence, a golden thread that pulled him toward Fleur. "I'm coming," he thought, his mind reaching out. "I'm coming, Fleur. Just hold on, asterisk." He felt her response, a warmth, a surge of love and trust that made his heart ache. "I'm here," her presence seemed to say. "I'm waiting for you." Harry swam faster, following the bond through the murky depths. He passed schools of fish, thick forests of seaweed, and the crumbling ruins of what might have been an ancient village. And then he saw it, a small, dark shape, tied to a stone pillar at the bottom of the lake. Fleur. Harry surged forward, his heart pounding. The mere people who guarded her watched him with wary eyes, but Harry ignored them, reaching out to touch Fleur's face. The bond pulsed with a warmth so fierce, so bright, that it seemed to illuminate the water around them. "I found you," Harry breathed, his voice filled with wonder. "I found you." He cut her bonds, pulling her into his arms, and felt the bond surge with a love so deep it almost overwhelmed him. They rose together through the water, breaking the surface with a gasp, and Harry held Fleur close, his heart full to bursting. "I love you," he said, the words tumbling out in a rush. "I love you, Fleur. I've always loved you." Fleur laughed, a sound of pure joy. "I know, Harry. I've always known. And I've always loved you too." The bond pulsed between them, golden threads of magic weaving through the air, and the crowd on the shore cheered as the two champions emerged victorious. The second task was a triumph, but it was also a turning point. Harry and Fleur had proven their commitment to the bond, their willingness to sacrifice everything for each other. The golden threads of their connection had been visible to all, a testament to the strength of their love. But the victory was bittersweet. Harry knew that Voldemort was watching, that the Dark Lord was waiting for the right moment to strike. The bond was a target as much as it was a strength, and Harry would do everything in his power to protect Fleur. "I won't let anyone hurt you," Harry said that night, as they lay together in the room of requirement. "Not Voldemort, not anyone." Fleur's eyes were soft with love. "I know you won't, Harry. And I'll protect you too. The bond makes us strong, stronger than anyone else." Harry nodded, his heart full of resolve. "Together," he said. "Always." The bond pulsed between them, a golden warmth that chased away the shadows of fear. Harry and Fleur had faced the trials of the heart and emerged stronger than ever. And they would face whatever came next together. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11, The Ancient Vila Temple. The quiet after the second task was a strange, suspended time. Harry and Fleur had emerged from the Black Lake victorious, their bond stronger than ever, the golden threads of their connection visible to all who cared to look. But the celebrations were muted, overshadowed by the knowledge that the tournament was far from over, and that darker forces were gathering in the shadows. It was Fleur's grandmother who provided the next piece of the puzzle. Marguerite arrived at Hogwarts on a cold, grey afternoon, her silver-white hair swept back from her face, her blue eyes sharp with purpose. She swept through the castle like a force of nature, her presence commanding attention from everyone she passed. When she finally found Harry and Fleur in the room of requirement, her expression was one of quiet urgency. "Grandmere," Fleur said, rising to embrace her grandmother. "What brings you here? Is something wrong?" "Nothing is wrong," Marguerite said, her voice steady. "But something is about to happen. Something that has been waiting for you both for a very long time." Harry's heart quickened. "What do you mean?" Marguerite's eyes met his, and for a moment, Harry saw something ancient and knowing in their depths. "The Vila Sanctuary has called for you, Harry Potter. The ancient temple, the heart of our people's magic, has awakened. It recognized the soul flame bond, and it wishes to honor it." Harry exchanged a glance with Fleur, who looked as confused as he felt. "A temple? But I thought the sanctuary was just the forest and your cottage. The sanctuary is vast, Marguerite explained. The forest is only its outermost boundary. Deep within the heart of the Vila lands lies the temple, the oldest, most sacred place our people have ever built. It is said to have been created by the first Vila, the ones who walked the earth before the age of mortals. Created by the first Vila, Harry repeated, his voice filled with awe. And it's calling for me? Not just for you, Marguerite said, her gaze shifting to Fleur. For both of you. The temple has sensed the soul flame bond, and it wishes to bless it. This is an honor that has not been bestowed on anyone in centuries. Fleur's eyes were shining with emotion. Grand Mère, that's incredible. But why now? Why after all this time? Because the bond is reaching its fullness, Marguerite said. The prophecy is coming to pass, and the temple recognizes that the time has come for you to receive its blessing. You must come to the sanctuary, both of you, and enter the temple together. Harry felt a surge of determination. When do we leave? Marguerite's smile was soft, filled with a warmth that made Harry's heart ache. Tomorrow, she said. There is no time to waste. The journey to the Vila sanctuary was a blur of magical transportation and hushed conversation. Harry and Fleur traveled with Marguerite, operating to the outskirts of the ancient forest before walking the rest of the way. The path was familiar, the same winding trail Harry had followed years ago, but it felt different now, charged with a power that made his skin tingle and his heart race. The ancient oak was waiting for them in the clearing, its branches heavy with golden leaves that shimmered in the fading light. Harry reached out to touch its bark, and the bond pulsed with a warmth so fierce it took his breath away. It recognizes you, Fleur said softly, her hand finding his. The tree has been waiting for you, Harry. It always has. Harry nodded, his throat tight with emotion. I feel it. It's like coming home. Marguerite led them past the ancient oak, deeper into the forest. The trees grew taller, their branches intertwining overhead until the sky was barely visible. The air was thick with magic, a humming energy that seemed to vibrate in Harry's very bones. And then, through a curtain of hanging vines, they emerged into a clearing unlike any Harry had ever seen. The temple rose before them like a vision from another age. It was built of white stone that seemed to glow with an inner light, its surface covered in intricate carvings that told the story of the Vila people. Pillars soared toward the sky, their tops lost in the canopy of the ancient trees. And at the center of the temple, a massive door stood open, inviting them inside. The temple knows you're here, Marguerite said, her voice hushed with reverence. It has been waiting for this moment for centuries. Harry and Fleur walked toward the door hand in hand, the bond pulsing with a warmth that seemed to fill the entire clearing. The carvings on the walls seemed to come alive. As they passed, the figures of ancient Vila turning to watch them with eyes that glowed with golden light. Inside, the temple was even more breathtaking. The ceiling soared high above them, covered in a mosaic of stars that seemed to move and shift like the night sky. The floor was polished marble, reflecting the golden light that emanated from the walls. And at the center of the great hall, a pool of water shimmered with an iridescent sheen. The pool of souls, Marguerite said, her voice barely above a whisper. It is said that the first Vila used this pool to bind themselves to their chosen partners. The water carries the ancient magic of the bond, and it will reveal to you the true nature of your connection. Harry looked at Fleur, his heart pounding. Are you ready? Fleur's eyes met his, filled with love and determination. I've never been more ready for anything in my life. They approached the pool together, their hands still intertwined. The water seemed to pulse with a golden light, and Harry felt the bond surge in response, a warmth that filled him from head to toe. Place your hands in the water, Marguerite instructed. Together. Harry and Fleur knelt at the edge of the pool, their hands clasped, and lowered them into the shimmering water. The moment their fingers touched the liquid, the world exploded with light. Harry felt the bond surge with a power so fierce, so bright, that it seemed to consume him entirely. Golden threads of magic wove through the air, surrounding him and Fleur in a cocoon of light. He could feel her presence, her love, her soul, every part of her was intertwined with every part of him. And then the vision came. Harry saw the history of the soul flame bond, stretching back through the centuries. He saw the first Potter and the first Vila, their love blooming in a time of war and chaos. He saw the ancient oak, its roots reaching deep into the earth, its branches touching the sky. He saw the prophecy, written in golden letters, that burned with the light of 1,000 suns. Two souls, bound by fate. Their love shall be the gate. Through darkness and through fire. They shall rise ever higher. The bond that cannot be broken. The words that must be spoken. In balance they shall stand. And bring peace to the land. The vision faded, and Harry found himself kneeling at the edge of the pool, Fleur's hand still clasped in his. The water had gone still, its surface smooth and dark. But the bond was pulsing with a warmth so fierce that it seemed to fill the entire temple. What was that? Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The prophecy, Fleur said, her voice trembling with emotion. The bond has accepted us, Harry. The temple has blessed us. Marguerite was smiling, tears streaming down her face. You have been chosen, she said. The soul flame bond has been consecrated by the temple. You are bound by the oldest magic in existence. Harry looked at Fleur, his heart full to bursting. I love you, he said, the words coming easily, naturally. I love you more than anything in this world. Fleur's smile was radiant, a beacon of light in the darkness. I love you too, Harry. Always. They rose together, their hands still intertwined, and walked out of the temple into the light of the setting sun. The ancient oak was waiting for them in the clearing, its golden leaves shimmering in the fading light. The bond has chosen you, Marguerite said, her voice filled with pride. And you have chosen each other. There is nothing in this world that can break what you share. Harry felt the bond pulse with warmth, and he knew that Marguerite was right. The bond was unbreakable, a connection that would last for eternity. And he was grateful, more grateful than he could ever express, that he had been chosen to share it with Fleur. The journey back to Hogwarts was quiet and reflective. Harry and Fleur sat together in the carriage, their hands intertwined, the bond pulsing. With a warmth that seemed to fill the entire compartment. What happens now? Harry asked, his voice soft. Fleur's eyes met his. The temple has blessed us, she said. But the prophecy is not yet fulfilled. We still have to face the tournament, Voldemort, everything that comes after. Harry nodded, his jaw set with determination. I know. But I'm not afraid anymore. As long as I have you, I can face anything. Fleur leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to his lips. And I can face anything as long as I have you, she said. We'll get through this together. The bond pulsed with warmth, and Harry felt a sense of peace settle over him. The temple had blessed them, the prophecy had been revealed, and the bond had been consecrated by the oldest magic in existence. They were ready for whatever came next. Back at Hogwarts, the news of their journey to the Vila Temple spread quickly. The students whispered about the ancient magic, the prophecy, the bond that had been blessed by the Vila themselves. Some were awed, others skeptical, but most were simply curious about what it all meant. Harry and Fleur did their best to ignore the whispers. They had more important things to focus on, the third task of the tournament, the looming threat of Voldemort, and the future they were determined to build together. We'll face whatever comes, Harry said one evening, as they walked through the quiet corridors of the castle. Together. Fleur smiled, her hand in his. Always, she agreed. The bond pulsed between them, a golden thread that connected their souls across the distance. And Harry knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them with courage, determination, and love. The ancient Vila Temple had blessed them. The prophecy had been revealed. And the bond that connected them was stronger than ever. They were ready for the future. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12, Shadows Gather. The weeks following the Vila temple consecration were deceptively peaceful. Harry and Fleur trained together, their magic intertwining in ways that grew more natural with each passing day. The bond pulsed with a steady warmth, a constant reminder of the love they shared and the destiny that awaited them. But beneath the surface of this tranquility, shadows were gathering. Harry felt it first in his dreams. The nightmares returned with a vengeance, more vivid and terrifying than ever before. He saw Voldemort's red eyes gleaming in the darkness, heard his high, cold laugh echoing through corridors of twisted stone. He saw Fleur, bound, helpless, her silver hair matted with blood, and he woke screaming, his heart pounding, the bond pulsing with Fleur's concerned presence. "I'm here," she would whisper in his mind, her voice a balm against the terror. "I'm here, Harry." It was just a dream, But Harry knew it was more than a dream. It was a warning. Voldemort was coming, and he was coming for them. The first sign that the shadows were closing in came on a cold, rainy evening in late February. Harry and Fleur were in the room of requirement, practicing defensive spells, when the bond suddenly blazed with a surge of fear so intense that Harry stumbled, dropping his wand. "Harry!" Fleur rushed to his side, her hands on his face. "What happened? What's wrong?" "I don't know," Harry gasped, his heart racing. "Something's wrong. Something's coming." The bond pulsed again, a warning that seemed to vibrate through every fiber of his being. Harry grabbed Fleur's hand and pulled her toward the door. "We have to go. Now." They burst out of the room of requirement and into the corridor, just as a group of masked figures rounded the corner. Death Eaters. Harry's blood ran cold as he recognized the dark robes and silver masks, the wands raised and ready. "Potter," one of them hissed, his voice filled with malice. "And the Vila. How convenient." Harry pushed Fleur behind him, his wand raised, his magic surging through the bond. "Get back!" he snarled. "Get back or I'll—" "You'll what, boy?" the Death Eater taunted, stepping forward. "You're outnumbered. Outmatched. The Dark Lord wants you alive, but he didn't say anything about your little girlfriend." Fleur's hand found Harry's, and the bond surged with a warmth that seemed to fill the entire corridor. Golden threads of magic wove through the air, surrounding them in a cocoon of protective light. "Together," Fleur whispered, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "Together," Harry agreed. The Death Eaters attacked, their spells flying toward them like bolts of dark lightning. But the bond was faster, stronger. Harry and Fleur moved as one, their magic intertwining in a dance of light and power. Spells deflected off the golden shield, rebounding toward the attackers with devastating force. The Death Eaters stumbled back, their masks cracking, their robes scorched. "Retreat," one of them screamed. "Retreat." They fled, operating away in a swirl of darkness. Harry and Fleur stood in the corridor, their chests heaving, their hands still intertwined. "We can't stay here," Harry said, his voice urgent. "They'll be back. More of them, next time." "I know," Fleur said, her voice trembling. "But where can we go? Hogwarts isn't safe anymore." Harry's mind raced. He thought of the room of requirement, the chamber of secrets, the many hiding places he had discovered in his years at Hogwarts. But none of them felt secure. The Death Eaters had breached the castle's defenses once, they could do it again. "There's only one place we can go," Harry said, his voice grim. "We have to find Dumbledore." They found the headmaster in his office, his expression grave as he listened to their account of the attack. The portraits on the walls murmured among themselves, their whispered speculations filling the room with a low hum. "The Death Eaters are growing bolder," Dumbledore said, his voice heavy with concern. "They have breached the castle's defenses. Attacked students within its walls. This is a sign that Voldemort's power is growing. But how did they get in? Harry demanded. The castle is supposed to be protected. Voldemort's influence is spreading, Dumbledore said. His followers are finding ways to circumvent the protections that once kept them at bay. We must be vigilant, more vigilant than ever before. What about Fleur? Harry asked, his voice fierce with protectiveness. They were targeting her too. If they succeed in capturing her. They will not succeed, Dumbledore said, his voice firm. Fleur will be protected. I will ensure it. Fleur stepped forward, her chin raised with determination. I don't want to be hidden away, Headmaster. I want to fight. I want to stand by Harry's side. Dumbledore's expression softened. I understand your desire, Miss Delacour. But your safety is paramount. The bond between you and Harry is a powerful weapon, one that Voldemort will stop at nothing to exploit. If he captures you, he will use you to control Harry, to bend him to his will. Fleur's face paled, but her resolve did not waver. Then I will be careful, she said. But I will not hide. Harry and I are stronger together. You said so yourself. Dumbledore sighed, a long, weary sound. I did, he admitted. And I believe it to be true. Very well, Miss Delacour. You may remain at Hogwarts. But you must be vigilant. Both of you. Harry nodded, his hand finding Fleur's. We will be, he promised. We'll be ready. The attack on Harry and Fleur was only the beginning. In the weeks that followed, the Death Eaters grew bolder, their attacks more frequent and more brazen. Students were targeted in the corridors, their families threatened in the wizarding press. The mood at Hogwarts shifted from cautious optimism to fearful paranoia, and Harry felt the weight of it pressing down on him like a physical burden. But through it all, the bond remained a source of strength and comfort. Harry and Fleur trained together, their magic intertwining in a dance of power and grace. They talked late into the night, sharing their fears and their hopes, their dreams and their doubts. And they loved, deeply, fiercely, with a passion that seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space. We'll get through this, Harry said one night, as they lay together in the room of requirement. I know we will. Fleur's hand found his, and the bond pulsed with warmth. I know we will too, she said. Because we have each other. Harry smiled, his heart full of love and determination. Always, he said. The final attack came on the night before the third task. Harry and Fleur were walking through the darkened corridors of the castle, their hands intertwined, the bond pulsing with a quiet warmth. The castle was quiet, the students asleep in their dormitories, the teachers patrolling the grounds. It should have been peaceful. But Harry felt it before he saw it, a surge of darkness, a chill that seemed to seep into his very bones. The bond blazed with warning, and Harry spun around, his wand raised. They were surrounded. Death Eaters emerged from the shadows, their masks gleaming in the dim light. There were at least a dozen of them, their wands raised, their eyes gleaming with malice. And at their center stood a figure that made Harry's blood run cold, a tall, gaunt man with silver hair and a cruel smile. Harry Potter, the man drawled, his voice dripping with contempt. And the Vila whore. How delightful. Fleur's hand tightened on Harry's, and the bond surged with a warmth that seemed to fill the corridor. You won't touch us, she said, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. The bond will protect us. Will it? The man sneered. Let's see how strong your precious bond is when we tear it apart. The Death Eaters attacked, their spells flying toward them like bolts of dark lightning. But Harry and Fleur were ready. They moved as one, their magic intertwining in a dance of light and power. The golden shield flared around them, deflecting the spells with a force that sent the attackers stumbling back. Is that all you've got? Harry taunted, his voice filled with defiance. The silver-haired man's eyes narrowed. Impressive, he admitted. But not impressive enough. Attack. Take them. The Death Eaters closed in, their spells growing more intense, more relentless. Harry felt his strength waning, the golden shield flickering under the onslaught. Fleur was gasping beside him, her hand still clasped in his, the bond pulsing with a desperate urgency. "Harry," she gasped. I can't hold it much longer." "Just a little longer," Harry urged, his own voice strained. "We can do this. Together." But even as he said the words, Harry knew it wasn't enough. The Death Eaters were too many, their spells too powerful. The golden shield was flickering, fading, the warmth of the bond dimming under the assault. And then, from the shadows, a blast of golden light erupted, scattering the Death Eaters like leaves in a storm. Harry looked up, his heart soaring, to see Sirius Black charging into the fray, his wand blazing, his face twisted with fury. "Get away from them!" Sirius roared. "Get away!" The Death Eaters fled, operating away in a swirl of darkness. Harry collapsed to his knees, his chest heaving, Fleur's hand still clasped in his. "Harry!" Sirius rushed to his side, his face pale with concern. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," Harry gasped. "Thanks to you." Sirius's eyes found Fleur, and his expression softened. "You too, Miss Delacour. That was some impressive magic you two showed." Fleur managed a weak smile. "We're stronger together," she said. "The bond, it amplifies our power." Sirius nodded, a look of understanding in his eyes. "I can see that. But you can't stay here. It's not safe. We need to get you somewhere secure." Harry felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you, Sirius," he said. "I don't know what I'd do without you." Sirius's smile was warm, filled with the love of a godfather for his godson. "You'll never have to find out, Harry. I'll always be here for you." The aftermath of the attack was chaotic. Teachers swarmed the corridors, searching for any remaining Death Eaters. The students were confined to their dormitories, their families notified of the breach. Harry and Fleur were taken to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey fussed over them, checking for injuries and administering restorative potions. But through it all, Harry's thoughts were focused on one thing, the bond. It had saved them. The bond, the magic that connected him to Fleur, had given them the strength to fight off the attackers. It had amplified their power, strengthened their shield, allowed them to survive against impossible odds. "We're stronger together," Harry said, echoing Fleur's words from earlier. "The bond, it really does make us stronger." Fleur nodded, her eyes shining with tears. "It does," she said. "But it also makes us a target. Voldemort wants the bond, Harry. He wants to use it against us." "Then we won't let him," Harry said, his voice fierce with determination. "We'll protect the bond, protect each other, no matter what." Fleur smiled, and the warmth of the bond pulsed between them. "Always," she said. Sirius, who had been standing watch by the door, stepped forward, his expression thoughtful. "The bond is powerful," he said. "But it's not invincible. You need to be careful, both of you. Voldemort will stop at nothing to break it." "We know," Harry said. "But we're not afraid. As long as we have each other, we can face anything." Sirius nodded, a look of quiet pride in his eyes. "That's the spirit, Harry," he said. "Just remember, you're not alone. You have friends who will fight alongside you. Allies who believe in you." Harry felt a surge of warmth that had nothing to do with the bond. He had Sirius, Ron, Hermione, and so many others who had stood by him through thick and thin. He was not alone. And with Fleur by his side, he knew that he could face whatever darkness lay ahead. The shadows were gathering, closing in on Hogwarts from all sides. Voldemort's power was growing, his followers becoming bolder with each passing day. Harry and Fleur had survived the attacks, but they knew it was only a matter of time before the Dark Lord made his move. We have to be ready, Harry said that night, as they lay together in the room of requirement. We have to train, to prepare, to become strong enough to face whatever comes. Fleur's hand found his, the bond pulsing with warmth. I know, she said. And we will. Together. Harry smiled, his heart full of love and determination. Together, he agreed. Always. The bond pulsed between them, a golden thread that connected their souls across the distance. And Harry knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them with courage, determination, and love. The shadows were gathering, but they were ready. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13, Tournament of Destiny. The morning of the third task dawned bright and clear, the sun rising over the Hogwarts grounds like a promise of hope. But Harry felt no hope, only a cold, gnawing dread that had settled in his stomach and refused to leave. The bond pulsed with Fleur's presence, a warm comfort in the midst of the storm, but even her reassurance couldn't quiet the fear that Voldemort was waiting, watching, plotting. The maze had been constructed on the Quidditch pitch, its hedges towering high above the ground, their leaves dark and forbidding. Harry stood at its entrance, his wand clutched in his hand, his heart pounding with anticipation. The other champions were nearby, Cedric, Victor, and Fleur, their faces set with determination. Champions! Ludo Bagman's voice boomed across the pitch. The third task is about to begin. You must navigate the maze, overcome its challenges, and reach the Triwizard Cup at its center. The first champion to touch the cup will be declared the winner. Harry's eyes met Fleur's, and the bond pulsed with a surge of love and determination. Be careful, he thought, his mind reaching out. Stay safe. I will, Fleur's voice echoed back. You too, Harry. I'll see you at the center, Harry nodded, his resolve hardening. He would find the cup. He would win the tournament. And then he would face whatever darkness awaited him beyond. The horn sounded, and Harry stepped into the maze. The hedges closed around him, blocking out the light and the sound of the crowd. Harry moved cautiously, his wand raised, his senses alert for any sign of danger. The bond was a constant presence, a golden thread that connected him to Fleur, guiding him through the twisting paths. I'm here, he thought, his mind reaching out. I'm here, Fleur. Just hold on, He felt her response, a warmth, a surge of love that made his heart ache. I'm here too, her presence seemed to say. I'm always here. Harry pressed on, his determination sharpening with every step. The maze was filled with traps and obstacles, enchanted fog that clouded his vision, magical creatures that lunged from the shadows, spells that tried to ensnare him. But Harry was ready. His magic surged through the bond, amplifying his power, giving him the strength to overcome every challenge. He defeated a boggart that took the form of Voldemort, his Patronus bursting from his wand with a blaze of silver light. He outran a pack of blast-ended Scroots, their fiery tails scorching the hedges behind him. He solved a riddle posed by a Sphinx, her golden eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. And through it all, the bond was his compass, his guide, his lifeline. I'm coming, Harry thought, his mind focused on Fleur. I'm coming. Just wait for me, He felt her presence growing stronger, the bond pulsing with a warmth that seemed to draw him forward. And then, through a gap in the hedges, he saw her, Fleur, her silver hair gleaming in the dim light, her wand raised, her expression fierce with determination. Fleur! Harry called out, his heart soaring. I found you. Fleur turned, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Harry! I knew you'd find me. They rushed toward each other, their hands meeting, the bond surging with a warmth so fierce it seemed to illuminate the entire maze. The golden threads of their connection wove through the air, surrounding them in a cocoon of light. Together, Harry said, his voice filled with emotion. We'll finish this together. Fleur nodded, her eyes shining with tears. Together, she agreed. They moved through the maze as one, their magic intertwining, their bond guiding them through the twists and turns. The obstacles that had seemed so daunting before were now easily overcome, their combined power more than a match for any challenge the maze could present. And then they saw it, the Triwizard Cup, gleaming at the center of the maze, its golden surface reflecting the light of their bond. "We did it," Harry breathed, his voice filled with wonder. "We actually did it." Fleur's hand tightened on his. "Together," she said. "We did it together." They approached the cup, their hearts pounding with triumph. But even as Harry reached out to touch it, the bond pulsed with a warning, a surge of darkness that made his blood run cold. "Harry," Fleur said, her voice sharp with fear. "Something's wrong." Harry felt it too, a pull, a tug, a force that was dragging them away from the maze, away from Hogwarts, away from everything they knew. The cup was a portkey, and it was taking them somewhere they didn't want to go. "Hold on!" Harry shouted, grabbing Fleur's hand. "Hold on to me." The world spun around them, a vortex of color and sound. And then, with a sickening lurch, they landed hard on the ground, their hands still clasped, their hearts pounding with fear. They were in a graveyard. Harry recognized it immediately, the crumbling headstones, the twisted trees, the dark, oppressive atmosphere that seemed to press down on them like a physical weight. This was the place from his nightmares, the place where Voldemort had been reborn. "Harry," Fleur whispered, her voice trembling. "Where are we? What happened?" "Voldemort," Harry said, his voice grim. "The cup was a trap. He brought us here." The bond pulsed with a surge of fear, but Harry pushed it aside. He couldn't afford to be afraid. Not now. Not when Fleur's life was at stake. "We need to find a way out," Harry said, his voice urgent. "We need to." A cold, high laugh cut through the darkness, and Harry's blood ran cold. "Harry Potter," Voldemort's voice echoed through the graveyard. "I've been waiting for you." Harry spun around, his wand raised, his heart pounding. Voldemort was standing at the edge of the graveyard, his red eyes gleaming in the darkness, his snake-like face twisted into a cruel smile. Behind him stood a crowd of Death Eaters, their masks gleaming in the dim light. "Let her go," Harry said, his voice steady despite the fear in his heart. "Fleur has nothing to do with this." Voldemort laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "On the contrary, Harry. Fleur has everything to do with this. The soul flame bond, the very thing that makes you strong, will be your undoing." He raised his wand, and Harry felt the bond pulse with a surge of darkness. Voldemort was trying to sever the connection, to break the bond and leave Harry vulnerable. "No!" Harry shouted, his magic surging through the bond. "You won't touch her." The golden threads of the bond blazed with light, surrounding Harry and Fleur in a cocoon of protective magic. Voldemort's spell rebounded, striking the Death Eaters behind him and sending them flying. "Impressive," Voldemort snarled, his red eyes blazing with fury. "But not impressive enough." He raised his wand again, and Harry felt the bond pulse with a surge of pain. Fleur cried out, her hand tightening on his, her face pale with fear. "Fleur!" Harry shouted, his heart pounding with terror. "Stay with me. Don't let him win." The bond surged with a warmth so fierce, so bright, that it seemed to consume everything in its path. Golden threads of magic wove through the air, surrounding them in a cocoon of light. Voldemort's spell shattered against the shield, and the Dark Lord stumbled back, his face twisted with rage. "The bond!" Voldemort screamed. "It's giving them strength. Destroy it." The Death Eaters surged forward, their spells flying toward them like bolts of dark lightning. But Harry and Fleur were ready. They moved as one, their magic intertwining, their bond pulsing with a power that seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space. "Together!" Harry shouted, his voice filled with defiance. "We're stronger together." Golden light exploded from their joined hands, a wave of magic that swept through the graveyard like a tidal wave. The Death Eaters were thrown back, their masks cracking, their robes scorched. Voldemort himself stumbled, his red eyes wide with shock. "Impossible," he screamed. "The bond can't." But Harry didn't give him time to finish. He grabbed Fleur's hand, the bond pulsing with a warmth that seemed to fill the entire graveyard, and apparat away. They landed in the entrance hall of Hogwarts, their chests heaving, their hands still clasped. The castle was quiet, the students asleep, the teachers patrolling the grounds. No one had noticed their return. "Harry," Fleur gasped, her voice trembling. "What happened?" "The graveyard, Voldemort." "He tried to break the bond," Harry said, his voice filled with wonder. "But he couldn't. The bond, it's too strong. We're too strong." Fleur's eyes shone with tears. "The bond saved us," she said. "It gave us the power to escape." Harry nodded, his heart full of love and gratitude. "It did," he said. "But it wasn't just the bond. It was us. Together, we're stronger than Voldemort could ever imagine." Fleur smiled, and the warmth of the bond pulsed between them. "Together," she agreed. "Always." The return to Hogwarts was a blur of confusion and relief. Dumbledore was waiting for them in the entrance hall, his expression grave. He listened to their account of the graveyard, his eyes growing darker with every word. "Voldemort has returned," Dumbledore said, his voice heavy with grim certainty. "The tournament was a trap, a way to bring Harry to him. But he underestimated the bond, underestimated the two of you." Harry nodded, his jaw set with determination. "He won't make that mistake again," he said. "He'll come after us. After Fleur. We need to be ready." "We will be," Dumbledore said. "I will ensure it." Fleur stepped forward, her chin raised with defiance. "We won't hide, Headmaster," she said. "We'll fight. Together." Dumbledore's expression softened. "I never doubted that, Miss Delacour," he said. "I never doubted it at all." The third task was over, but the war had just begun. Harry and Fleur had faced Voldemort and survived. The bond had protected them, amplified their magic, given them the strength to escape. But they knew it was only a matter of time before the Dark Lord tried again. "We'll be ready," Harry said that night, as they lay together in the room of requirement. "We'll train, we'll learn, we'll become strong enough to face anything." Fleur's hand found his, the bond pulsing with warmth. "I know we will," she said. "Because we have each other." Harry smiled, his heart full of love and determination. "Always," he said. The bond pulsed between them, a golden thread that connected their souls across the distance. And Harry knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them with courage, determination, and love. The tournament was over, but their destiny was just beginning. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14, Lord of Ancient Flames. The aftermath of the third task was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. The castle buzzed with whispered speculation, the students' conversations punctuated by fearful glances toward the doors and windows. Voldemort's return was no longer a secret whispered in dark corners, it was a reality that hung over Hogwarts like a storm cloud, dark and foreboding. But for Harry, the most significant change was internal. The bond had transformed. The encounter with Voldemort in the graveyard had pushed it to its limits, and in doing so, had unlocked something deep within Harry's magic. He could feel it now, a reservoir of power that had always been there, dormant, waiting for the right moment to awaken. The ancient fire that Marguerite had spoken of, the flame that burned in the blood of the first Potters, had finally been kindled. And it was changing everything. The first sign came during a routine training session in the room of requirement. Harry and Fleur were practicing defensive spells, their magic intertwining as naturally as breathing, when Harry felt something shift inside him. It was like a door opening, a flood of warmth and light that surged through his veins and ignited his very soul. Harry. Fleur gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Your hands, they're glowing. Harry looked down and saw that his palms were wreathed in golden flames, not fire that burned, but fire that pulsed with ancient magic, fire that seemed to recognize him as its master. The flames danced across his skin, warm and welcoming, and Harry felt a surge of power unlike anything he had ever experienced. What is this? He breathed, his voice filled with wonder. The ancient magic, Fleur said, her voice trembling with awe. It's awakening, Harry. The bond, it's unlocked something inside you. Harry raised his hands, watching the flames curl around his fingers. He could feel the fire responding to his thoughts, his emotions, his will. It was a part of him now, as natural and instinctive as breathing. Can you control it? Fleur asked, her voice cautious. Harry concentrated, and the flames obediently subsided, fading into the golden glow that always pulsed beneath his skin. He looked at Fleur, his heart pounding with exhilaration. I think I can, he said. But I need to learn. I need to understand what I'm capable of. Fleur's smile was radiant. Then we'll learn together, she said. The bond will help us. The training that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever attempted. He pushed himself to his limits, exploring the depths of the ancient flame that burned within him. The bond was his guide, his compass, his anchor. Fleur was beside him every step of the way, her magic intertwining with his, amplifying his power and helping him find control. The ancient flame responded to his emotions, to his love for Fleur, his determination to protect her, his fierce resolve to defeat Voldemort. It was a magic that was deeply personal, intimately connected to his heart and soul. And it was powerful, more powerful than anything Harry had ever known. He discovered that the flame could be channeled through his wand, turning his spells into blazing torrents of golden fire. He discovered that it could heal, the warmth of the ancient magic knitting wounds and soothing pain. He discovered that it could protect, forming a shield of fire that no dark magic could penetrate. But the most remarkable discovery came when Harry learned to share the flame with Fleur. It happened during a particularly intense training session, when Harry's magic was surging with power and Fleur was struggling to keep up. Without thinking, Harry reached out and touched her hand, and the golden flames leaped from his skin to hers, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Fleur gasped, her eyes widening with surprise. But the flames didn't burn her, they accepted her, welcomed her, recognized her as part of the bond. Harry, she whispered, her voice filled with wonder. I can feel it. The ancient fire, it's in me now too. Harry felt it too, a connection. Deeper than the bond, a sharing of magic that made them truly one. The ancient flame had recognized them as partners, equals, two halves of a single whole. We're stronger together, Harry said, his voice filled with awe. The fire, it amplifies us, makes us more powerful when we're together. Fleur nodded, her eyes shining with tears. The bond, she said. It's always been about more than just love. It's about power, ancient, limitless power that we can only access when we're united. Harry squeezed her hand, the golden flames dancing between their fingers. Then we'll stay united, he said. Always. The discovery of the ancient flame brought new challenges, and new allies. Dumbledore, upon learning of Harry's new abilities, had been both intrigued and concerned. The ancient fire is a powerful tool, he had said, his blue eyes twinkling with a mixture of caution and hope. But it is also a great responsibility. You must learn to control it, Harry, or it will control you. Harry had nodded, understanding the gravity of Dumbledore's words. He had seen what uncontrolled power could do, had seen it in the eyes of Voldemort, in the madness of those who had been consumed by their own magic. He would not let the same thing happen to him. So he trained. He trained harder than he had ever trained before, pushing himself to the very limits of his endurance. Fleur was by his side, her presence a constant source of strength and encouragement. The bond amplified their power, and the ancient flame responded to their united will, growing stronger with every passing day. But it was the discovery of the Potter Vault that truly changed everything. Sirius had sent word of a secret chamber within the vault, a chamber that had been sealed for centuries, waiting for the heir of the ancient flame to unlock it. Harry, accompanied by Fleur and a small team of trusted allies, had made the journey to Gringotts once more, determined to uncover the secrets of his family's legacy. The chamber was hidden deep within the vault, behind a wall that only the ancient flame could penetrate. Harry had raised his hands, the golden fire pulsing from his palms, and the wall had melted away, revealing a room filled with treasures beyond imagination. There were weapons, swords and daggers forged in the ancient fire, their blades gleaming with an inner light. There were tomes filled with forgotten magic, their pages yellowed with age but still vibrant with power. And at the center of the chamber, on a pedestal of obsidian, lay a crown of golden flames, the crown of the first potters, the symbol of their ancient power. The crown, Sirius breathed, his voice filled with awe. I thought it was a legend. A myth. It's real, Harry said, his hand reaching out to touch the golden flames. The moment his fingers brushed the crown, the fire surged through him, filling him with a warmth that seemed to consume his very soul. The crown lifted from the pedestal, settling onto Harry's head as if it had always belonged there. The golden flames blazed around him, a crown of fire that marked him as the heir of the ancient magic. Lord of ancient flames, Fleur whispered, her eyes shining with reverence. That's what you are, Harry. The Lord of the ancient flames. Harry felt the title settle on him like a mantle. It was a weight, yes, a heavy burden to bear. But it was also a gift, a source of power that would help him protect everything he loved. Together, Harry said, his voice filled with determination. We're going to face whatever comes together. Fleur's smile was radiant, her hand finding his in the golden light. Together, she agreed. Always. The months that followed were a blur of training and preparation. Harry and Fleur grew stronger every day, their bond deepening as they explored the limits of their combined power. The ancient flame became second nature to Harry, a constant presence that pulsed beneath his skin and responded to his every thought. But the shadows were never far away. Voldemort's power was growing, his followers becoming bolder with each passing day. The wizarding world was on the brink of war, and Harry knew that he and Fleur would be at the center of it all. We need to be ready, Harry said one night, as they sat together in the room of requirement. When the time comes, we need to be able to face whatever Voldemort throws at us. Fleur nodded, her expression serious. We will be, she said. The ancient fire, our bond, it gives us an advantage. But we can't rely on that alone. We need to train, to prepare, to become the best versions of ourselves. Harry smiled, reaching out to take her hand. And we will, he said. Together. The bond pulsed between them, a golden thread that connected their souls across the distance. And Harry knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them with courage, determination, and love. He was the Lord of ancient flames, the heir of the first Potters, the bearer of a power that had been waiting for him for centuries. And with Fleur by his side, he would fulfill his destiny. The training intensified, Harry and Fleur pushing themselves to new heights. The ancient flame responded to their will, growing stronger with every passing day. Harry learned to channel the fire through his wand, to weave it into his spells, to create defenses that no dark magic could breach. Fleur learned to call upon the flame as well, her Vela magic intertwining with the ancient fire in a union that was both beautiful and deadly. And through it all, the bond grew stronger, more resilient, more powerful. The golden threads that connected them pulsed with a warmth that seemed to fill the entire castle. We're ready, Harry said one day, as he and Fleur stood on the astronomy tower, looking out at the setting sun. Whatever happens, we're ready. Fleur's hand found his, and the bond pulsed with love. I know, she said. And I'm glad I get to face it with you. Harry smiled, his heart full of love and determination. Always, he said. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in shades of gold and crimson. And Harry knew that whatever darkness lay ahead, he and Fleur would face it together, their bond unbreakable, their love undying. The Lord of Ancient Flames had awakened, and the war was about to begin. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, The Graveyard Changes Forever. The night of the third task had been seared into Harry's memory like a brand. The graveyard, the Death Eaters, Voldemort's resurrection, these were images that would haunt him for the rest of his life. But now, in the quiet aftermath of the tournament, Harry realized that something had changed in that graveyard, something fundamental and permanent. The bond had changed. Before the graveyard, the bond had been a connection, a golden thread that linked Harry and Fleur's souls, amplifying their magic and deepening their love. But after Voldemort's attempt to sever it, the bond had evolved into something more. It was no longer just a connection, it was a fusion, a merging of their very beings that made them stronger, more resilient, more powerful than ever before. And Voldemort had felt it. Harry could still see the shock in the Dark Lord's red eyes, the fury that had twisted his snake-like features when the bond had refused to break. Voldemort had expected to destroy them, to use the bond as a weapon against Harry. Instead, he had only made them stronger. But that strength had come at a cost. The bond was now a beacon, a signal that Voldemort could sense across any distance. The Dark Lord knew exactly where Harry and Fleur were at all times, could feel the pulse of their connection like a heartbeat in the darkness. And he was coming for them. "We can't stay here," Harry said, his voice urgent. It was late, the castle quiet, but Harry's mind was racing with a frantic energy that refused to let him sleep. "Voldemort knows where we are. He'll be coming for us, and he won't stop until he's broken the bond or killed us both." Fleur was pale but composed, her blue eyes filled with a fierce determination that made Harry's heart ache. "Then we fight," she said simply. "We fight, and we win." "Fight? Against Voldemort and all his Death Eaters? We're outnumbered, outmatched." "We're not outmatched, Harry," Fleur interrupted, her voice sharp. "We have the bond. We have the ancient flame. We have each other. That's more than Voldemort could ever hope to have." Harry opened his mouth to argue, but the words died in his throat. She was right. The bond had protected them in the graveyard, had given them the strength to escape when escape had seemed impossible. The ancient flame had awakened within Harry, a power that Voldemort couldn't begin to understand. But fear still gnawed at him, a cold knot of anxiety that refused to loosen its grip. What if the bond wasn't enough? What if Voldemort found a way to break it? What if Fleur was hurt, or worse, because of him? "Harry," Fleur said softly, stepping closer to him. "I can feel your fear. The bond, it lets me feel everything you feel." She reached out, her hand cupping his cheek. "Don't be afraid. We'll face this together." Harry leaned into her touch, the warmth of the bond chasing away some of the shadows. "I'm not afraid for myself," he admitted. "I'm afraid for you. For what Voldemort might do to you." Fleur's smile was sad but steady. "Voldemort will do nothing to me. Because I have you. And you will never let him hurt me." "No," Harry agreed, his voice fierce with conviction. "Never." The attack came 3 nights later. Harry and Fleur were walking through the darkened corridors of the castle, their hands intertwined, the bond pulsing with a quiet warmth. The castle was peaceful, the students asleep, the teachers patrolling the grounds. It should have been safe. But Harry felt it before he saw it, a surge of darkness, a chill that seemed to seep into his very bones. The bond blazed with warning, and Harry spun around, his wand raised. They were surrounded. Death Eaters emerged from the shadows, their masks gleaming in the dim light. There were at least a dozen of them, their wands raised, their eyes gleaming with malice. But Harry barely noticed them. His attention was fixed on the figure that stepped forward from the darkness, his snake-like face twisted into a cruel smile. "Harry Potter," Voldemort hissed, his voice a cold whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. How delightful to see you again. And you've brought your little Vila with you. How touching. Harry stepped in front of Fleur, his wand raised. Let her go, he said, his voice steady despite the fear in his heart. She has nothing to do with this. On the contrary, Voldemort said, his red eyes gleaming. She has everything to do with this. The soul flame bond, the very thing that makes you strong, is also your greatest weakness. Break the bond, and you become vulnerable, Harry. And I have every intention of breaking it. Never, Harry snarled, his magic surging through the bond. I'll die before I let you touch her. That can be arranged, Voldemort said, his smile widening. Kill the boy, he commanded, gesturing toward the Death Eaters. But the Vila, leave her to me. The Death Eaters surged forward, their spells flying toward Harry like bolts of dark lightning. Harry's magic erupted, the ancient flame blazing from his wand in a torrent of golden fire. The spells deflected off the flames, and the Death Eaters stumbled back, their robes scorched. Together. Harry shouted, and Fleur's hand found his, the bond surging with power. The golden threads of their connection wove through the air, surrounding them in a cocoon of protective light. The Death Eater's spells shattered against the shield, and they retreated, their faces pale with fear. Impressive, Voldemort said, his voice dripping with mockery. But not impressive. Enough. He raised his wand, and Harry felt the bond pulse with a surge of darkness. Voldemort was trying to sever the connection, to break the bond and leave Harry vulnerable. Harry screamed in agony, the pain lancing through him like a blade of ice. No. Fleur shouted, her magic surging through the bond. You won't touch him. Golden light exploded from her hands, intertwining with Harry's ancient flame in a blaze of power that seemed to consume everything in its path. The spell shattered, and Voldemort stumbled back, his red eyes wide with shock. The bond, he hissed, his voice filled with fury. It's giving them strength. Destroy it. The Death Eaters attacked again, their spells more desperate this time. But Harry and Fleur were ready. They moved as one, their magic intertwined, their bond pulsing with a power that seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space. Together. Harry shouted, his voice filled with defiance. We're stronger together. The ancient flame blazed from his wand, a torrent of golden fire that swept through the Death Eaters like a tidal wave. They were thrown back, their masks cracking, their robes scorched. Voldemort himself stumbled, his red eyes wide with shock. This isn't over. Voldemort screamed, his voice filled with rage. I will destroy you, Harry Potter. I will destroy the bond. I will. But Harry didn't give him time to finish. He grabbed Fleur's hand, the bond pulsing with a warmth that seemed to fill the entire castle, and apparat away. They landed in the room of requirement, their chests heaving, their hands still clasped. The castle was quiet, the students asleep, the teachers patrolling the grounds. No one had noticed their return. Harry, Fleur gasped, her voice trembling. We made it. We escaped. Harry nodded, his heart pounding with exhilaration and fear. We did, he said. But it's not over. Voldemort will be back. He won't stop until he's broken the bond or killed us both. Fleur's hand tightened on his, the bond pulsing with warmth. Then we'll be ready, she said. We'll train, we'll prepare, we'll become strong enough to face anything. Harry smiled, his heart full of love and determination. Together, he said. Always. The bond pulsed between them, a golden thread that connected their souls across the distance. And Harry knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them with courage, determination, and love. The graveyard had changed everything, but it had also made them stronger. And with Fleur by his side, Harry knew that he could face whatever darkness lay ahead. The war was coming, and they were ready. The attacks continued in the weeks that followed. Voldemort and his Death Eaters struck at Hogwarts multiple times, each attack more desperate than the last. Harry and Fleur fought side by side, their bond a constant source of strength and protection. The ancient flame blazed from Harry's wand, and Fleur's Vela magic was a force to be reckoned with. Together they were an unstoppable team. But the strain was taking its toll. Harry could feel the exhaustion in Fleur's bones, the fear in her heart. He could feel the weight of the war pressing down on them, the constant need to be vigilant, to be ready, to be strong. "We can't keep this up forever," Harry admitted one night, as they sat together in the room of requirement. "We need a plan. A real plan." Fleur nodded, her expression thoughtful. "The prophecy," she said. "It says we're supposed to restore balance to the magical world. But how? How do we do that?" Harry shook his head, frustration gnawing at him. "I don't know. But Dumbledore might. He's been studying the bond, the prophecy, the ancient magic. He might have answers." "Then we need to talk to him," Fleur said. "Together. We need to know what we're fighting for." Harry nodded, his resolve hardening. "Tomorrow," he said. "We'll talk to Dumbledore tomorrow." Fleur's hand found his, and the bond pulsed. With warmth. "Together," she said. "Always." Harry smiled, his heart full of love and determination. "Always," he agreed. The meeting with Dumbledore was enlightening, and terrifying. The headmaster had uncovered new information about the prophecy, about the bond, about the ancient magic that connected Harry and Fleur. He had also discovered that Voldemort was planning a final assault on Hogwarts, a battle that would determine the fate of the wizarding world. "The battle is coming," Dumbledore said, his voice grave. "And when it does, Harry, you and Fleur will be at the center of it. The bond is your strength, but it's also your greatest responsibility. You must protect it, guard it, honor it, because the future of the magical world depends on it." Harry felt the weight of Dumbledore's words settling on his shoulders. The prophecy, the bond, the war, it was all connected, all leading to one inevitable conclusion. "I understand," Harry said, his voice steady. "I'll protect the bond. I'll protect Fleur. Whatever it takes." Dumbledore nodded, a look of quiet pride in his eyes. "I knew you would, Harry. Now go. You have much to prepare for." Harry and Fleur left the office, their hands intertwined, their bond pulsing with a quiet determination. The war was coming, and they were ready. But they also knew that the battle would not be easy. There would be sacrifices, losses, pain. But as long as they had each other, they could face anything. The graveyard had changed everything, but it had also made them stronger. And together, they would face whatever darkness lay ahead. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, A Bond Stronger Than Darkness. The war had begun in earnest. Voldemort's attacks grew bolder, more frequent, more devastating. The wizarding world was in chaos, its people fleeing their homes, their families torn apart by fear and suspicion. Hogwarts had become a fortress, its walls reinforced with ancient magic, its corridors patrolled by teachers and Order members who stood guard against the darkness. But for Harry and Fleur, the war was personal. The bond that connected them was now a beacon, a signal that Voldemort could sense across any distance. He knew where they were at all times, could feel the pulse of their connection like a heartbeat in the darkness. And he was coming for them, coming to break the bond, to destroy their love, to use it as a weapon against everything they held dear. But Harry and Fleur were not afraid. They had faced Voldemort in the graveyard and survived. They had faced his Death Eaters in the corridors of Hogwarts and emerged victorious. They had the bond, the ancient flame, and each other, and that was more than Voldemort could ever hope to possess. The announcement came on a cold, grey morning, delivered by an exhausted-looking Professor McGonagall. The Order of the Phoenix had called an emergency meeting, and Harry and Fleur were summoned to attend. The meeting was held in the Room of Requirement, which had been transformed into a spacious chamber filled with chairs and tables. The Order members were gathered in small groups, their faces pale with worry, their voices hushed with fear. Harry and Fleur took their seats, their hands intertwined, the bond pulsing with a quiet warmth. They could feel the tension in the room, the weight of the war pressing down on everyone present. "The situation is dire," Dumbledore began, his voice grave. "Voldemort has consolidated his power. His forces are growing, and he is preparing for a final assault on Hogwarts." A murmur of fear rippled through the room. Harry felt Fleur's hand tighten on his, her magic surging through the bond. "We will not surrender," Dumbledore continued, his voice firm. "We will fight. We will protect this castle and everyone within it. But we cannot do it alone. We need allies. We need reinforcements. And we need Harry and Fleur to lead the charge." Harry's heart leaped into his throat. "Lead the charge?" he repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. Dumbledore's eyes found his, twinkling with a quiet intensity. "You and Fleur are the heart of this battle, Harry. The bond that connects you is the key to Voldemort's defeat. He knows it, and that's why he's so desperate to break it. But he cannot break it, because it is stronger than any darkness he could ever conjure." Harry looked at Fleur, her blue eyes shining with determination. The bond pulsed between them, a golden thread that connected their souls across the distance. "We'll do it," Harry said, his voice steady despite the fear in his heart. "We'll lead the charge. Whatever it takes." Fleur nodded, her hand squeezing his. "Together," she said. "Always." The preparations for the battle were intense. Harry and Fleur trained constantly, their magic intertwining in a dance of power and grace. The ancient flame blazed from Harry's wand, and Fleur's Vila magic was a force to be reckoned with. Together, they were unstoppable. But the bond was also a source of vulnerability. Voldemort could sense it, could feel its pulse like a heartbeat in the darkness. He knew that if he could break the bond, he could break Harry, and the war would be won. "We need to protect the bond," Harry said one night, as he and Fleur lay together in the room of requirement. "It's our greatest strength, but it's also our greatest weakness. If Voldemort finds a way to break it—" "He won't," Fleur interrupted, her voice fierce. "The bond is unbreakable, Harry. It's been tested, strengthened, consecrated by the Vila Temple. Nothing Voldemort can do will ever break it." Harry nodded, but the fear still gnawed at him. He couldn't shake the feeling that Voldemort had something planned, something that would test the bond in ways they couldn't imagine. "We need to be ready," he said. "Whatever happens, we need to be ready." Fleur's hand found his, the bond pulsing with warmth. "We will be," she said. "Together." The Order of the Phoenix had gathered their allies from across the wizarding world. Witches and wizards from Britain, France, and beyond had answered the call, their wands raised, their hearts filled with determination. The castle was filled with defenders, their faces etched with resolve. But there were also those who doubted. "How can we trust the bond?" a voice called out from the crowd. It was a grim-faced wizard with a jagged scar across his cheek. "We're putting our faith in a connection between two teenagers. What happens if the bond fails?" Harry stepped forward, his heart pounding. "The bond won't fail," he said, his voice steady. "It's been tested, strengthened, consecrated by the Vila Temple. It's the oldest magic in existence, older than Voldemort, older than Hogwarts itself. It will protect us. And if it doesn't," the wizard pressed. "If Voldemort finds a way to break it? What then?" Harry felt the bond pulse with warmth, Fleur's presence a constant source of strength. "Then we'll fight anyway," he said. "Because we have no other choice. Because the world depends on us." The wizard fell silent, his eyes narrowing with grudging respect. A murmur of approval rippled through the crowd. "The bond is our greatest weapon," Harry continued, his voice rising with conviction. "But it's not the only one. We have each other. We have courage, determination, and the will to fight. And together, we will defeat Voldemort." The crowd erupted into cheers, their fears momentarily forgotten. Harry felt Fleur's hand find his, the bond pulsing with a warmth that filled his heart. "Together," she whispered. "Always." The night before the battle, Harry and Fleur stood on the astronomy tower, looking out at the dark expanse of the forbidden forest. The wind was cold, the stars hidden behind a veil of clouds. But Harry felt nothing but warmth, the warmth of the bond, the warmth of Fleur's love, the warmth of the ancient flame that burned within him. "Tomorrow, everything changes," Harry said, his voice soft. "Whatever happens, nothing will ever be the same." Fleur's hand found his, and the bond pulsed with love. "I know," she said. "But I'm not afraid. Because I have you." Harry turned to look at her, her silver hair gleaming in the moonlight. "I love you, Fleur," he said. "I've loved you since the moment I saw you in that clearing. And I'll love you until the very end." Fleur's smile was radiant, a beacon of light in the darkness. "I love you too, Harry. Always." They stood there in silence, their hands intertwined, their bond pulsing with a love that transcended time and space. And Harry knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them with courage, determination, and love. The war was coming, and they were ready. The battle began at dawn. Voldemort's forces surged across the grounds, a wave of darkness that seemed to swallow the light. Death Eaters, Dementors, Giants, and other creatures of darkness poured toward the castle, their voices raised in a cacophony of hatred and rage. Harry and Fleur stood at the forefront of the defenders, their wands raised, their magic surging through the bond. The ancient flame blazed from Harry's wand, and Fleur's Vela magic intertwined with his, creating a shield of golden fire that held the darkness at bay. "For Hogwarts!" Harry shouted, and the defenders surged forward, their spells flying toward the enemy like bolts of light. The battle was chaos. Spells flashed through the air, illuminating the darkness with bursts of color and light. The ground shook with the force of the giants' footsteps, and the air was filled with the screams of the wounded and the dying. Harry and Fleur fought side by side, their magic intertwined, their bond a constant source of strength and protection. The ancient flame blazed from Harry's wand, turning the Death Eater spells to ash. Fleur's Vela magic was a force of nature, a whirlwind of light and power that swept through the enemy ranks. But the battle was taking its toll. Harry could feel the exhaustion in Fleur's bones, the fear in her heart. He could feel the weight of the war pressing down on them, the constant need to be vigilant, to be strong, to survive. "We can't keep this up forever," Fleur gasped, her voice strained. "There are too many of them." Harry's heart pounded with determination. "We don't need to fight forever," he said. "We just need to hold out long enough for the reinforcements to arrive." The reinforcements came in the form of an army of magical creatures, centaurs, house elves, even a few giants who had defected from Voldemort's ranks. They surged across the grounds, their voices raised in a battle cry that shook the very foundations of the castle. "Together!" Harry shouted, his voice ringing out across the battlefield. "We're stronger together." The defenders rallied, their spirits lifted by the arrival of the reinforcements. The tide of the battle began to turn, Voldemort's forces pushed back by the sheer force of will of the defenders. But the battle was far from over. In the chaos of the battle, Harry saw him, Voldemort, his red eyes gleaming with hatred, his wand raised, a curse forming on his lips. The Dark Lord was coming for them, his fury focused on the bond that threatened his reign. "Harry," Fleur breathed, her voice filled with fear. "He's coming." Harry's grip on his wand tightened, the ancient flame surging through his veins. "Then we fight," he said. "Together." Voldemort reached them, his wand pointed at Harry, his voice filled with malice. "The soul flame bond," he hissed, his red eyes gleaming. "The source of your power. The source of your weakness. I will break it, Harry Potter. I will break it and watch you crumble." "You can't break it," Harry said, his voice steady despite the fear in his heart. "The bond is stronger than you, Voldemort. Stronger than any darkness you could ever conjure." Voldemort laughed, a cold, cruel sound. We shall see. He raised his wand, and Harry felt the bond pulse with a surge of darkness. Voldemort was trying to sever the connection, to break the bond and leave Harry vulnerable. Harry screamed in agony, the pain lancing through him like a blade of ice. No! Fleur shouted, her magic surging through the bond. You won't touch him. Golden light exploded from her hands, intertwining with Harry's ancient flame in a blaze of power that seemed to consume everything in its path. The darkness shattered, and Voldemort stumbled back, his red eyes wide with shock. The bond, he hissed, his voice filled with fury. It's unbreakable. Harry raised his wand, the ancient flame blazing from its tip. You're right, he said, his voice filled with triumph. It is unbreakable. And it's going to be your undoing. The ancient flame surged from his wand, a torrent of golden fire that swept through Voldemort like a tidal wave. The Dark Lord screamed, his body writhing in agony, his red eyes wide with shock and terror. No, he screamed. No. This can't. But Harry didn't give him time to finish. The ancient flame consumed him, and Voldemort crumbled to dust, his reign of terror finally at an end. The battlefield fell silent. The Death Eaters, their leader destroyed, fled into the darkness. The defenders erupted into cheers, their voices raised in triumph. Harry and Fleur stood at the center of it all, their hands intertwined, their bond pulsing with a warmth that seemed to fill the entire world. The ancient flame still blazed from Harry's wand, a beacon of hope in the darkness. We did it, Fleur breathed, her voice filled with wonder. We actually did it. Harry smiled, his heart full of love and relief. We did it together, he said. Always. Fleur's smile was radiant, a beacon of light in the darkness. Always, she agreed. The bond pulsed between them, a golden thread that connected their souls across the distance. And Harry knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them with courage, determination, and love. Voldemort was defeated. The war was over. And Harry and Fleur had emerged victorious, their bond stronger than ever. The darkness had been vanquished, and the light had prevailed. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17, Rise of the Soul Guardians. The victory at Hogwarts had been decisive, but Harry knew that the war was far from over. Voldemort's defeat had shattered the Dark Lord's hold on the wizarding world, but his followers, the Death Eaters, the sympathizers, the opportunists, still lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The magical world was fractured, its people divided by fear and suspicion, its institutions weakened by years of corruption and neglect. Harry and Fleur had emerged as symbols of hope, their bond a testament to the power of love and unity. But being symbols came with responsibilities that Harry was determined to fulfill. We need to rebuild, Harry said, his voice firm. It was the morning after the battle, and the Great Hall had been transformed into a makeshift hospital. The wounded were being treated, the dead mourned, the survivors counted. We can't just defeat Voldemort and walk away. We need to rebuild the wizarding world, make it better, stronger. Fleur nodded, her hand in his. I know. But how? Where do we start? Harry's mind raced, his thoughts churning with possibilities. We start by gathering allies, he said. People who believe in what we're fighting for. People who are willing to stand with us, to help us rebuild. Fleur's eyes softened. The Soul Guardians, she said. That's what we'll call them. Harry smiled, the name resonating with him. The Soul Guardians, he repeated. I like that. The call for allies went out across the wizarding world. Harry and Fleur, accompanied by a small team of trusted friends, traveled to Britain, France, and beyond, seeking out those who shared their vision of a united, peaceful, magical community. They spoke to wizards and witches, to magical creatures and muggleborn, to anyone who would listen. And they listened in return. The stories they heard were heartbreaking, tales of loss and betrayal, of families torn apart by the war, of lives destroyed by the darkness that had consumed the wizarding world. But there were also stories of hope, of courage, of people who had refused to give in to fear. "We can't do this alone," Harry said one night, as he and Fleur sat together in a small inn in the French countryside. "We need the magical community to come together, to work together. Only then can we truly rebuild." Fleur nodded, her expression thoughtful. "The bond," she said. "It's not just about us, Harry. It's about what we represent: unity, love, the power of working together. We need to show people that." Harry reached out, taking her hand. "We will," he said. "Together." The Soul Guardians grew in number, their ranks swelling with witches, wizards, and magical creatures who believed in the vision Harry and Fleur had laid out. They established headquarters in a hidden location, a castle that had been abandoned for centuries but was now being restored to its former glory. Harry and Fleur led the organization together, their bond a symbol of the unity they sought to achieve. The ancient flame blazed from Harry's wand, and Fleur's Vela magic intertwined with his, creating a power that inspired hope and fear in equal measure. But the road was not easy. There were those who opposed them, who saw the bond as a threat rather than a promise. There were those who clung to the old ways, who refused to accept a world where Muggle-born and magical creatures were treated as equals. There were those who whispered that Harry and Fleur were too young, too inexperienced, too naive to lead. Harry heard the whispers, felt the weight of the doubt pressing down on him. But he refused to give in to despair. He had faced Voldemort and survived. He had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. He could face a few whispers. "We'll prove them wrong," Harry said, his voice fierce with determination. "We'll build a world that's better than anything they can imagine. And we'll do it together." Fleur's smile was radiant, a beacon of light in the darkness. "I know we will," she said. "Because we have each other." The bond pulsed between them, a golden thread that connected their souls across the distance. And Harry knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them with courage, determination, and love. The rebuilding effort was massive, requiring the cooperation of magical governments, institutions, and communities from across the world. Harry and Fleur traveled tirelessly, meeting with leaders, negotiating treaties, and forging alliances. The Bonding Accords, as they came to be known, were a series of agreements that established a framework for cooperation between the various magical nations. They recognized the rights of magical creatures, protected the rights of Muggle-born, and established a system of mutual defense against dark forces. The signing of the Accords was a momentous occasion, celebrated with a grand ceremony at the newly rebuilt headquarters of the Soul Guardians. Leaders from across the magical world gathered to witness the event, their faces filled with hope and determination. Harry and Fleur stood at the center of it all, their hands intertwined, their bond pulsing with a warmth that seemed to fill the entire hall. The ancient flame blazed from Harry's wand, and Fleur's Vela magic intertwined with his, creating a display of power and unity that left the audience breathless. "Today, we begin a new era," Harry said, his voice ringing out across the hall. "An era of cooperation, of unity, of hope. Together, we will build a world where darkness has no place, where love conquers fear, where the bond between us is stronger than any force that seeks to tear us apart." The audience erupted into applause, their voices raised in celebration. Harry felt Fleur's hand tighten on his, the bond pulsing with a warmth that made his heart ache. "We did it," Fleur whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "We actually did it." Harry smiled, his heart full of love and pride. "We did it together," he said. "Always." The days that followed were a blur of activity. The Soul Guardians worked tirelessly to implement the Accords, to rebuild the magical world, to heal the wounds of war. Harry and Fleur were at the center of it all, their bond a constant source of strength and inspiration. But there were still challenges to face. Remnants of Voldemort's followers continued to resist, their attacks a reminder that the darkness had not been completely vanquished. Harry and Fleur led the defense, their magic intertwined, their bond a beacon of hope in the face of despair. "The war isn't over," Harry admitted one night, as he and Fleur stood on the battlements of their headquarters, looking out at the stars. "There will always be those who cling to the old ways, who refuse to accept the new world we're building. But we won't give up. We'll keep fighting, keep building, keep hoping." Fleur's hand found his, the bond pulsing with warmth. "I know," she said. "And I'll be with you every step of the way." Harry turned to look at her, her silver hair gleaming in the moonlight. "I love you, Fleur," he said. "I don't say it enough. But I love you with everything I am." Fleur's smile was radiant, a beacon of light in the darkness. "I love you too, Harry. Always." They stood there in silence, their hands intertwined, their bond pulsing with a love that transcended time and space. And Harry knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them with courage, determination, and love. The Soul Guardians had risen, and with them, a new era of hope and unity had begun. The months that followed were a time of healing and growth. The magical world slowly recovered from the wounds of war, its people learning to trust again, to hope again, to believe in a future that was brighter than the past. Harry and Fleur continued to lead the Soul Guardians, their bond a symbol of the unity they sought to achieve. They traveled tirelessly, meeting with leaders, forging alliances, and inspiring hope wherever they went. But there was one thing that Harry had been putting off, one thing that he knew he needed to do but couldn't find the courage to face. The wedding. He had proposed to Fleur on a quiet evening, their hands intertwined, the bond pulsing with a love so deep it took his breath away. She had said yes, her smile radiant, her voice filled with joy. But the planning had been overwhelming, the logistics of arranging a wedding that would be attended by leaders from across the magical world a daunting task. "We'll get through this," Fleur said, her voice filled with determination. "We'll plan the wedding, we'll say our vows, and we'll start our new life together." Together. Harry smiled, his heart full of love and anticipation. "Together," he agreed. "Always." The wedding was a magnificent affair, attended by leaders from across the magical world. The ceremony was held in the garden of the Villa Sanctuary, the ancient oak's golden leaves shimmering in the afternoon light. Harry and Fleur stood at the altar, their hands intertwined, their bond pulsing with a love so deep it seemed to fill the entire world. "I, Harry James Potter, take you, Fleur Isabelle Delacour, to be my wife," Harry said, his voice steady despite the tears in his eyes. "I promise to love you, honor you, and protect you, for all the days of my life." Fleur's smile was radiant, her voice filled with joy. "I, Fleur Isabelle Delacour, take you, Harry James Potter, to be my husband. I promise to love you, honor you, and stand by your side, for all the days of my life." The bond pulsed between them, a golden thread that connected their souls across the distance. And Harry knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them with courage, determination, and love. The Soul Guardians had risen. The magical world was healing. And Harry and Fleur were beginning their new life together, their bond unbreakable, their love undying. The future was bright, and Harry was ready to face it. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18, The Last Villa Prophecy. The wedding had been a celebration of love and unity, a beacon of hope in a world that had known too much darkness. But even as Harry and Fleur embarked on their new life together, shadows of the past continued to linger. The war against Voldemort's remnants was far from over, and the ancient magic that bound them held secrets yet to be revealed. It was Marguerite who delivered the news. The old Villa matriarch arrived at the Soul Guardians' headquarters on a cold winter's evening, her silver-white hair windswept, her blue eyes sharp with urgency. She carried with her a scroll so ancient that its parchment crumbled at the edges, its seals broken, its contents finally deciphered. "The last Villa prophecy," Marguerite said, her voice trembling with a mixture of awe and fear. "It has been translated at last." Harry and Fleur exchanged glances, their hands finding each other instinctively. The bond pulsed with a quiet anticipation, a sense that something momentous was about to be revealed. "What does it say?" Harry asked, his voice steady despite the sudden tightness in his chest. Marguerite unrolled the scroll, her eyes scanning the faded script. "It speaks of the soul flame bond," she said. "Of its purpose, its destiny, its ultimate fulfillment. Listen." She began to read, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. "When the darkness rises and the light fades. When the world stands on the edge of the blade. Two souls shall come, bound by flame. And in their union, break the chain. Not to destroy, not to divide. Asterisk but to heal the wounds and turn the tide, asterisk. The balance shall be restored anew. When love is strong and hearts are true. The Vela's fire and the potter's might shall join as one and bring the light. No longer shall the darkness reign. Asterisk for love shall break the deepest chain. Asterisk." The silence that followed was profound. Harry felt the weight of the prophecy settling on his shoulders, a burden that was both terrifying and exhilarating. "We're not meant to destroy Voldemort," Fleur said slowly, her voice filled with wonder. "We're meant to restore balance. To heal the wounds of the magical world." Harry nodded, his mind racing with the implications. "The prophecy says we're supposed to break the chain," he said. "What chain? What does that mean?" Marguerite's expression grew thoughtful. "The chain of division," she said. "The chain of fear, of hatred, of mistrust. The magical world has been fractured for centuries, wizards against magical creatures, purebloods against muggleborn, light against dark. The prophecy speaks of a time when that division will be healed, when the magical world will be united as one." Harry felt the bond pulse with warmth, Fleur's presence a constant source of strength. "Then that's what we'll do," he said. "We'll heal the divisions. We'll unite the magical world." Fleur's smile was radiant. "Together," she said. "Always." The translation of the last Vela prophecy set in motion a series of events that would reshape the magical world. Harry and Fleur, guided by the ancient words, began a campaign of reconciliation and unity that touched every corner of the wizarding community. They traveled to the werewolf packs, offering them a place in the new world, a voice in the decisions that affected their lives. They met with the centaurs, honoring their ancient wisdom and seeking their counsel. They reached out to the goblins, negotiating treaties that recognized their sovereignty and their contributions to magical society. It was not easy. There were those who resisted, who clung to the old ways, who refused to accept a world where everyone was treated as equals. But Harry and Fleur persisted, their bond a symbol of the unity they sought to achieve. "We can't force people to change," Harry said one evening, as he and Fleur sat together in their chambers. "We can only show them a better way and hope they choose to follow." Fleur nodded, her hand in his. "The prophecy says we're supposed to restore balance," she said. "Not through force, but through example. Through love." Harry smiled, the warmth of the bond filling his heart. "Then we'll set the example," he said. "Together." The Soul Guardians grew in influence, their message of unity and hope spreading across the magical world. Harry and Fleur became symbols of a new era, their bond a testament to the power of love to overcome even the deepest divisions. But there were those who saw the prophecy as a threat. The remnants of Voldemort's followers, the pureblood extremists who refused to accept a world where muggleborn and magical creatures were treated as equals, launched a series of attacks designed to undermine the Soul Guardians' efforts. "We need to be ready," Harry said, his voice firm. "The extremists won't give up without a fight. They'll try to destroy everything we've built." Fleur's eyes blazed with determination. "Then we'll fight back," she said. "We'll protect the new world we're building. Together." Harry and Fleur led the defense, their magic intertwined, their bond a beacon of hope in the face of darkness. The ancient flame blazed from Harry's wand, and Fleur's Vela magic was a force of nature, a whirlwind of light and power that swept through the enemy ranks. But the battle took its toll. Harry could feel the exhaustion in Fleur's bones, the fear in her heart. He could feel the weight of the war pressing down on them, the constant need to be vigilant, to be strong, to survive. "We can't keep this up forever," Fleur admitted one night, her voice strained. "There are too many of them. Too much hatred." Harry's heart ached with the weight of her words. "I know," he said. "But we can't give up. We have to keep fighting, keep hoping, keep believing that the prophecy will be fulfilled." Fleur's hand found his, the bond pulsing with warmth. "I know," she said. "And I'll never give up. Not as long as I have you." Harry pulled her close, his arms wrapped around her, the warmth of the bond enveloping them both. "Together," he whispered. "Always." The attacks continued, but Harry and Fleur refused to be deterred. They continued their work, their message of unity and hope spreading across the magical world. The Soul Guardians grew in number, their ranks swelling with witches, wizards, and magical creatures who believed in the vision Harry and Fleur had laid out. And then, on a quiet spring evening, the miracle happened. The ancient oak in the Villa sanctuary began to glow, its golden leaves shimmering with a light that could be seen for miles. The bond between Harry and Fleur pulsed with a warmth so fierce, so bright, that it seemed to consume them entirely. "What's happening?" Harry gasped, his hand clutching his chest. Fleur's eyes were wide with wonder. "The prophecy," she breathed. "It's being fulfilled. The balance is being restored." The golden light spread from the ancient oak, sweeping across the Villa sanctuary, across the magical world, touching every corner of the wizarding community. It was a light of healing, of reconciliation, of hope. It washed away the hatred, the fear, the divisions that had plagued the magical world for centuries. When it faded, the world was changed. The werewolves, the centaurs, the goblins, all the magical creatures who had been marginalized and oppressed, were welcomed into the magical community as equals. The pure-blood extremists, their hatred washed away by the golden light, renounced their beliefs and embraced the new world. The divisions that had torn the magical world apart were healed, and a new era of unity and cooperation began. Harry and Fleur stood at the center of it all, their hands intertwined, their bond pulsing with a warmth that seemed to fill the entire world. "We did it," Harry breathed, his voice filled with wonder. "We actually did it." Fleur's smile was radiant, a beacon of light in the darkness. "We did it together," she said. "Always." The bond pulsed between them, a golden thread that connected their souls across the distance. And Harry knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them with courage, determination, and love. The prophecy had been fulfilled. The balance had been restored. And the magical world was finally at peace. The days that followed were a time of celebration and renewal. The magical world rejoiced, its people united in a way that had never been possible before. The Soul Guardians were hailed as heroes, their names spoken with reverence and gratitude. Harry and Fleur continued to lead the organization, their bond a symbol of the unity they had helped to create. They worked tirelessly to ensure that the new world they had built would endure, that the divisions that had torn the magical world apart would never return. "We've come so far," Harry said one evening, as he and Fleur stood on the battlements of their headquarters, looking out at the stars. "From that first moment in the clearing, when I was just a scared, lonely boy." Fleur's hand found his, the bond pulsing with warmth. "You were never just a scared, lonely boy," she said. "You were a hero, Harry. You just didn't know it yet." Harry smiled, the warmth of the bond filling his heart. "I love you, Fleur," he said. "I love you more than anything in this world." Fleur's smile was radiant, a beacon of light in the darkness. "I love you too, Harry. Always." They stood there in silence, their hands intertwined, their bond pulsing with a love that transcended time and space. The prophecy had been fulfilled, the balance restored, and the magical world was finally at peace. But Harry knew that their journey was far from over. There would be new challenges, new battles, new opportunities to build a better world. And he would face them all with Fleur by his side. Together. Always. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19, The Battle of Two Souls. The peace that had settled over the magical world was fragile, a delicate thing that could be shattered by the slightest tremor. Harry felt it in the bond, in the way Fleur's presence sometimes flickered with unease, in the way the ancient flame within him pulsed with a warning that something was still amiss. The prophecy had been fulfilled, the balance restored, the divisions healed. But Harry knew that Voldemort's influence had not been completely eradicated. The Dark Lord's followers had scattered, their ranks decimated by the golden light that had swept across the magical world. But some had resisted the healing, their hearts too hardened, their hatred too deep to be washed away by even the most powerful magic. And they were gathering again. The signs were subtle at first, whispers in dark corners, strange movements in the shadows, reports of attacks on isolated magical communities. Harry and Fleur had investigated, their bond guiding them through the darkness, their magic a beacon of hope in the face of renewed threat. Voldemort's followers are regrouping, Harry said, his voice grim. They've found a new leader, someone who's been hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Fleur's eyes were sharp with concern. Who is it? Harry shook his head, frustration gnawing at him. I don't know. But I can feel him in the bond, a darkness that's been lurking at the edges, growing stronger with each passing day. Fleur's hand found his, the bond pulsing with warmth. Then we'll find him, she said. Together. The investigation led Harry and Fleur to a remote corner of Scotland, where an ancient fortress had been hidden from the magical world for centuries. The fortress was dark, foreboding, its walls covered in dark runes that pulsed with a malevolent energy. Voldemort's followers have been using this place as a stronghold, Harry said, his voice low. They've been gathering here, planning their attack. Fleur's eyes scanned the fortress, her expression wary. There's something else, she said. Something in the bond, a presence I don't recognize. Harry felt it too, a cold, dark energy that seemed to be reaching out to them, probing the bond, testing its strength. The ancient flame within him blazed in response, a surge of warmth that pushed back against the darkness. Whatever it is, it knows we're here, Harry said. We need to be ready. They approached the fortress cautiously, their wands raised, their magic intertwined. The bond pulsed with a quiet determination, a sense that they were about to face something that would test them in ways they had never been tested before. The fortress doors were open, as if inviting them inside. Harry and Fleur exchanged glances, their bond pulsing with a shared understanding. They stepped through the doors, their magic ready, their hearts steady. The interior of the fortress was vast, its walls lined with torches that flickered with an eerie green light. At the center of the main hall stood a figure cloaked in shadow, his face hidden, his presence radiating a darkness that made Harry's blood run cold. Harry Potter, the figure said, his voice a cold whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. And the Vila. How delightful of you to join us. Who are you? Harry demanded, his wand raised. Show yourself. The figure stepped forward, his face emerging from the shadows. He was tall, gaunt, with silver hair and eyes that burned with a cold, cruel light. Harry recognized him immediately, the man who had led the attack on Hogwarts, the one who had tried to break the bond in the graveyard. I am Lucius Malfoy, the man said, his voice dripping with contempt. And I have been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Harry's grip on his wand tightened. Malfoy, he spat. I should have known. You've been hiding in the shadows, rebuilding Voldemort's forces, waiting for the right moment to strike. Lucius smiled, a cold, cruel expression. Indeed. The Dark Lord may be gone, but his legacy lives on. And I intend to fulfill his vision, a world where purebloods rule, where mudbloods and magical creatures are put in their place, where the bond that you and your Velahor share is nothing but a distant memory. Never, Harry snarled, his magic surging through the bond. The bond is unbreakable. And so are we. Lucius's smile widened. We shall see. He raised his wand, and the Death Eaters emerged from the shadows, dozens of them, their masks gleaming in the dim light. Harry and Fleur stood back to back, their wands raised, their magic intertwined. Together, Harry whispered, his voice filled with determination. Always, Fleur replied. The battle was fierce, the Death Eaters attacking with a fury that bordered on madness. Harry and Fleur fought side by side, their magic a whirlwind of light and power. The ancient flame blazed from Harry's wand, and Fleur's Vela magic was a force of nature, a tempest of golden light that swept through the enemy ranks. But the Death Eaters were relentless, their numbers overwhelming. Harry felt the strain of the battle pressing down on him, the exhaustion in his bones, the fear in his heart. He could feel Fleur's presence in the bond, her determination, her love, her unwavering faith in him. We can't keep this up forever, Fleur gasped, her voice strained. There are too many of them. Harry's heart pounded with determination. We don't need to keep it up forever, he said. We just need to hold out long enough to defeat Malfoy. Fleur's eyes met his, a flicker of understanding passing between them. Then we'll do it together, she said. Always. Harry turned his attention to Lucius Malfoy, who was watching the battle from the shadows, his wand raised, a cruel smile on his lips. The ancient flame within Harry surged with power, a warmth that seemed to fill his entire being. Your reign of terror ends now, Malfoy, Harry shouted, his voice ringing out across the hall. Lucius laughed, a cold, cruel sound. You think you can defeat me, Potter? You're nothing, a half-blood who got lucky. The bond is your only strength, and I intend to break it. He raised his wand, and a bolt of dark magic shot toward Harry. The bond flared with a surge of power, the golden threads of their connection weaving through the air, deflecting the spell with a burst of light. Together. Harry shouted, and Fleur's hand found his, their magic intertwining in a dance of light and power. The ancient flame blazed from Harry's wand, a torrent of golden fire that surged toward Lucius. But the Death Eater was prepared, his wand raised, a shield of darkness blocking the attack. Is that all you've got? Lucius taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. The great Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the Lord of Ancient Flames, reduced to this? Harry's heart pounded with rage. No, he said, his voice filled with determination. This is just the beginning. The bond pulsed with a warmth so fierce, so bright, that it seemed to consume everything in its path. Harry felt Fleur's presence beside him, her magic intertwining with his, their love a weapon that could not be defeated. Together. Harry shouted, and the ancient flame blazed from his wand, intertwining with Fleur's Vela magic in a burst of power that swept through the hall like a tidal wave. Lucius Malfoy screamed, his shield shattered, his body consumed by the golden fire. The Death Eaters fled, their masks cracked, their robes scorched. The battle was over. Harry and Fleur stood in the center of the hall, their hands intertwined. Their chests heaving with exhaustion. The golden light faded, and the fortress fell silent. We did it, Harry breathed, his voice filled with wonder. We actually did it. Fleur's smile was radiant, a beacon of light in the darkness. We did it together, she said. Always. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight, the warmth of the bond enveloping them both. I love you, Fleur, he whispered. I love you more than anything in this world. Fleur's arms wrapped around him, her voice thick with emotion. I love you too, Harry. Always. They returned to the Soul Guardians' headquarters as heroes, their victory celebrated by the magical community. The remnants of Voldemort's forces had been defeated, the last traces of darkness eradicated from the wizarding world. Harry and Fleur stood on the battlements of their headquarters, looking out at the stars. The bond pulsed between them, a golden thread that connected their souls across the distance. It's over, Harry said, his voice soft. The war is finally over. Fleur's hand found his, the bond pulsing with warmth. It is, she agreed. But our journey isn't over. There's still so much we can do. So much we can build. Harry smiled, his heart full of love and hope. Then we'll do it together, he said. Always. The bond pulsed between them, a golden thread that connected their souls across the distance. And Harry knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them with courage, determination, and love. The battle was over. The darkness had been defeated. And the future was bright. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20, Forever Begins. The morning after the final battle dawned golden and warm, as if the sun itself was celebrating the victory that had been won. Harry stood at the window of their chambers in the Soul Guardians' headquarters, watching the light spread across the horizon, feeling the warmth of the bond pulsing gently in his chest. It was over. The war, the darkness, the fear, all of it was finally behind them. The magical world had been united, the divisions healed, the prophecy fulfilled. Harry and Fleur had led the charge, their bond a symbol of hope and unity that had inspired countless others to join their cause. But the end of the war was just the beginning of something new, something that Harry was only beginning to understand. Harry, Fleur's voice came from behind him, soft and warm. You've been standing there for hours. Come back to bed. Harry turned to find her sitting up in their bed, her silver hair tousled, her blue eyes soft with sleep. She was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen, and his heart swelled with love at the sight of her. I'm just thinking, Harry said, crossing the room to sit beside her. About everything that's happened. About everything that's still to come. Fleur reached out, her hand cupping his cheek. The war is over, Harry, she said softly. We've won. The darkness has been defeated. The magical world is at peace. I know, Harry said, leaning into her touch. But that's not what I'm worried about. I'm thinking about the future, our future. What comes next for us? Fleur's smile was warm, her eyes shining with love. Whatever it is, we'll face it together. That's what the bond means, that we're in this together, forever. Harry felt the warmth of the bond surge between them, a golden thread that connected their souls across time and space. Forever, he repeated, the word feeling right and natural. I like the sound of that. Fleur leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to his lips. So do I, she whispered. Now come back to bed. We have the rest of our lives to figure out the future. Harry smiled, the warmth of the bond filling his heart, and climbed back into bed beside her. The days that followed were a whirlwind of celebrations and ceremonies. The magical world rejoiced, its people united in a way that had never been possible before. Harry and Fleur were hailed as heroes, their bond a symbol of the love and unity that had saved them all. But amidst the celebrations, there was work to be done. The Soul Guardians had grown into a powerful organization, its mission to protect the peace and unity that had been achieved. Harry and Fleur led the organization together, their bond a guiding light for all who followed them. We need to rebuild, Harry said one evening, as he and Fleur sat together in their chambers, reviewing the reports that had come in from across the magical world. The war has left scars that won't heal overnight. We need to help people recover, to rebuild their lives, to restore their faith in the future. Fleur nodded, her expression thoughtful. The bonding accords were a good start, she said. But we need to do more. We need to create institutions that will protect the rights of all magical beings, to ensure that the divisions of the past never return. Harry reached out, taking her hand. Then we'll do it, he said. Together. Always. Fleur's smile was radiant, a beacon of light in the darkness. Always, she agreed. The years that followed were a time of healing and growth. Harry and Fleur worked tirelessly, their bond a constant source of strength and inspiration. The Soul Guardians flourished, their mission to protect the peace and unity of the magical world expanding to include education, outreach, and support for those in need. Harry found himself in a role he had never expected, a leader, a diplomat, a symbol of hope for a world that had been torn apart by darkness. It was a heavy burden, but he bore it gladly, knowing that he was building a better world for future generations. And through it all, Fleur was by his side. Her presence was a constant source of strength, her love a guiding light in the darkness. The bond between them grew stronger with each passing day, a golden thread that connected their souls across time and space. "I never imagined this," Harry admitted one evening, as he and Fleur stood on the battlements of their headquarters, looking out at the stars. "When I was a child, living in the cupboard under the stairs, I never imagined that I would have this, a life, a love, a purpose." Fleur's hand found his, the bond pulsing with warmth. "Neither did I," she said. "But the bond brought us together, Harry. It showed us that we were meant to be more than just survivors, we were meant to be leaders, heroes, partners." Harry turned to look at her, her silver hair gleaming in the moonlight. "I love you, Fleur," he said. "I don't say it enough. But I love you with everything I am." Fleur's smile was radiant, a beacon of light in the darkness. "I love you too, Harry. Always." They stood there in silence, their hands intertwined, their bond pulsing with a love that transcended time and space. And Harry knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them with courage, determination, and love. The future was bright, and Harry was ready to face it. The magical world had been united, the divisions healed, the darkness defeated. Harry and Fleur had built a new world, a world where love and unity prevailed over fear and hatred. And they had done it together. But the greatest victory was the bond itself. The soul flame bond had brought them together, but it was their love, their trust, their commitment to each other that had made it unbreakable. They had chosen each other, day after day, through triumph and tragedy, through joy and sorrow. And that choice had made all the difference. "We were fated to meet," Harry said one evening, as he and Fleur sat together in the garden of the Villa Sanctuary. "But we chose to love each other. That's what makes the bond so powerful." Fleur's eyes were soft with emotion. "The bond brought us together, but we made it what it is. We built something real, something lasting, something that will endure forever." Harry reached out, his hand cupping her cheek. "Forever," he repeated, the word. "Feeling right and natural. I like the sound of that." Fleur leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to his lips. "So do I," she whispered. "So do I." The Soul Guardians gathered for a celebration, their ranks filled with witches, wizards, and magical creatures who had fought for a better world. Harry and Fleur stood at the center of it all, their hands intertwined, their bond pulsing with a warmth that seemed to fill the entire hall. "Today, we celebrate not just our victory, but our future," Harry said, his voice ringing out across the hall. "We have built a new world, a world where love and unity prevail over fear and hatred. And we will continue to build that world, together, for all the days of our lives." The audience erupted into cheers, their voices raised in celebration. Harry felt Fleur's hand tighten on his, the bond pulsing with a warmth that made his heart ache with joy. "We did it," Fleur whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "We actually did it." Harry smiled, his heart full of love and pride. "We did it together," he said. "Always." The years passed, and Harry and Fleur's love grew stronger with each passing day. They had children, their family a symbol of the unity they had worked so hard to achieve. The magical world had been transformed, its people living in peace and harmony. But Harry never forgot the journey that had brought them there. He remembered the boy who had been locked in a cupboard, the girl who had found him in an ancient forest, the bond that had connected their souls across time and space. And he knew that the bond was not just about destiny, it was about choice. The choice to love, to trust, to commit. The choice to build something real, something lasting, something that would endure forever. "Forever," Harry said one evening, as he and Fleur sat together in the garden of the Villa Sanctuary, watching their children play in the golden light of the setting sun. Fleur's hand found his, the bond pulsing with warmth. Forever. She agreed. That's what we have, Harry. Forever. Harry smiled, the warmth of the bond filling his heart. I love you, Fleur, he said. I've loved you since the moment I saw you in that clearing. And I'll love you until the very end. Fleur's smile was radiant, a beacon of light in the darkness. I love you too, Harry. Always. The bond pulsed between them, a golden thread that connected their souls across time and space. And Harry knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them with courage, determination, and love. The prophecy had been fulfilled. The balance had been restored. And the magical world was finally at peace. But the greatest victory was the bond itself, the love, the trust, the commitment that had brought them together and made them stronger than any darkness. Harry and Fleur had chosen each other, and that choice had changed the world. The end. Thank you.